这让他失误了，
这个正当组合剑，
残血，他逊步，他秀了。
如果没有那一次考验，也许我还是无名之辈。
但这过来的话，
同时还有暗喻的一个伤害啊！哎呦，这边被震到了。
Nbpl S2的舞台，我会创造出属于自己的奇迹。
实力与争议成为了我当下的印记。其实我并不会在意太多，因为此刻我更在意赛场上的博弈。
Spider 接打药，场上3名选手，一个正刀漂亮，得到了麦克的进攻节奏。虽然麦克血少，都一段漂亮。
那这边的话接一个火烧龙袍，
那出现了压制吗？那最终也是要恭喜麦克。
麦克是我曾经天人之战中最崇拜的对手，如今跟他同台比拼，我要正面击败他，成为大家心目中的强者。
Spider 跟另外一名选手，他们其实会把火力更多是倾向于阿莎，但是
又是一个跳帧，倒没命中，但是这边的话，第二刀虽然他命中了，往后场篝火，后反正是被这边的一个飞影剑给冻住了，接一套，
铁然直接把人打上去了，
过来，这边被震到了，翔宇，楚真这几刀砍下去的一个效果不是特别的好。
说起团队的配合，那蓝队一定不逊色于任何对手。
过来，要知道晚风这边是没有一个大招的，这边被震刀了。过来的话，左右来回摇摆，大招什么时候开？但就是已经被开了，
出来了。狼队这边的话又接一队啊，感觉狼队今天气势如虹，小吕这边也被带走。
经过 S1 的沉淀，我们最终会站在最高点上，加冕为王。
冠军令牌再一次出现在眼前，在此刻，没有人比我们更渴望触碰到它。
是，但是半径这时候有好走吗？过来一个正刀，风扇赶出就赶着，接的是一个大会马扫。我这边选到只是一次过来的话，也是面对一个对方势力无名，只能用一个身法赶紧拉走。这边粘上，冬青可能也不好走，冬青倒了。卡卡西这个抬手间也没能把这些队友给保下来。
是，风魔结界应该是把他最后的一个救命稻草给掐断了。
YDG 来了 ，YDG 来了。7号2D 呢就是被淘汰了，那这次也不能在中决再看到他们的一个表现了。在 YDG 这边上来也是给一些的一个压力，过来的话直接上来这个皮神青龙被屠了，直接完成一个无敌的成就。
我非常信任我的团队，周冠军只是一个起点，
是吧？哦呦，这么多人，脚来了，接着
你不开。
青龙之力，我要拿，不过又来一队，一脚踢到了月山，赤练无名直接给苏苏欧游记，这一把先带走子瑜，躲掉了，欧游记的苏苏天降了，是个本命，这一波苏苏话盆满钵满，欧游记的星宇这个时候开始拔刀清扫战场。
Nbpl S2 准备好迎接欧游记的统治吧。
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our trios finals of the second bi-weekly. I'm Hitbrain and I am joined by Moxie. Moxie, getting ready to kick it off that trios action. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm so happy to be back. I've got solos this week, but my heart, I have a special place reserved for trios just because we get to see that team synergy come through. And a lot of the time as well, the mistakes that we were seeing in the first couple of weeks of season 2 of all of those roster shuffles have settled. So now we're really seeing those roster pickups flourishing underneath their new management.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the week to prove it. You're now in that bi-weekly final. You're going to obviously look to try and get as many points towards the World Championship and obviously just further down the line for the tournament itself as well. So eyes are very much on a bunch of these teams here. Like you were saying, we were having problems at the beginning of the season. The roster shuffles, very small amount of time in the off-season. I mean, 3 weeks was the off-season between Season 1 and Season 2. So, you know, they didn't have much time to kind of rest, resort themselves out and get themselves reshuffled is the word I'm looking for, as they kind of go into this season. And we saw that, you know, this season wasn't amazing at the start. We saw a lot of very common mistakes, or very kind of obvious mistakes being made by players who, you know, in teams that we had high expectations of. I mean, WBG was the big one for me, a team that just haven't hit the mark at all, even though they are the reigning champions. of the Nbpl, and they are struggling with these changes. But like I said, things are starting to settle now. People have played with each other for 4 weeks at this point, so they've obviously got a lot to kind of, you know, they got to prove that actually these shuffles were worth it. Otherwise, why the hell did they shuffle? Obviously, things have changed. There's a new map. Things have obviously shuffled up the meta a little bit as well. You know what this is. This is the ranking. This is how it all goes down. 5 points for first, 1.6 multiplier for first and second. We all know how that goes down. That is obviously how everything will be scored out for today. But I obviously just want to start getting into these games and getting into these teams, because I'm curious what teams we're actually having expectations for. Because Moxie, we were setting expectations during the last bi-weekly final, and the teams just weren't hitting those marks at all. They were just falling short. We're like, yeah, watch for Bowder, watch for WBG, and like Bowder and WBG just fell apart. FPX, to be fair to them, were pretty stable, but still not that kind of like explosive FPX we saw from the first season.
Yeah, you say Bowder, that's immediately one of those teams that I actually have my eye on, because Bowder, they picked up so many good players. When we were coming into season 2, we were like, this team is stacked. And then they didn't even qualify for the first bi-weekly. They've qualified this time. They came in, I believe, at 11th. It's still not top of the table. It's not where they should be, purely because of how inconsistent they can be. And that is the problem with some of these teams. As we can see, what exactly is the reason that these teams want to come in and place in these bi-weeklies? The price is absolutely worth it, but not only that, but also the points that you're going to be able to have to go towards the end of the season as well, so that you're going to be a little bit more set up as you try to push and qualify in towards those world placements. Something that I think a lot of these teams are going to have to look out for, because we've seen, like we said, that inconsistency really starts to punish. And there are 2 categories of the trios and the solos in terms of the teams that we're looking at when it comes to expectations. And I'm sort of like dividing them all into categories of consistently good, so normally hitting around the 60 round mark. Yeah. And then we have the inconsistent teams. And when I say inconsistent teams, I'm talking about Bowder, FPX, and JT. These are teams that have qualified for the bi-weeklies, but there's a reason that they qualified for the bi-weeklies, and that was just having one good day. They would have like a 100 round day, and then the next they would only pick up 30. So I think if they can actually sort that out, you can see FPX, JT, and Bowder all on the 9th, 10th, and 11th spots, purely because of those inconsistencies. Whereas if they were able to continuously carry those really good games through, they would be hitting number 1 and taking it away by an absolute mile.
And remember also, you need to get your eyes on the likes of OUG. I think they're the big one for me. They won the previous bi-weekly. They're currently 2nd. YZG were a real dark horse actually during the first bi-weekly finals as well. They did actually take themselves a win. And interestingly, OUG won the last bi-weekly, and they only won the final game of the day. But YZG were always up there, and these 2 teams were very, very consistent. Actually, Wolves as well. Now I look at them in 3rd. They took a game during the last bi-weekly as well. And it's interesting that these 3 are the top 3 teams. They weren't teams that I would have predicted coming into it last bi-weekly, but they just have been unbelievably consistent. And the Wolves' aggression, which has been something we've always joked about and has kind of bit this team in the backside somewhat, it seems to be they've got a control on it. They've managed to put a lid on this aggression, and they are still a very aggressive team. They still fight a lot, and I think the reason why they're not in first is because sometimes they do fall to their own aggression, but they are not failing to their aggression quite to the amount they used to, because they used to get like, you know, 6-7 kills and then just go out without a multiplier, and that was the kind of Wolves style. But now they get those 6 or 7 kills and they actually take it. They run it a little bit later into the game, and they're a team who are just so much better with that kind of early aggression into late game. It's not that blind W key. They are just pushing the button out there and just going for it. And just look at this graph. I love this graph. We had it yesterday as well. It's really interesting to see, you know, how some of these teams play. Obviously, the big standouts for me are GD, averaging a lot of damage, but just not ranking well, versus MPG, doing absolutely butt all damage, but ranking pretty well every game. And what you really want to be is in the kind of Bowder, Wolves, OUG area. You know, you're on that upper echelon of getting decent ranking points, but also decent damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we talk about, right? That's the kill multiplier. You want to have those kills. Oh, I love how happy these players are to be at LAN and getting to play alongside their buddies so they can have that communication. But yeah, you want to be in sort of that middle area where you're doing a lot of damage, but you're able to survive for a really long amount of time. And something else that we do have to talk about as well is the fact that not only have we had a change of season, not only have we had a new hero coming through, Ziping obviously does not have her third version of her F and ultimate at the moment, so she's still not going to be likely chosen over something like that Karumi or the Temi, which we've actually started to see being slotted into that Transformer composition. We've had Holoruff coming through, and it's interesting that you say about Wolves' early level of aggression. That's why Holoruff suits this team to an absolute T, because Holoruff rewards early aggression. You get the best amount of loot, you get the really hotly contested areas as well. There's a reason that places like Imperial Village, Salvation Podium, and Matab are some of the best areas to be able to drop, because if you're able to get that early level of aggression, you immediately get loot that you can win not just the first couple of circles, but you can carry up until sometimes even late end game, especially if you're able to get that chest.
No, you're completely right. Holoruff obviously changes quite a lot up. The big thing that we were talking about as well, and Rune was talking about yesterday, is you don't see as many monks now on that map as well. I say now, but it's very much not a monk map. Like, yes, there are final circles that suit it, but the majority of the time, you really don't want the monk with all of the terrain that Holoruff obviously adds. So that's kind of like something that I think is quite interesting about it, and I like, because I am personally very, very bored of the monk meta. I think I've hit my limit with it, so it's nice having a map which just goes, no monk, please, it's not happening.
Well, it's not exactly no monk. It's 40% potential good final circle of monk.
It's too much of a gamble. It's too much of a gamble. If that 60% comes up, you could just be in for just a really rough time. But anyway, first game's going to be on Morris Isle. First game, we are expecting to see monk. I think that would be crazy to say no monks are going to show up in this game. It's very much a monk map. We know these teams all know how to play it. They're all very capable of it. But the question is what variation of the monk comps are we going to see? Are we just going to see the Yoto comps in response as well? Because that's still a comp that works on both maps and is very, very effective. But remember, they can only use certain heroes so much. So it's a bit of a balancing act on, do you want to start on a bang and just kind of really kick it off with like a good game and have some momentum to take you forward for the rest of the day? Or would you rather just sit back and play something a little bit more comfortable and just get a feeler for the lobby?
See, I feel like having Holoruff in though is going to answer that question. Do you play the Yodo when you really want to save it for Holoruff, because you're probably not going to take that Transformer comp into Holoruff? So I'm expecting when we go over to the Morris Isle that we do see that Transformer comp come through. But we are seeing a couple different variations on it. Sometimes people are actually moving away from having that Karumi as the staple support, and they're starting to slot in Temi. And I actually really like this, because if you actually use the Temi ultimate when your monk is sitting inside, you don't have to worry about projectiles. And also, players aren't able to escape the grabs because the monk is just going to catch them the second they get thrown up by that whirlwind.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the fact that we've seen some new versions of monk, because like I said, I was getting a little burnt out on the old monk, but it is interesting seeing the various the different variations on it. Obviously, like I said, you got the Temi, you've obviously got where you just run either one of the monks or one of the transformers, so you could just have like Uashen, or you could have a monk comp as well, and you could have like Temi and a Karumi. We've seen ones where it is, I can't remember what the Uashen comp is actually off the top of my head, but there's a bit of variation. Transformers are still very strong actually. I think that's the key takeaway, and I think you can still run Uashen on Holoruff as well, because he doesn't suffer quite as bad when it comes to the terrain means I just can't move as a monk does himself.
He's a jumpy boy. He's a very jumpy boy. A little bit less finesse when it comes to aiming those jumps, but he definitely, as you said, does not really suffer when that terrain does go a little bit more on the parkour aspect. But there's a reason that Transformer comp is so prevalent in terms of trios, and a lot of it comes down to the intricacies of how exactly these players are able to play around securing those Morris Blessings, which is why we do see you either go for that Yodo, so you have the F, and you just throw an F down over the chest to make sure that you're not going to be taken down by projectiles as you try and pilfer through the loot, or you go for that transformer and you just monk on up so that no one in their right mind wants to properly contest you. Something else we're starting to see though is a combination of the Temi and the Justina. Another thing that I'm a really big fan of, I think that was actually YZG who were the ones who organized that one and engineered it, and it was absolutely gorgeous. What they did was they dropped a Temi ultimate, trapping an entire team, all of the squad, right in the middle of it, weren't able to escape through. And then the Justina popped ultimate, and it was an absolute massacre.
Yeah, you are completely right, actually. Just running through the teams right now, as we are seeing some of the faces that we who will be playing today. GG are a team who are really interesting to me because they just haven't really been around. Like they've always been here, right? They've made this their second bi-weekly finals and made it to, but like we're not really talking about GG because they're very average. They're very middle of the pack, and you know, this is a team who are consistently making it into that kind of top 4 position all of last season. They still got 3-3-0. It's very curious to me that this team are struggling, but we're getting ready to go into our first game of the day. Going to see what the hero select's going to look like and what these players are going to be looking to pick up.
Yeah, I'm not expecting Zuping. Like we said, Kurumi is just overall better at the moment in terms of bringing that team utility to the table. As you can see, that we are going to be up onto the Morris Isle for game 1 and 2 before moving over to Holorock on game 3. All of these players going to be locking in. J-Team coming out with Lee, Eagle, and ZK. Not actually going to be fielding Slayer. So they're probably going to be going for that Monk composition with Eagle already locking that one in. Very traditional for a lot of those teams. Bida actually going for a sort of comp that YZG were playing, which are the Matari coming first. They have a little bit more stealth. The Temi and that Justina, like we mentioned, using that Temi ultimate to lock those players down so they can't actually escape that Justina freeze when it comes through. Then you have the Matari with the ultimate to either entirely stealth your team or allow yourself a little bit more mobility. As we can have a look at, oh yeah, OC actually going to be taking out that Kurumi, still fielding the Transformer, still fielding both that Monk and the Yueshan, but like we said, actually replacing that Kurumi with the Temi alongside Team Ace as well. So the problem here is that you are relying on the fact that all of those players who are pocketed up in the Temi ultimate don't melee damage the Monk, because he's not actually going to be healed. It's just mitigating damage that could come his way from other players.
Yeah, that's kind of the key takeaway from that. And just also looking through, MPG got a bit of an interesting one here with that Matari, Kurumi, and... Wait, that's not Kurumi, that's Justina. I'm an idiot. And yeah, Tami coming in. But here we go, we're getting ready to go on to Morris Isle for our first game of these trio finals. Currently midday here on Morris Isle. Actually, if you stick around after the show, we will be doing a draw to see what the environments are going to be for the next week's games, or the next bi-weekly, the third bi-weekly's event. So make sure you stick around for that one. But here we go, we're getting ready to go into our first game of the day here on Morris Isle. It's time to kick off those trios.
Oh boy, there's gonna be a lot of early round fighting, as a lot of these teams have actually dropped in the same areas. YZG and FPX both very close to each other, so now it is just a matter of who can grab that loot first of all, especially when you're running that Transformer comp. You're not gonna have your ultimate as soon as you drop, so it becomes even more important that you come up with that loot as fast as possible. So we can have a look at GG and Alliance already going toe-to-toe. Nunchuck comes through early counter as well, so that Kakaishi is able to follow it up into a pick up, as now does again with those nunchucks move forward and get almost the entire full squad. Yeah, there it is. Every single member of Alliance going to be taken out very early on, as Kakaishi just absolutely dominant with those nunchucks. And then we're going to move right over to another fight. 17JL going toe-to-toe with EWG. 17JL has to use that bell clang to be able to escape and start charging up that greatsword. Does not have that Monk just yet. Tries to go in for charged up left flank. Doesn't actually manage to connect onto any of their players. And unfortunately, the charger takes so long that one of their teammates actually goes down in the meantime. There's the Kurumi Tether trying to heal that Monk up, just getting a lot of those damages off, trying to build the ultimate as fast as possible. But even that Kurumi Tether is just not able to keep the Monk online. And it is 17JL going out very early as well.
They just absolutely brutalized the Lions in that fight earlier on, but looks like GG are hunting down Bowder here, actually, but Bowder are able to break away from GG, but they've run from one problem into another. Aces are here. 101TN's going to freeze himself, but he has got nowhere to go. Trying to avoid these Aces member. Gets a whole bunch of damage off of the champion, but Bowder's 101TN is going to be going down to Aces. Lovely little pickup here as OC have slid into the middle of the action and now looking to try and deal with these members of Aces as Alex will go down. And OC trying to get himself a little bit more. Bowder jump into the fray right now, but now with the Matari invisibility able to get away. OC holding fast right now. Got himself a couple of kills. XCG right now and GD along with MPG and EWG actually all leading the charge on kills with 3 AP. But GG trying to enter up into the fray on that front as they get themselves 1 kill. Looking for that next one. The Yoto ultimate doing quite a lot of damage. The transformations come out from 101 here from OC, but he is going low. And like you said, there's no healing available, so that is just going to be him going down. Nice and easy.
That is unfortunate for that monk. As without that healing, like we talked about, he just gets absolutely shredded. I was going to say, Miski actually even used that Yoda ultimate a little bit early, which is why the transformation comes through. He feels like he has a little bit of a safety line. But now Team Ace back into the fray once again. They've got a transformation if they do want it. But again, they're running that Temi. So they're relying on that Temi ultimate, locking those players down so that that transformation has the safety cushion. And without it, they can't go for the transformation. They're just going to get absolutely shredded with the amount of players swarming in this area. As GG are still pushing onto Team Ace, and without being able to rely on that monk to just throw this team off of their scent, they're forced to actually throw in the Uation to just try to zone out these players as the Terracotta Warrior transformation comes through. Not to try and block out a transformation dropping from your monk, but just to let Jin survive and potentially escape so that he can maybe look to revive his teammates. But there's still a massive raid going down, blitzing through Courtyard right now. As OC, against lacking that Karumi, lacking that support vein for that monk, just have very little ground to be able to stand, as GG are just not letting anything up at the moment, going in with that spear, trying to lock those players down so that they're going to be caught out and stunned up by everyone around them. We see the Temi ultimate come through. GG's Miski are going to be trapped right inside it, not going to be able to TP on out. Thankfully, there isn't a monk trapped in there with them. As again, OC just having to rely on that Uation, very similar to the team previously, just trying to zone out so that they can buy a little bit more time and try to push this team away. As he isn't really finding any picks and not getting the target focus down. There's a monk transformation coming through, as we can see GG immediately trying to counter it with that Viper ultimate, and without any healing, you're just forced to immediately get shredded. You get stunned up. It's a death sentence without a Kurumi.
It's so rough. Now you're going to see it's going to be the full cleanup. OC actually Ace is able to steal that kill away with a pistol. Lovely stuff now. Miss Kia's thrown down the Yoto ultimate, trying to finish up these last few members, but unable to do so. Transformation has come out from Alex from Aces. And it looks like GG just trying to get away now and out of reach away from this monk. And with everyone being in the city, it does make it like a monk's life a little bit harder just because there's so many rooftops and windows that people can slide in and out of. Alex is going to de-transform. And we have been here for an incredibly long time, actually. We've pretty much only focused on the teams fighting over here. So we're going to cut over to the sides of OUG right now, who find themselves in a fight versus YZG. Now, just actually going to be able to make a escape themselves. It feels like that fight has simmered down. XCG also are in the area, and after GG just picked up a pretty solid win, this team are going to be quite happy to, well, quite hungry to pick up some extra kills for themselves, because they are 2 kills behind GG. And it was funny because at the beginning of the day I even said, we're not seeing much from these guys, they're not really doing much, and then GG go, yeah, whatever, and anticipate themselves 7 kills. Like, they are out to spite me, I think. That's what this is.
I mean, the comp that they're running too is just punishment for the Transformer comp with the Hubris to remove that Karumi. Right, they've got the Viper, they've got the Yoto, they've got the Wuchen, so they have mobility with the Wuchen TP. They have the Yoto who can counter the Transformer even if there's a Karumi online with her ultimate, and then they have the Viper who can come in and stun it. Like, this is what J-Team like to run. There's a reason that BBB is such a strong Viper for that team, and it was because J-Team were one of the engineers of the anti-monk comp. in Worlds, where they just came in with the Viper and they absolutely dumpstered everyone trying to run it. In fact, that's a reason that we actually have a J-Team specific Viper skin in the Naraka skin store, which looks absolutely amazing. As we can see, OUG, one of those teams who likewise is still running that Monk without that Kurumi, something that GG is going to be frothing at the mouth at when it comes to engagement time, because everything they have is going to be able to counter it, even if they have to run into it before final circle. Is now everyone with a Monk comp is going to have to be thinking a little bit harder about how exactly they're going to engineer it, because it's not just a matter of, okay, well, we use 2 ultimates to guarantee that we're going to be able to win this fight. No, now you have to throw in 3. And in a perfect world, sure, that Tammy ultimate is going to be massive for the Monk. It's going to lock down one of those squads, but we're not playing in a perfect world. We're playing in reality. And reality can have 3rd and 4th partying. If you throw 3 ultimates in to win 1 fight, and it's only for a 5 seconds respite, you have nothing in the tank to be able to pull through to chug out into the next one. As we have a little bit of a lull coming through. So you have all of the time to be able to hop on over to grab those Steam codes on the right side of your screen, because they are one time only. Once they're gone, they are gone. And just as a lot of these teams now, once they get eliminated, they are going to be a donezo for a lot of them who have already suffered early eliminations, forced to burn out those resurrections. And we should be seeing a lot of, well, of burn out fights in this next couple of minutes, because the Morris Blessings are coming online. And when you're a Transformer comp, it becomes extremely vital that you're able to get those legendaries as fast as possible. Because remember, armor and weapons that the Monk has, both the Uation and the Monk, it scales with the amount of damage that you do in your alt form. So you really do want to kit your Monk and your Uation out as fast as possible with the best loot.
And it just so happens that both of those units are very good at securing Morris Blessings, so almost serendipitous in that sense. Uran's going very, very low, actually, burning down. They have a little bit of healing coming in thanks to the Kurumi Temper, but he's actually in serious danger. A couple more hits away from going down, and there it is. You can keep him alive for as long as possible, but the damage is just too high. And now the grabs are looking to come down from the side of Pixel. Can't quite find one. There it is. Finds the grab. Finds the slam. Won't be able to get the re-grab because he's de-transformed. But now Sansi is looking to finish up Pixel. Pixel be able to get away. I didn't think you actually won the fight for the Morris Blessing, to be fair.
Ventus,
but it is EWG because they've got the
yeah, the Draco Storm.
They've got the, what do you call it? Oh god, I keep forgetting the name of it now.
Yeah, they have the Draco Storm.
Draco Storm, thank you. Thank you, production. As if you can hear me.
They have the Draco Storm, which does mean that, as you can see from the lower half, you get health restoration, damage reduction for allies, as well as extra armor regeneration for the owner. And every single time you get a hit, you get AoE splash damage in the form of lightning. For 120 seconds, which is why for the next 2 minutes, EWG are going to be intent on taking every single fight as quickly as possible. It's interesting too that EWG are the ones not running that Temi, and they're the ones who are actually able to walk away with that Morris Blessing. And teams like Ventus, who were relying on the Temi ultimate so that they could go toe-to-toe with the other Monk who was contesting it, they actually lose it because they just don't have the healing to be able to sustain that Monk form.
J-Team also get their own Draco Storm, but they are a bit of a ways away from anybody else at the moment, but we'll be hunting to try and see if they can pick themselves up a kills there. VVV. Scouting for more people to be able to fight. FPX. That's a timeout on their Draco Storm, and so far I've only been able to find a single kill, so even with them getting that Morris Blessing, they haven't really been able to achieve too much in this game. It's been quite a quiet one for them. And you can see the overall standings right now on the left-hand side of your screen to kind of see how everybody is doing. YZG are still holding on to first, but GG have slingshotted above both OUG and Wolves, who were in second and third at the beginning of today, and have put themselves into second. OUG and Wolves have actually dropped into fifth and sixth from second and third, so they need a good end to this game. They aren't actually, you know, in any real problems at the moment. They're not down any players. I haven't seen their gear, so I don't know what they're looking like on that front, but as long as they play well in the final circle, they can retain their spot where they started at least today, because you don't want to drop into sixth going out of the first game, because you still got 5 more games. Like, oh god, we're going to drop even more. The J-Team gone for the transformation. OC done the exact same thing here as well. Looking for these grabs coming forwards. 0-1 is just getting himself completely slammed. He has got a member of J-Team in his hands, but ZK, I believe, is actually able to break the tether there, and they make quick work of OC's Monk.
Yeah, again, the Temi ultimate to try and buy that Monk's time, and it allows you 5 seconds respite. And the second that you're out of the Temi ultimate, it just doesn't do anything to keep that transformation up. So again, just having that Karumi and having the better health bar allows J-Team to come out on top. They might not come out on top of this engagement though. There's the Karumi ultimate to be able to heal themselves back up. They still have a couple of members of the Draco Storm too, which is why they're going to stay in that fight. And now having to deal with that Terracotta transformation coming through from OC. Just trying to buy themselves the time. Unfortunately, they have lost that Monk, so they're not going to be able to use that second transformation. Try and throw J-Team off their back. Instead, the Yuation is just used at the moment for that better mobility. Try to escape and disengage cleanly so that your squad can survive with another one of their members, but they're hunting this Yuation relentlessly, knowing that the ultimate has worn out and you're not going to be able to get that second health bar to be able to bail yourself out. As OC now going to be reduced to the only one player. It's just the Temi left at the moment who may be able to find themselves a rebirth charm from one of those chests and get their teammates back online. But for now, it's going to be playing very, very low-key just for survivability, trying to keep yourself out of J-Team's sight because they're definitely going to be looking for that third to try to finish off the job.
Yeah, J-Team going to be pretty happy with that one. Able to win that fight wholeheartedly, and with the last few moments of the Draco Storm using it very effectively, but cutting back over to the mines, a different team. Bowder find themselves in a fight versus Alliance right now as 101 TN has run away the moment Alliance pressed that transformation button on the Monk and have been able to get themselves out. Aiki unable to find himself a grab as they're trying to stop that resurrection from going down, but unable to do so, as it looks like actually J-Team have slid in here and they are in the area potentially looking to find a punish, and I think they've been able to do so pretty effectively. They've got their eyes on somebody. I can't see actually who it is. There
It's OC's only member.
OC's
oh no.
only member. They're finishing up what they started. They've caught him. They're chasing for further, but he is desperately trying to get away. But there's 3 members of J-Team about. It's so hard to do so, but OUG are in the area, Alliance and Bowder as well. So that risk of third party is very much there as Aiki trying to get away from 101 TM, but with that legendary greatsword, that is a scary, scary Justina.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a Justina too, so if you get a freeze off of your ultimate on one of those plays, you can go for the full charge. You can spin to win with that legendary greatsword, and it's going to absolutely decimate any health bar that it falls into, especially when it comes to those monks as well. The good news is that they don't have a Viper to be able to land a 5-second stun, because then it would just be a death sentence running into this team. As FPX looking to try and land those grabs for a couple of death sentences of their own. They've already had to go for that transformation. It isn't really finding a lot of value other than trying to zone out those players from the Morris Blessings, but you can already see that Bane's Breath coming through, making it a little bit harder for those teams to be able to punish. GD actually going to get zoned out by that Temi ultimate. Can't actually get on top to try to punish FPX, so they will be able to secure that chest. And on the way out, almost trying to grab onto the Viper. Instead, it is forced out of the transformation. Will have that little bit of a buff so that they can try to find these fights and go after those players to try and add to that tally before 2 minutes runs its course. As you can see, GG a little bit quieter. They picked up their 7 kills in the first circle, and now they are playing for survivability just so that kill multiplier can really make those early kills count. Ventus's Pixel tries to take a cheeky little sniff towards that chest, will immediately be forced away by the Bane's Breath. And he is just the one player left on his team too. He's trying to find those rebirth charms to be able to bring them back into the fight. Team Ace are actually getting a relatively easy access of a Morris Blessing of their own. This is something that we do see a lot of teams sort of gravitate towards one Morris Blessing, and then that second one that's charging up is immediately just abandoned, so that if a team is able to very easily get on top of it, by the time they actually manage to get into entanglement, the buff has worn out. It does only last 2 minutes. So now we're going to see GG starting to maneuver their way in. They could potentially go for the third party. FPX is extremely close to Team Ace, as we can see them starting to move in for the kill, opening up with that Temi ultimate to try to lock down Team Ace, make sure that they're not going to be able to disengage away from this team that starts to push on through. They've been able to find one pick, isolating out Champion, and it is going to be Champion temporarily eliminated as GG thinking about going for the third party, think better of it, not enough resources being invested, specifically not seeing that monk form come through. They do not want to take their chances in the fact that it's going to come up when they try to enter into the fray.
Yeah, I think that was a smart decision there by GG. I feel a bit sorry for Aces because they're like, yay, we get a buff. It's Mystic Might. FPX turn up with Draco Storm. It's like, oh, I got the worst one you could get. Ace is probably feeling a little rough on that one because they end up running into the only other team with a buff, and they just had the better buff. So now, though, everybody is slowly getting themselves situated towards the tail end of this game. Obviously, they've got 11 minutes left until the circle fully closes up, and YZG are still overall the top team in this lobby, as GG right now happily in second place. But GG, honestly, all they really need is a good multiplier, and they could easily tie with YZG, or even surpass them today.
This comp too is going to be so good for final circle for them. It counters every single monk who is around, which means that all of these players extremely low, relying on that monk not really having the heals there and available as well, are going to have a little bit of a leg up. But the Temi does tend to flourish when we hit final circle because that is when the majority of players get affected by his ultimate, as opposed to it being in an isolation. Talking of a Temi ultimate, there's one covering another Morris Blessing, as it is just a scrap to try to grab up that chest as fast as possible. As we can see, MPG trying to take control do get hit by a lot of damage of Viper ultimate coming through and stunning up some of those players as well. As we go to the high ground, OUG potentially thinking about coming in with a transformation, has to actually use that bell clang to be able to escape and maybe land the transformation, but goes down before it can come through. And in the meantime, FPX, I'm sorry. What?
How did they keep getting away with it? Like, FPX are the best team in the entire league at securing Warrior's Blessing. I changed my mind. Constantly and consistently, you always see an FPX member with a legendary weapon and legendary armor. Every final circle, if they're in the lobby, someone will be gold on their team. Like, look, VVV, golden armor right now. Like, I think that's a purple repeater crossbow. He's so far away, it's really hard to actually see exactly what he's got, but like, they are just like always geared to the teeth, FPX. They are so bloody good at securing these Mora's Blessings, but it makes it such a scary team. But there you go, golden flamer. They got a golden and a purple flamer with golden armor as well. Like, FPX are just the worst thing to run into right now.
Oh, look at it. They're just using cannon spray as well to keep all of these other teams on their toes, so they can't actually contest the flamer at the moment, which means there is so much damage coming through from the side of FPX, and they're just kiting them. OUG actually going to be caught out by that Viper ultimate, having to abandon that engagement and just trying to get away with their lives. GG coming alive, trying to charge up that skill rush to be able to land onto those players with the longsword, but it's only blue. It isn't doing the damage necessary to be able to cut through these armors. As Team Ace, Alex does have that purple armor. They are putting all of their resources onto that monk, so the transformation is going to be as tanky as possible. They've lost the Temi though, which means set up for your monk now taken a little bit away. In fact, your entire monk taken a little bit away. Goes down to the dual blades from Team Ace Jin. Set up by the greatsword player coming through from their teammate, as it is going to be Ventus dropping a Temi ultimate to be able to secure a Morris Blessing for this team. Legendary armor for Pixel on that monk as well. They've got the Justina, so the freeze is going to be that. This is a lot of setup for that monk to be able to lock down those players. But again, they're just lacking the healing. So the second that transformation comes through, Pixel's just going to be out in the open with everybody looking for his head on an absolute platter. In fact, at the moment, they're taking so much chip damage, they may actually lose their Temi to just fire tick and ranged splash coming through from these players. They don't have the Karumi to have, oh, he goes so low, and yeah, Ventus's WX98 ticks out. YZG with the ballista, making sure to police any member that comes close to them. They've seen that the flamers are coming through. They've seen that there's a massive bottleneck of those players and that the monks are going to be very vulnerable without those Karumi tethers. And they're going to punish, because that ballista is just going to be able to connect onto Pixel. And there's nothing the guy can do.
Well, he's going to de-transform, but he lost a lot of health to be able to hold on there. He's going to be able to get away, luckily. But OUG, we've got eyes on them as well. 2 kills. Been a very, very underwhelming game from them. And you know, I said they were a team that were very consistent. So far, they've just not been able to really actually have any impact at all, unfortunately for themselves. And SS has found himself being jumped onto, but is able to, for now, survive. But he is the final member of his team as well. So there's not really much he's going to be able to actually offer to this game, unfortunately. There's Team Ace as well. 4 kills under their belt. They've still got their Monk transformation available for Alex.
Where's that?
Circle's closing in. This could be a very interesting circle, actually.
Yeah, my always question as we head into final circle is where is FPX positioned? They're so good at positioning themselves to be out of the fray and then using those ranged weapons, the flamers, the swarms, if they've been able to pick them up from the Morris Blessings, to be able to secure themselves a neat little corner before coming through. Typically with a really strong Viper ultimate. This time they're not running that Viper, but again, they are going to be able to try and find that punishment as 17JL just have to go straight for the edge of that ring, using those huts to be able to block as much line of sight as possible. The Karumi ultimate comes through to allow that Monk transformation to stay on up, but the second that you drop it, you're going to become so vulnerable because you've lost your Yuation. Actually runs with those players grabbed out of the zone so that their healing is going to be a little bit lessened on the impact to try and find those kills that away, as opposed to going for the slam where you're going to be vulnerable because they're just going to immediately pile on top of you. And as a result, EWG actually have time to be able to recover as they go for a transformation of their own, trying to find those grabs. But again, you can just see so much focus coming onto that Monk, and without the Karumi Tower to actually be able to keep them up, has to drop the transformation a little bit earlier as Bauda now fully kitted out themselves. 2 legendary weapons on the side for them, sitting in a Temi ultimate before it will drop, and now they can start to push forward onto those picks. Pixel is going to be able to find one with the cannon splash damages onto OUG's SS. As we can see, another transformation coming through. This time the Karumi Tower should be there to be able to keep that heal going, as YZG forced now to try and find those slams, holds the players in the grab so that they can try and find those bow snipes, taking a lot of damage from the other transformation and just not wanting to actually go toe-to-toe with that Monk until the Karumi Tower is going to be able to anchor them in position and allow themselves to drop that transformation without having to use the Bell Clang, as this zone is starting to close up and pushing all of these players. We still have 32 players in this lobby left, Jake. This is going to be an absolute madhouse when this zone starts to close through. Talking about madhouse, that's an absolute sun coming out from FPX. They're going to be able to pick up so many kills off of the back of that transformation. And apparently you don't need a Karumi if you're going to be able to find grabs like that. But XCG coming in with a massive Viper ultimate, going to be able to stun up every single player towards the safe end and immediately opening up the door. But the splash damage doesn't come through in time. It sets Ventus up to be able to steal and grab those kills as Pixel's looking for a grab of their own. Holds the player, takes so much damage to that repeating crossbow in the Vajra's fist. And GG now looking to come alive using those spears, just with the distance, trying to push those players back into the zone so that when they come back, they're having no choice but to walk into the slam. But unfortunately, they're walking into Zaitoto on that Monk, who's been able to just rustle up a tree and find a player nested up there. Has to drop the transformation, but does have that heal from the Karumi ultimate, so will be able to keep themselves safe. And now scales the tree, but unfortunately thinks better of it because there's not a cat up there, there's a flame. So now that they've lost the transformation, they're not going to be able to grab or snipe those players out. In fact, they're going to get grabbed and sniped. J-Team's Eagle coming in with a massive grab to be able to yoink them up, and picks it up with a second. Is looking now to try and find another player to go for the double slam, but does actually have to just go for the one solo slam. It nets them a pick, and it is still 17 players left as we are about to hit an absolute frantic madhouse when all of those transformations come back up once more.
It's so crazy because I just come off solo, so it was a lot. It was just as if it was just chill. But then we go into the absolute madness, the madhouse that is trios, and how many people make it into these very tight circles. And all the Monk teams are going to be very happy because this is a very good Monk circle. There's a little bit of place for them to hide, but as long as you have the Monk, you can control it. But Eagle's being grabbed. That is not the person J-Team want going down. He gets slammed. He's able to survive just a little bit longer, but he is finally taken out by TJ from Ventus. able to pick up that kill as we see Pixel get another grab as well onto a member of GG. He gets the slam down and Miss Kia goes down. EWG is actually the one to steal that kill away, and now things are getting explosive. YZG charging ahead with 11 kills under their belt. EWG as well there, and it is actually very, very tight as YZG actually adding a couple more names to that list there. One more slam will add one more kill onto that list, and now it is just down to the 10 players remaining standing. Eagle is still alive here on the transformation, and he's going very, very low. He's just going to get himself taken out. They've even got themselves another member of J-Team to go in for a slam, but now LXM coming in with a massive Viper stun to lock the lobby in place, but his team just aren't in position to actually capitalize on it. YZG's QGG has gone in for the transformation on Uation, and he's putting out a fair amount of damage for his team, but it is getting harder and harder for them to actually get these big AoE cleaves because everybody just got taken out in the blink of an eye, and now we're down to just a couple of teams left as J-Team will lose their final member and go into a 9-kill game, but they are out. Now YZG, GGG, FPX, and Alliance are the 4 teams remaining here in this lobby. Here we go. Xiaohu goes for transformation. Looking to find a grab, gets himself one onto LXM. LXM is pulled out by the Wuishan ult. He's going to be able to get away from that, and they just need to out-survive this transformation timer, but a grab lands onto LYD from FPX as he gets slammed into the zone. Takes a lot of tick damage and comes in with a little bit of hurt, but he is bleeding out low. He's being re-grabbed by Xiaohu as FPX lose LYD, and Alliance are going to lose everybody as they're taken out. GG up into the high ground. It is just going to be the final member standing. YZG absolutely butcher the lobby.
So it actually looked like Xiaohu was able to grab out LYD as he was going for the transformation to the Uation. And that's massive! He's able to tap dodge out of the second grab, so he gets out of the zone back into safety, doesn't have to worry about the grab, and then he's not able to tap dodge out of the second fest that comes this way. And he gets yoinked on up, no transformation for the Uation, and immediately it is just YZG coming in with an absolute butchery of that final circle, and your heart has to go out, Jake, to GG, because they had the Viper ult, and all it did was set up for other teams because they were missing the follow-up damage. The Yoto was the player lacking. She'd already gone down early on, so they didn't have the Yoto ultimate as a follow-up from the Viper stun. And so the stun hits all of those players, cancels out a lot of those transformation worries for the Viper sitting in the middle of the circle being a very big old target. But without the Yoto to be able to follow through and clean house, GG just gets swept underneath the rug, and it sets up for YZG to come in with a transformation where they don't have to worry about going toe-to-toe with other monks. They've already had to see all of the transformations. They've actually been able to chain their ultimates to be able to cycle through, so they always have the superior health bar, and they're just using those ultimates and transformations to be able to zone out other players so that they're close enough to the edge of the zone that if they get grabbed up or forced back, they have to take one step, one tap dodge, and they're immediately eating corruption damage.
Do we have a single Yoto comp off the top of my head? I don't think we did, right? I think it was all Monk this lobby.
So we had a couple. The thing is, we didn't see any of them make it into towards final circle. Like GG was running that Yoto. They knew that there would be a lot of transformation. That was what we were sort of saying. They were going for the very counter Tian high with the Viper, the Yoto, and the Wuchen. So if all 3 of them had made it into final circle, it would have been perfect. They would have been able to use the Wuchen Soul Blade blocks to be able to block out the grabs coming out from the Monk. They had a lot of the Viper to be able to come through with that CC, and like we said, if the Yoto had been there to be able to springboard off of that Viper utility, they would have walked away with that cycle easily. The Yoto ultimate would have cleaved absolutely everybody there, but the Yoto was missing. And as a result, the figurehead of that composition was gone and the comp crumbled.
Yeah, that's kind of the key problem when you do. Well, I guess it's the same with Monk comp. Like, if you lose your Monk, then like you haven't got a comp. But you know, losing early and getting taken out was obviously quite big for them. And the fact that it was mostly a Monk lobby meant it was very easy to take out the few Yoto comps there were, take them out of the lobby, and then just look to try and play. And I mean, like, that circle as well was just a dream circle for Monks. It was a lot of open space. There's a little bit of terrain that the Monks could fight over, and then the rest of their team could hide behind. But other than that, it was just kind of like free picking people from across the other side of the circle, slamming them down. That was very much it. That was very much like very much a Monk circle. So, you know, I'm sure all those teams are very happy with it. But that is more a style, because most of the time, the final circles are Monk circles. There are a few places on this map where Monks do struggle, but for the most part, typically these Monk circles always do favor them. And here we go. The overall standings coming out of that game. YZG drop a 20 bomb in our first game and show us why they are the top team in this lobby with a 37-point game. GG get themselves into second with 20 points, and then EWG with 16 points take third.
Yeah, YZG were coming into this bi-weekly in first position. So they have just thrown down an absolute gauntlet. GG though, really happy to see them falling back into our expectations. This is where we expect this team to be sitting towards the podium finish of these leaderboards. EWG, another team that has a lot of expectation. J-Team too have really been able to pick it up in terms of finding those kills and coming into these bi-weeklies. FPX could have had an absolute stunner of a final circle, especially with the loadout that they were able to secure. Those flamers would have been absolutely brutal, but unfortunately they just get picked apart. They lose their really intrinsic players very early on, and without all of those players alive, we know that that transformation composition, it really quickly crumbles apart. You need to have the Kurumi to heal the Monk. You need to have the Yueshan to cover when the transformation drops through, and when you're missing one of those players, you just don't have anywhere near the threat to be able to hold. As we can have a look at the statistics for the MVP, no surprises, it is going to be Zhaohui coming out as MVP on that Monk. 28k damage and 8 assists, because, you know, you just grab those players, you hold them up, you let your team go ham.
I mean, that's what you do. It's very easy on the Monk to kind of secure those kills if no one's contesting you, because you can find the grab. If you've got the flamer, if you've got the arrows, you can just hold them up, toast them, slam them, easy pickup. Really, really clean game coming in from YZG, and I mean, a 20 bomb to start us off, that sets a massive precedent. That puts them, again, they started with about 30 odd points at the beginning of the day. I think it was 37 was what they started with. They just gained another 37. They doubled their points off the first game. So now all of the teams below them have got so much more that they need to do. I mean, you look at not GG. I mean, GG had a great game, but you look at OUG and you look at Wolves, who were in second and third at the beginning of this game, just coming into the day. They've now had the team who they were quite close to just springboard even further up the standings, and life has just become incredibly hard for a lot of those other teams. But, you know, with the likes of GG having a pop-off game as well, you know, there is that world where there will be other teams looking to contest that top spot. So YZ, they can't sit back on their laurels. Yes, this good game's good for them. As long as they're consistent from here, they should be in a pretty decent place going later on into the day. But they can't slip up. If you get a donut, that can cost you massively. We saw that over in solos yesterday. Players who were doing good had like a donut in like a game, and then suddenly it's like, oh, we now have just lost an entire game's worth of points, and everyone else has had a pop-off game, and they've reeled in those points. Anyway, we've actually got Leah standing by with some of the players from that game, so we're going to pass it over to her to hear what they have to say about that game.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to YZG to be the winner of this game. We invite QGG to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先生再跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 YZG 的钱滚滚。
Okay, welcome. So the first question will be like, you know, we always say each combinations have 1, 2, 3 positions. So can you like tell us how to differentiate of each position in the combo? And what is the effect of the each position? 那其实我们经常说每一个阵容都有它的1、2、3号位嘛，那你可不可以告诉我们如何去区分这3个位置呢？
正常来说的话，1号位就是前排，然后相当于用来冲在最前面的那个，然后2号位的话就是属于那种就是又要看1号位又要看2号位，就是属于就是用来团队沟通，然后英雄的方面的话也是 又能打又能就是保队友的那种嘛。然后3号位的话，一般就是属于那种辅助类的英雄，就是一般带奶啊或者能有容错率的英雄用来打3号位，然后就像胡桃、殷子平这种嘛，基本上。
Okay, so for the first position is like a front, like the one who caused damage in the combo, and the second position is the one who have to like control the opponent and help your teammate to cause the damage in the group. And the third position is like a support hero. You just like Rumi or Ziping, like this kind of hero who can heal your teammate in the fight. So that's the 3 positions like in each combinations. So I see that your team used double transformers this time. So can you like tell us the 3 hero of the double transformers combinations, which position they are? 那其实我看到今天用的是双变，那可以给我们讲一下双变的1、2、3号位都是谁吗？
双变的1号位嘛，就是佛嘛，他能自己保命，然后他的大招又能控场，然后月山的话，他也是一个可以冲上去打架的英雄，然后他的大招还有他的小技能容错率都非常高，然后他的大招还能给团队解控，然后保容错，就是保3号位这种的话都很好，这个英雄。还有这个胡桃的话，胡桃的容错率非常高，还有他就是他的血阵，因为一般双面阵容胡桃都是带血阵嘛，就是基本打不死，很能扛。然后就算前排死了，他的线都能拉起来。就像决赛圈，现在比赛决赛圈都这么多人的情况下，30、40个人，他一根线随便死，相当于。所以说，1号位就大佛，2号位月山嘛，3号位就是胡桃。
Okay, so for the double transformers combinations, we can see that the monk is the first position because he is the one who can cause the high damage, and also he have the really high control ability in the final circle. And for Yueshan and Kurumi, these 2 heroes are both the hero who has high fault tolerations in the final circle. And Yueshan is the second position, and Kurumi is the third position. And Yueshan's skills can also give your team fight a really great help, and Kurumi has her ultimate like can heal the teammate. Also, her skill can when you maybe die on the ground and she can like get you up in the final circle. So it's really like give you a kind of skill circulate in the final circle. So these combinations is really classical combinations in the fight. So we really like advise you to play these combinations in the game. OK， 好的，谢谢钱哥哥来到我们的赛后采访。那也希望 YZG 之后可以有更加精彩的表现。Well, thank QGG, come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second game of our trios finals. We had a 20 bomb to start it off from YZG. A really killer game, actually, and a hard one to beat now. And I think for a bunch of other teams, they're starting to sweat a little bit because YZG haven't seemed to be affected by the curse that seems to always hit all of our teams who come into the day first and then just do bad. Like it always happens whenever a team is first in the lobby at the start of the day, they always end at like 6th or 7th because they have a bad day. But YZG went, nah, none of that. We're gonna play hyper good, and damn, a 20 bomb, 37 points total put together for them. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I'm also going to be very interested as well because the way that we tend to see both trios and solos meta is that it shifts and adapts based on the games that previously occurred. So I think for me, the big question is, are we going to see as many Temis trying to pair up with those Transformer comps? Or are they going to go back to the Kurumi? Because obviously, Temi is very strong in being able to shut teams down. There is a unique mechanic, though, in that the more Temis there are in a lobby, the worse running a Temi becomes because they can just run right through your ultimate and not get buffeted back by the wind.
Yes, true. Yeah, it's one of the things you kind of forget, actually. But yeah, you are correct. It's weird, though, because whenever you run the Temis, you obviously don't run the healer most of the time. So then you have problems on that front. It's a bizarre comp because it works if, like you said, there's not many of them. Not purely just because of the Temis, but like you want to be able to force everyone away. You just want to make your little zone where you play. But the problem you have is, you know, like we saw, quite a lot of monks were just dying because they didn't have a Kurumi to tether to them, a Kurumi to keep them alive. And
they're just shredded.
That was kind of like the major flaw of that comp is, you know, your main damage dealer is safer, but also not safe. Like,
yeah,
if you don't have the Sandstorm up, then your monk's in trouble.
The thing as well is that Temi Ultimate works at its best when you're just trapping one squad.
Yes.
It's not really, like, it guarantees that you're not going to get third partying because what it essentially does is it creates a bubble, a pocket dimension where you go toe-to-toe with whoever's trapped in there and you don't have to worry about projectiles or other players actually trying to invade into your space. So you have the time to be able to take your time, something that we don't tend to see in trios, especially with how fast and surrounded by players, swarmed on all angles. Those early fights, especially towards Celestia, really were. We saw GG go through about 4 different squads in under 2 minutes with how saturated those areas were. And Temi is great for being able to make sure that you're isolated. You only have to deal with one squad at a time. What it isn't great at is stopping damage from the players who are actually in the Temi Ultimate. They can still fight back. It's an Eye of the Storm. They only get buffeted back if they try to run back through the wind wall. So if they stay, hold their ground, and fight the Transformer, and they're either running something like a Viper with her ultimate who can go for that stun, or the Yoto with the blade to be able to land onto the Vajra's form, that's when it becomes really tricky for that monk to stay up because, as we pointed out, Temi doesn't take the place of Yuetian, which honestly I would much prefer because then you keep the isolation, you keep the coverage when your transformation drops from the monk because you can literally drop a 360 field, making sure he's not going to be sniped out. But you also still have the heals. So if that fight in your pocket dimension goes on too long or your monk comes under too much fire, you can still tether or Kurumi or AoE to be able to save him.
Yeah, I'm wondering in this game what the hero select is actually going to look like. Are we just going to see more of these endless lines of monks, or maybe we'll see some more Yotos coming out? Because remember, you only have so many hero picks, yes, but you only have 2 holorific games. If you're saving things like the Justinas, the Yotos, you know, even the Takajis, I guess, if you really want to go down that road, you know, if you're saving them for Holoroth, then like, you only have 2 games to worry about. So you do still have a game or 2 outside of that where you can slide in the Yoto as well, or some of the other like kind of picks they've got. So, you know, they're not forced into play at the monk. And I think some teams maybe need to think about, okay, we recognize everyone's going to play monk. Let's play the anti-monk comp. And you hit on it as well. In the last game, there were anti-monk comps. There were the Wushens, there were the Yotos, there were the Vipers. Like, that is a very solid comp for just going toe-to-toe amongst. The problem is yes, there weren't many of them, and they did get taken out early. But I still feel like it's not a bad comp to run right now, because you expect most of the lobby are going to be picking Transformers, and it feels like most of the lobby are actually pretty big fans of the this Tammy version now for some reason. Like, no one wanted to play Karumi in that last game. I'm curious what that's about, but I believe I heard that we actually have a video, so let's see what that's all about.
是我们平常晚上打下午打训练赛啊，然后晚上直播之类的，我们就氛围也是比较蛮好的嘛。然后打天了就遇到一些比较开心的操作什么之类的，然后网分就会大叫，然后我也会跟着跟他一起大叫，然后周周就比较平稳，然后周周就是在旁边一直笑，然后我们私底下的状态啊什么的就很开心的那种。我觉得我们明确的目标肯定是冠军嘛，但是按现在来说就我们还是想保前5，然后争前3嘛，然后目的就是为了冠军，然后我们先以这种心态去打，然后相信我们可以打得更好。对。
There we go. You heard it from Wolves 14. And actually, we did get a little bit of a graphic too before that VT ran, showing that Wolves historically have prospered. Their best game is the second of the day. So, Jake, thankfully, they're not going to be in Hollow, so 14 doesn't have to worry about the pony rollers behind him. It is going to be the Morris Isle still that we head into. But I'm really hoping, and I'm sure you are too, that we are going to see a little bit more when it comes to those Transformer comps, that the Karumi has been spotted out to just be a little bit too integral to this composition with how big a walking hitbox that Monk is, that the Tammy is just not enough on his own without someone allocated to the support role to be able to cover him.
No, you're completely right. Just having a quick eye over, we got a few of those Yoto comps actually slowly showing up. 1, 2, 3, 4 Yoto, 5 Yoto comps now, no 4. And then a bunch of Transformers as expected. We're not seeing any of the more inventive Transformers. It feels like
two. FPX and both MPG have foregone the Karumi to field the Tamu.
Okay, cool. This is a pretty good spread actually. Then we got quite a lot. We got the UA share with the Justina Matari as well from the side of Ace as well. So yeah, I like. We got a fairly nice spread this game actually. Obviously we got not quite as much of the same comps. There's a bit more inventiveness. There's a bit more teams playing different here. So we'll see where everybody's very spread out actually. It's gonna be. I reckon we're going to see a lot of teams in the final circle because this is very, very spread out.
I reckon we're going to see a lot of teams in mines because that's a lot of people dropping Shadow Jade. Hopefully, it's not going to be the teams relying on those Transformers because as we've seen, the Transformer is weakest early in the game, right? Your Monk doesn't have the loot to be able to bolster up the health or attack power when you go for that transformation, as well as you don't have the rage unless you drop secret tunnels and can find those fireflies as fast as possible. It's going to be really hard to be able to get that ultimate online as quickly as possible. And 3 teams are actually going to be running that Justina and Temi alongside the Matari, going for the full counter to try to just isolate out those pockets, allowing your Justina, like the Monk, really with the win condition to come through on the ultimate so that no one can dodge. As is tradition, we are going to be following along with the previous team's winner for a matter of moments until swapping over to Wolves POV, as they have tried to find themselves a little bit of loot. They didn't really drop into the hotly contested areas. They're going for a little bit more of a slow burn. This is the opposite of slow burn. It is GG in the thick of things. Once again, trying to go toe-to-toe with XCG. Miskit on a little bit of a back foot, looks for the counter, isn't able to find it, but will be able to find a lot of damage with the charged up left click coming through from those dual blades. Ooh, gets gets counted out of holding the weapon, has to actually dash in to be able to pick them up. Miski is still going to be able to keep themselves alive for a matter of moments, but 17JL comes in for the third party and absolutely bulldozes through every single player in the vicinity as GG lose one of their own and are forced to worry about how they're going to be able to get back into the fight as a greatsword comes out early on, connecting onto those players from Bauda. So we see the attempt at the snipe coming through from 101TN. Isn't able to find it. Team Ace will be able to pick up a kill on the side of Champion with that blue greatsword, but unfortunately the greatsword just takes so long to be able to charge up that you just get stun locked in animation and go down to both the Jewel Blades in despair.
I can't believe how many counters went off in that earlier fight. Just constantly landing them on one another. But Wolves now in a fight here versus OUG. And I say Wolves. One of Wolves is separated from the pack and is being butchered by, I think they're a squirrel or a chipmunk. This is the weirdest, what's the, oh no. What's the thing that the old guy does? Oh god, my brain is just not working in the morning.
There are many old guys. I can't.
No, the one we all love. The one talks about nature. Oh god.
David Attenborough?
David Attenborough, thank you. What the hell is wrong with me? I like how the one we all love is enough for you to understand which old man I'm talking about. Whatever show you did. I don't know. I'm lost where I am. EWG, by the way, are actually trading out in a fight fairly equally with FPX, but Yiran is now running alone as the rest of his team have been caught out as he is trying to find the grab. FPX get the revive? No way do they get away with that. They even get the quick armor swap down as well, and Yiran, I don't think you're going to be able to survive this one, my friend. No way, Jose. He's slowly but surely having his health bar whittled down by FPX. The cheek that FPX were actually able to pull off there and get a revive in the face of a monk is unbelievable.
Crest, it's actually going for the transformation, so they do know they have a little bit of time, and with two of those players going for that res, it does take a little bit faster than the one. As we can see, GD able to finish things off against GG. Now trying to keep themselves nice and agile so that they're able to immediately find the loot, exit the vicinity. No one's going to be able to come in for that third party. They will be able to pick up a stash as well. As we can see, a transformation coming through. 17JL going to use that Yoda ultimate. Will be able to get one slash to land off on FPX's TXJ, who's just under so much fire, still lacking that Karuni. Once again, as 17JL now with the Viper ultimate look to try and land a little bit of a snipe and just finish up the trio. Now that that transformer is out of the way and they don't have it to be able to buy distraction for the disengage, and it will be FPX once again lacking that heal, immediately cut down just because that monk without the heal needs to have purple armor at least to be able to survive the transformation that long. As Ventus going for another transformation sequence of their own. Terracotta Warrior coming through for their UA, and just trying to push onto those players with the spears, keeping themselves mobile to be able to use those leads to dodge out of the charged left click coming through from the longsword, but they will be swarmed upon by the larger numbers as Team Ace now trying to get the punishment onto Ventus, going for a resurrection, will be able to find it. Unfortunately, they're still taking a lot of damage as TJ on the lone Karumi looks for the uppercut, will be able to get the ultimate off as well to get their health bar in full. Still having to worry about all three of these players. Can't try to run away at the moment as they've bought enough time for the reinforcements to come back. Pixel with the greatsword in purple now looking to push onto Team Ace, who weren't able to clean up the Karumi in time, and suddenly things are getting turned against Team Ace as it's going to be Ventus coming out on top of the engagement.
Yeah, really solid stuff by TJ there, actually, to be able to hold on long enough for his team to get their revive and actually look to punish and finish up this fight in more favorable terms for themselves, as TJ is actually looking to escape. I think with other players about, it's actually getting a little bit too scary for them, and Ventus about to lose Pixel, someone just called you their role model, man, and then you immediately go down. That is rude. That's just rude. We have a look at the overall standings though. Ace are at the top of the scoreboard, 5 kills for themselves. OG as well, also with 5. OUG, sorry, also got 5 kills as well. And OUG need it. After the fact that YZG just had an absolute slaughter of a game, 20 kills. If they want to stay relevant towards the top end and even potentially contest top, they need to start having a good game.
YZG not really having a good game at the moment. Missing both the Kurumi and the Monk. It's a little bit quieter for our previous map winner, as Wolves have got themselves nicely kitted out. Not greatly kitted out. Morris Blessings are definitely going to be scrapped upon for a lot of those teams. Oh, SS loses the weapon to the counter. Temi ultimate comes through. Bowder not wanting to be able to intrude, allowing them to be able to come in with the Justina ultimate. There it is, the setup, they're all pinned in position, but the Nezhas might actually comes onto that Justina. The freeze will be able to connect onto a couple of those members. Weight goes down extremely low. Has to use that Matari Blink to be able to try and keep themselves alive, but will fall still. And it is Bowder. This is what we talked about. This is why that Temi can be so strong when you fit it into a comp with the Justina. They should be able as well to disengage a lot of their members from that Viper ultimate that comes through. Alliance is lucky still going to be able to pick up one of the members from Bowder with that spear, but everyone else was able to disengage from the CC, and with the zone closing through, Alliance are forced to run.
Yeah, it looks like Alliance are actually able to get away there as well. Feels like we're a little bit before that kind of lull period. We've obviously got the Morris Blessings will start to come up soon as well, so expect to see some action around there, but I think for now the players are just going to chill and wait until they can get their hands on those Morris Blessings and keep your eyes on FPX, because that is very much their forte. And if anything, it's maybe a question I have about FPX is, how are they so good at securing Morris Blessings, but like this season in particular, they've been pretty bad at actually like using their Morris Blessing in the late game. Like you see a very, very stacked FPX and they just get picked off quite early, like earlier than you would want them to.
Yeah,
yes, I think they made it to the top
early.
4 last game, but like even so, you know, they are just consistently getting taken out a little bit too early. Just enough to be in the top end of things, but not enough to ever really take that top themselves.
Yeah, Tolkien picked up early. Team Ace actually out entirely of this map. Jake, they are the first teams to be eliminated entirely. As we can see, transformation comes out now for the Monk. Immediately going to be onslaughted by every single Yodo utility in the kit. MPG still able to keep the Monk at half HP, now dropping that Temi ultimate to be able to blanket up the Morris Blessing. It's a little bit early though, is the thing, in FPX lying in wait, looking for the moment to be able to come in with that third party, uses the Uation to be able to jump through the whirlwind and connect that spear slashes onto those players before dropping a Temi ultimate of their own, as EWG now onto the back foot. They were able to secure themselves. Purple weapon coming on out for Yuran, so that Monk's punches will have a little bit more bite to them. However, it's definitely not the sort of safe shopping trip that those players were looking for, and it's MPG walking away with the Vermilion Bird's Might, which, as you can see from the lower half, allows you to recover health, armor, and rage for all allies, as well as meaning that you get a full rebirth on death, so you keep all of your loot, plus you get to reposition. So a lot of the times we actually see teams killing themselves to either poison splash damage or AoE damage so that they can get a full circle reposition and bait out those players, as Bowder sitting on that ballista, using that zone to just hamper everyone's movement so that they can't really walk away cleanly, especially with the engagement still occurring. That third party now coming in absolutely massive, as Alliance not wanting to stick around. Legendary Katana in the hands of 101 TN, as well as cannons to try to chip into those health bars to be able to eat in to the health, so that you can immediately come in with that follow-up onto the Katana before anyone has the chance to be able to look for that third party. 101 TN hunting for that kill. He's so hungry. We'll be able to find Lucky, as we can see the Wuchen Soul Blade block, just to make sure no projectiles are going to be able to come through. 101 TN actually suffering a little bit from that poison splash damage. They've got the Zephyrs as well to make sure that they're not going to have to worry about projectiles coming through, as again 101 TN chimes in with that cannon. They've isolated another player from Alliance low because of the splash damage, and it is Bowder opening things up with the cannon, finishing things off in the melee, walking away with another squad elimination.
I noticed how geared they are. They've actually got 2 legendary weapons in them, one of them being dual swords. But cutting over to OC, 28HH, able to get himself a really lovely rush there. But he's still being kept at arm's length by 14 from Wolves. Wolves still trying to fight back. There we go, the Wu Shen ult out. Going to be able to get the revive off, or will they? Because Wolves are relentless, as they always are, for these kills. And OC going to have to just separate from their downed player, and I don't think they're going to be able to get them up in time. So that is going to be a bit of a blow to them inside of OC. I believe it was their Viper they lost there. Yeah, it was their Viper they lost. So that is a... Oh, no, they're back. Wait, I'm looking at Wolves. I'm looking at OC. Yeah. They lost their Viper.
They did. That's the problem. I think they actually had to use that Wushen TP to relocate their Yoto, which meant that you're not able to teleport that Ken to 120 meters safe distance, so you don't have that downtime to be able to find that res. Something which is immediately punished, as they are now going to have to look for that rebirth and find a soul altar, as Eagle is going to have to find another health buff. This Radi's going extremely low. They don't have the Karumi, there's no semi-ultimate to stop the projectiles, the splash damage, or any of those players nipping at his heels. And again, lacking that support. It's a pattern, Jake. We're seeing it. The Karumi is integral to that monk transformation comp, and without it, so many of these monks are struggling, as J Team's ZK going to be spotted out. Is able to use that grapple to connect a Spear Slam on, but does go down to GD, who will be able to find that pick, and that's another full team elimination. J Team going to be out of this match for good as well.
That is a rough one for them on that front. GD now moving back towards the circle. Still got a bit of time until this game hits that Buccaneer phase. I will push it until we start naming it the Buccaneer phase.
You know what? If we drop Shipwreck, I can absolutely see it being called Buccaneer.
You can still have cannons and pistols and stuff. It's very Buccaneer-y.
Bob's got an eye patch. Is she a pirate? Would you class that as, as a pirate?
I don't actually know Valda's lore. Like, what is the deal with Valda? You don't know, do you?
She basically
you just like, they're like, for everyone at home, I can see Moxie's camera, and I looked over and there was just pure fear across her face. I don't know. I don't actually know.
I've hardly played Valda, I will admit. She's not my go-to. She controls the water. She has like some sort of pact with it. She calls herself a goddess of the water, at least. She's like, yeah, the water worships me. I'm cool with it.
Wait, is she actually a goddess? I need to know.
I
should
can
probably
bring
read
you
the
into
lore.
thinking she's anything.
I need to read the lore, actually, of like every character. I don't know anyone's lore at all.
It's actually really sweet. Karumi seems to have a knowledge of like Takeda as well. Whenever you run out of grapples with Karumi, she goes, oh, Takeda normally finds them for me.
When you run out of what, sorry?
Grapples.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yoda's just
really
like, I don't have a spool. Find me a spool, and then we'll talk. she's very haughty. Is Yoda? But,
oh. Should we look at the overall scores? I'm gonna bring it back. That's what I'm gonna do. YZG currently in first. They've only got 1 kill this game, but still, they have a monstrous lead. They're still in this game. Actually, are they down there, Monk? Are they grayed out?
Oh, that's gonna be hard to pull that comp off.
Wait.
YZG, we hop over. They are indeed down the Monk, and they could potentially be down that Yuashen too, as QGG is forced into the zone to try to heal. Terracotta Warrior transformation is going to drop. They are at least left. There is not going to be any further pursuit on them. However, the second they book it out of this zone, they are going to be so vulnerable, and they're isolated away from the Karumi. As we see the anti-ult area starting to come into effect, just to make sure that no one will be able to try to move on with those monk forms. Is 17JL going to potentially be caught out? They're already going to be lacking that Viper. The peel tries to come through from AS on that Yodo, but they're not able to try and find the opening that they were looking for. In fact, all they've done is fed themselves into a blender because now they're the target focus as they're just being slaughtered upon by the dual blades and the nunchucks, not allowing them any breathing room to be able to grapple away. And if you're not running Z-ping, you're not going to be able to pop that F ability to make sure that you get away uninterrupted.
Wait, what just happened there? That was like the longest grapple I've ever seen.
These players are so good. Like, if you use a horizontal attack at the apex of your grapple, it carries your momentum through.
That was insane. And that's enough. That was like really crisp. A 17 JL out. Just knocked out of the lobby. 5 kills, no multiplier. Just a flat 5 points for them. On the top of the ladder of scoring 30 in a game, you're going to need more than 5. And there's YZG, speaking of top of the lobby, taken out. And GG now, probably feeling quite comfortable with the potential to catch up somewhat. And I guess the rest of the lobby same, although J-Team unfortunately did go out early as well. So definitely eyes on GG and FPX coming out of this next section of the game.
Yeah, GG really coming alive today as Bada again fully kitted out, almost legendary katana coming through for 101T and has that Justina ultimate primed and ready to go. Bada, very similar to FPX, they always seem to get their hands on legendaries, and it's always legendaries plural. As we can see, these players starting to posture up. XCG looking to try to entrench onto EWG, who are on the back foot. And because they're on the back foot, those players are the ones that everyone is potentially looking to find that third party onto. Because a little bit of downtime does allow Uran to be able to get a replenish onto that bow. So as we move into, I'll say it, the Buccaneer phase. We are going to have the ranged weapons start to come through. XCG haven't got the memo. XCG are just going in with the cannons and then trying to finish things off with the dual blades. And there's a reason they have to do this. They only have blue dual blades. Purple armor, granted, so they are going to be tankier in these engagements, but the blue dual blades is not going to be enough to try to one-clip them, so they are going to have to try to come in with that cannon to be able to open things up. Something I'm sure EWG are going to be very aware of, as they're still not really getting to rest in any of these positions. GD with a semi-ultimate should be able to take advantage of that Mars blessing to be able to open up. But again, it's very early, and if another Temmie's on the other side, surprise, people can just walk through.
Everybody is kind of putting the brakes on so far, as actually FPX, for the first time ever, don't look that geared. They're actually just rocking blue armor and blue weapons. This is the least amount of gear I've seen on them, actually.
Yeah, I think they were going for the Mars blessing, but they were a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah, they're trying to make their way forwards, but that sandstorm going to cause a whole bunch of problems. As there we go, GG able to secure it. It's even a Bane's Breath, but Miskia loses quite a lot of HP to FPX on that front, and OUG now raining in the cannons. Uh-oh for GG. It's getting hairy now. LXM in for a whole world of hurt as they're trying to freeze them down. OUG's Justina has popped the ultimate to try and freeze up these members of FPX. Gets countered back, gets knocked back as he dashes away to safety, but there's still just people about. Is able to get away for now, but FPX now using the transformation on the UA Shen to try and chase forward to SSSS in some serious danger, going to freeze themselves up, but this is not going to be enough for them because LYD is going to do his best to keep them pressured and keep the damage going for the side of FPX. They are going to lose that transformation and immediately be in a world of danger, actually, but they're going to get a reset off while the rest of the team buy some space for them. Here we go, TXJ goes for a transformation himself, finds one grab into the slam. That's a kill onto OUG. Looking for the next grab. He's unable to connect it. OUG just going to have to take the L and lose a player. Meanwhile, MPG do lose somebody in around the same time.
Yeah, FPX able to walk away with a fight win off of the back of that transformation sequence as well, not having to worry about TXJ coming undefined. Now they have to worry, though, because they've just burnt that transformation and they're being herded out towards the edge or ring of this zone by Ventus, who were biting into the players caught behind them, and the Monk is actually in front at the moment, so not going to be able to try to peel back through, as Ventus will be able to pick up one player. It's no one on the side of FPX though, so they have been able to not outrun the line but outrun the player lagging behind them, which is all you need to do in that situation. As we can see, another Morris blessing starting to come through That zone starting to push these players a little bit closer. Baudat looking to try and take advantage of that. Doesn't even need to drop a transformation or a Temi ultimate. No, not like this. No. Come on, guys. Take yourself off the high ground. Don't let them just walk up and get legendary armor.
Baudat look more geared than a Steampunk City. What the hell? How are they so set up?
No one contested. That is 100% EWG's misplay. They put the blinders on. They were so focused on the fight that they were having over the high ground of this shack. They allowed Baudat to literally walk up to Amara's Blessing, take that darn time, not get hit by a single projectile, and walk off with legendary armor.
They didn't have to use anything. They just committed nothing and got
Nothing.
everything. That is so good for Baudat. Although we say that, and the Flamer actually from LXM starting to cause some problem as they are going pretty low. Baudat though with these golden katanas able to put some damage back as well, but it is getting a little bit hairy. It's actually quite a few people have already been taken out. This point in the game last time there was definitely more players. FPX finding themselves grabbed. Whole bunch of damage coming in. The slam, the re-grab potentially may just come through, but I don't think they actually were able to quite get that. Ran needs to be careful because he's going a little bit low on HP, and FPX are just jumping onto him. The transformation comes out, and EWG are going to be taken down. FPX, it might have opened up a grab onto them, but they are able to survive and turn it back around and cash in on a whole bunch more kills. FPX are leading the charge right now with an 11-kill game. They are looking to see if they can find another grab. Unable to do so as TXJ, I think quite a bit of damage just from the kind of splash burning damage onto him. And he's going to have to try and find an opportunity to heal as Baudat also low HP. All that good gear up for potential grabs really at this point as, yeah, they lose Baudat. They lose one of their players as Wolves able to punish them and take that one away.
Oh, that's going to be really tough for Baudat to recover. They still have this Justina, but you can actually see one-on-one Tian had to pop the Justina ultimate to save their own skin. Now tries to grapple up, coming in with those legendary katanas, gets the freeze, connects onto one, takes the next dash to be able to go vertical, just keeping themselves up in the air, trying to bait those players into that space so they can find those charged clicks. With the katana to shred the shields, has to pop out that freeze bomb, but can't hold it too long. Scale rushes off of the building to be able to get back onto that roof, and is just looking for a reset. They're being hunted down though. There is no peel coming through from the team. As Aksha on that Matari is looking to just find a reset, and an in FPX coming out and trying to take advantage of that high ground. Now keeping those players away, picks up the legendary armor as well, so that's going to be even scarier if they're going to be able to pass it on over to their monk. Is GG, another of our teams that we've got an eye on with that flamer, just pushing up onto the rooftop, trying to punish any of those players who get stuck inside that room, because there is going to be no escape other than the sweet release of death. As we can see, Ventus's Pixel trying to release a couple of these players onto the ground, hasn't been able to find any slam at the moment. No grab coming through, successfully taking a lot of splash damage as well. Does have that Kurumi tether to be able to keep themselves through the transformation though, as zone starts to collapse through. OC stuck in a very hard position, trapped between the flamer and the Temi ultimate, as Kakaishi takes some downtime to be able to look for the repair onto the range. As we see the dual blades, that charged right click coming on through for FPX's TXJ, just trying to keep as mobile as possible as FPX get to zoning. They've got both the dual blades, which you can use with that mobile charged up left click. You've got the Terracotta Warrior as well, just displacing all of these players so that when we see the transformation come through, no one has a safe corner to be able to hide behind. TXJ looking for those grabs, trying to find them through that Temi ultimate. Doesn't have to worry because the Temi ultimate's keeping themselves safe from all of that range projectiles coming their way. This is what we want to see when a Temi comes in onto that transformation. As we see XCG coming in with a Viper ultimate, they've got the players this time to be able to capitalize off of the back of it. Lixinghen will be able to take down Ventus's Zayu. And it is very quickly 13 players left alive in this lobby as FPX trying again to shield and herald all of these players away from their monk into that zone to take the corruption damage. Lixinghen, however, going to be able to come in with the smite, the kill steal off the bow, as now we see XCG's Yoda ultimate coming on through, trying to find those players, get them down low enough so that the Swarm is going to be able to bite through their health at an absolute absurd rate. Soul Blade blocks from XCG's Wu Chen as well to make sure no one can actually follow up and try and contest that swarm that does have a little bit of a really egregious charge up time, especially when you're in a frantic fight. As we can see, FPX just using those cannons, checking the angles, make sure none of the players are going to be hiding in the trees so that when that transformation comes through, they're going to know exactly where all of those players are. As it is going to be Ventus's Pixel going forward with the Monk, first of all. They're not running the Temi, so they are going to have to be very wary about that Temi ultimate in front of them. Has to walk right through it to be able to connect those grabs. Might have been able to find one of those players in the trees. Isn't able to secure the pick, however. And it is again Lixing Hens XCG coming in with another snipe, as Pixel was able to hold up one of those players into the flamer coming through from TJ. Pixel now with that clank to be able to survive exiting that transformation. XCG opening up with another Viper ultimate right on the outskirts of the zone. TJ gets slammed straight out of it. Takes the corruption damage, does go down. FPX lacking the UH and have both the Temi and the Monk still alive, trying to buy themselves a little bit of safety. There's XCG, another Yoda ultimate coming on through, trying to connect those slashes onto the players. They burned it a little bit early though, Jake. GG's Miskia having to go into that freeze form, takes a little bit of tick damage, does go down eventually to the slow burn of that flamer as Bauda, only the Matari left available, goes down, and it's gonna be the full squad for XCG walking away with the win. And my goodness, they're gonna have so many kills. Not only were they able to survive using that Viper ultimate to the absolute full to set up that Yoda ultimate, but Lixinen was able to come in with so many kill steals on that ball as well.
That was a very, very good ending for XCG, actually. They got cashed in on so many kills. They're going to have a lot of points. I tried to do the quick maths, but it shifted off them too quick for me. But it wasn't the full 20, but it was, I think, at least 16.
17? Yeah, I'm going to say 17, 18 for the team.
Yeah, it was a good number. A good multiplier. They left all of their players up as well. Did you say 22? Did I just hear 22 in my ear?
No. I think you had coming to you.
Oh, okay. I hope so. I thought our producer just told me they had 22 kills. I was like, what? No, one of their players had 11 kills. I'll say that much. And then the others, yeah, it definitely wasn't 22. It was a lot of kills. They got a lot of kills. They did a lot of work, and XCG going to be very, very happy with that one. A killer game coming in from them. Able to really slingshot them up the standings, and we've seen OUG and we've seen Wolves, who were in second and third coming into today, kind of just dropping off a little bit off the back of today. They've not had a great tail end, and you know, we also see YZG. They went out very early with very few kills. They were denied heavily, so you know, when a lot of the top runners are all starting to have a couple of mistakes, yes, YZG had that amazing game one. But other teams are also having really good games. So this is what I was saying. YZG can't sit by on their laurels because they are going to be under constant threat from some of these other teams. So it's going to be, I'm going to be excited to see actually what the points look like, just to kind of get a rough idea of where we're sitting again.
Yeah, XCG honestly played that final zone absolutely perfectly. They forced all of those players into the edges of the zone as well. There was very little breakage of cover as well. So you had to really try and dash out of range of that Viper ultimate, which meant that when those players were stunned, they were on literally the fringes of that zone. So it took one attack to be ragdolled out and into the corruption, something that we see XCG taking full advantage of, and the fact that they had all three of their players alive. So this time around, the Viper ultimate comes out and there's follow through, and there's also so much target focus coming through because that Viper stun, it's brilliant at setting up the picks, but it doesn't last anywhere near as long as you actually think. So you really do have to be very vocal about which targets you need to focus down. And honestly, them taking FPX out cemented their win immediately. The second that they were able to deny that Monk before another transformation comes through, because they'd opened up a fight with the Viper ultimate, and then they'd used the Yodo to be able to capitalize off of the back of that. So those are two major ultimates that directly counter that transformation. If the Monk had been able to Vajra up, it would have been FPX's win. There would have been absolutely nothing in the tank to be able to kill him anywhere near as fast enough. You would have been grabbed out, you wouldn't have been able to stun him up, you would be held out of the zone, and you would have lost the game. But 18. We can see it's not 22, it is 18. However, it's still a monster showing coming out from XCG, and they cannot be anything but mega proud of how they did.
They're going to be very happy with that. FPX also going to be very happy with the fact they got 14 kills, a 23-point game. A 17-point game for Bowder as well. That was a very, very good kill spread. OUG still, even though they went out early, because they had 9 kills, they walk out for 11 points. So they had a pretty solid showing on that front as well. I think it's going to be interesting to see what this does to the overall graphics, because YZG 1.6 points. Like, people will reel them in after that. If everyone else continues to be decent scoring for the day, that 1.6 game for YZG could potentially be the difference between first and even lower potentially.
Yeah, this is what we see as well. Like, whenever we look not just at the biweeklies, but also at the usual regular days when these teams are trying to qualify for the biweeklies, the amount of spread rounds and points that they're able to pick up is absolutely insane. We've had some of them picking up days of 106 and then dropping as low as 22.8 on others. It's absolutely balmy, and it does really go down to, do you make mistakes? And are they mid-game? Because if you make mistakes in like first circle, you have that resurrection available. So it doesn't really matter as much. It's not full erasure, but it's definitely nowhere near as punishing as it is when you head towards that mid-game. And the only way you can get your players back is by going for the reburst, because if the squad knows, okay, we drop one of those players, they're just going to camp the soul altars. As we can see, yeah, Lixenhan, no surprises that it's not the Viper or the Yodo who comes out as MVP. It is the Wu Chen, because this guy, every single time a kill was about to come through from another squad, he sniped it out with the bow.
And you can actually see, he's got 11 kills, but only 24k damage. Like, we see solo players who get like 8 kills have more damage than that. Like, he was sniping the kills. It's not a bad thing. Taking away the kills is smart. It's a good way to get yourself a win, basically. So, really solid stuff coming in from him. Low damage, but high kills means he was very on it on reading third parties.
Jake, 18k damage was bow.
Oh yeah, he was just taking kills. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, now we know. That was just a really, really solid game from XCG. Good third partying, held out strong until the final circle, and then made that circle work for them. It was a good ending, and things will be shaken up though, because we obviously are changing map at this point. We'll be changing over to Holoref. We're going to be obviously probably seeing less of these monk comps and more kind of flexibility. Probably just Yotos and Justinas and things like that. The Wu Chen as well, very, very solid in these maps. I'm excited to see how it's going to go down. I'm trying to think, have I actually done trios on this map? I'm not sure. I actually can't remember.
I'm expecting that we're probably just going to see the Yodo comps coming through, but I do believe we actually have an interview on the floor with one of our players. So I'm going to be very excited to see whether or not we are going to hear them talking about whether or not there is going to be a massive comp switch moving from the Morris Isle over to Holoref. So let's get that underway.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to XCG to be the winner of this game. We invite 小南 to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先小南跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是小南。
Okay, welcome. So last time we mentioned about each position of double transformers combinations. So this time I saw your team use Yudo, Viper, and Wu Chen's combinations. So maybe you can tell us about these combos, position, some information about this. 那其实上一把我们有提到双变的3个位置的区分。那这一把看到你们用妖红尘，可以跟我们讲讲这个阵容的1、2、3号位分别是谁吗？
这个阵容一般1号位是妖刀姬，2号位是红叶，3号位是无尘。因为妖刀姬有解控嘛，他冲得最凶，他有那个配当1号位。
Okay, so for this combo, Yudo was the first position, and Viper is the second, and Wu Chen is the third position, because Yudo's ultimates have a really high damage, and it also can like clean the control of yourself. And for Viper, also her ultimate is really can control the opponent, and Wu Chen can give your team the fault tolerations. So when you so I see this time in the final circle, these weapons, a weapon called Flamer, gave us a really great help. So can you tell us, when we have these weapons, we usually give these to who in the combo? 那其实我看到这一把在决赛圈这个喷火筒给了大家很大的压制力啊，那可以告诉我们一般就是拿到喷火筒是给位置中的谁吗？
一般要给1号位，因为这个东西喷雾筒就给前排比较好一些。因为你一般给3号位的话，因为喷雾筒是一个压位置的嘛，你3号位顶得太前面的话，压不了位置，容易被开团什么的。一般都是给1号位带喷火筒。
Oh, okay. So when we use like flamers, we usually give these weapons to the first position of our combo because usually Yudo was the like front in the fight, and these weapons can give your opponents a really strength in the fight. And if you give these weapons to like maybe third position, it's not good for your fight because the third position must give your team like a heal or like a support, so give the first position is the great choice. So like when you are in the fight, like which position use range weapons usually? 那其实平常在我们打斗的时候，哪个位置是最经常用远程去输出的呢？
一般是3号位，无尘吧，就是无尘啦、奶妈啦、加南了这种英雄。
Why？
因为这个英雄你上前，它有个霓虹叶机制嘛，就是如果说你踢到这种3号位英雄，它就可以被迫开团嘛，一般就是3号位站得最远，被迫被这个霓虹叶开团什么的，一般远程都给这个3号位。
Okay, so when you in our fight we usually like third position play the range weapons usually because our combo have vipers and if like your vipers kick someone and gave someone a silent, and your third position can use the range weapons to give the like whole damage on your opponent, and third position is always have a really long distance in the fight, so it's really like great for this position to use the range weapons. Okay, so today is our weekly final, and I saw XCG have a really great shape today. So how do you think about today's game? 那其实今天也是我们的周选嘛，XCG 有很好的状态，觉得今天有什么期望可以分享一下？
尽量拿个前5吧。
Okay, so
别让二哥失望吧。
Okay, so we maybe got top 5 because we don't want to disappoint our boss. 好的，谢谢小南来到我们的采访，那也是抓紧时间休息，我们赶紧调整状态，进入到下一局，好吗 ？Thanks, 小南 come to our will. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day, brain fart there, as we're dropping on our new map, Holoref. Just snow area. I don't need snowstorm. I just want to see the snow area. I haven't seen it yet. Please, god damn it. All right, that's me. That's my event out of the way. Probably not going to see too many monks. Let's be real. We don't expect to see monk on this map. There's not most circles kind of don't favor a monk, so most people just don't risk it. What are we expecting on this?
Yeah, so first of all, stop cursing my Naraka games. Ever since you've started voicing your desire for snowstorms and snow areas, every single time I've dropped Holoref, and I usually drop Imperial Village, literally, I always see snowstorm approaching. I'm like, oh, great, dude. Jake's done it again. Thanks, Jake.
I like how I'm doing it to your games. I mean, I've been very busy this month, so I haven't actually had the chance to play the map. But every competitive game I've watched has just been in the more barren areas, and I'm like, I love the puzzle. It's really cool. You got the ballistas. I like the the rolling pin of death area where it's just circling around that little tower, and people keep getting run over it because they apparently don't learn. But I haven't seen any snow. I haven't seen any of the snow area. I don't know any of the traps or anything that's going on there. I want to see it. I want to see something big. I want to see something fresh. I want to see something new. So that's what I'm holding up my hopes out for.
I mean, talking about, the rolling pins of death, we've seen this week a lot of players being caught out by it. Solos a couple of days ago, we had some players who walked by trap clips and we were like, okay, yeah, they'll be okay. And then they walked back into the spikes and we're like, oh no.
Well, yesterday we had a player, there was a big fight going on. He went, you know what? I don't want anything to do with this. Walked off and got flattened, lost most of his health, and then everyone fighting stopped, turned around and just ran for him instead. It's just carnage. I love it. The one thing I really love about Holoref is just, I love the traps. I love the way that they really change up the way the game is basically played in that sense. I'm just having a quick look. Actually, this will be my first trios match on Holoref, so I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see, how the trios go, because I've only seen solo players play on it.
Yeah, so basically, just as the solo players sort of try to keep themselves close to the traps to bait out players, either they have to commit properly heavily in and they can be caught out by the traps, or they just don't actually commit into the fight at all. So they can take that advantage and go for things like the pistols, the muskets, the bows, the cannons, without having to worry about any of that aggression being turned against them. I'm expecting we're going to see the same here. We actually had I believe it was Hui in solos, devise a strategy. The first time that he ever dropped in Holoref, he said he died twice to phony rollers. So what he actually did was he devised a strategy in solo play that he would drop next to a phony roller as Taka and take fights next to them, forcing players into either taking the fireball damage or walking into the phony roll themselves. And that adaptation is what I'm expecting to see coming out from a lot of these players. But for me, it is really going to hinge on where these players drop, because obviously you have your Plume Temple where there's a lot of really high tier loot. A lot of it is actually really high above you. You can climb up that Phoenix statue, and the higher you go, the better tier the troves tend to be. Plus, you don't have to worry about the chandelier being dropped on your noggin, which is always a worry that I have. The problem, though, is that there are free bells to actually clang out and give away line of sight of where your enemies are coming from. So it does become a very dangerous area. I prefer going in places like Imperial Village, where you can do really clean rotations around Totem, into Arena, and then up into the Yurt, where there's 2 stories of normally legendary trove loot that can really quickly embolden you so that you can come in with either legendary armor or purple armor, or sometimes even legendary weapons. Then you can backtrack out to Waterfall, pick through the troves there, and it's a little bit more open in terms of the spacing too, so if you get caught out, you have a little bit more room to breathe.
Yeah, completely. Just waiting on, obviously, what this game is going to look like, hero select-wise. I'm just excited to not see Monk. I can't...
You're gonna bring it into it. I hate to tell you, but players still are probably going to run Monk.
Yeah, I know. It's, how I was with Rune yesterday, and I know you're suffering from a bit of Z-ping. Zping burnout. I have been suffering from Monk burnout for like a month now. Well over a month now, actually. We're at the end of September. So, you know, what I loved about the end of season 1 was people were starting to pick different things. That's what I like about Holoref. People pick different things. But don't worry, Monk's only going to get more obnoxious because, like you said, the Zping v3 might just make Monk the only playable unit. Because
imagine that, right? Imagine if you're in Vajra form and you get the inspiration shield. That's gonna be a very big bubble, and that's also an absolutely terrifying prospect.
Yeah, well, that is probably the future of the game for a little bit until they do something about Zping. It's a shame because I like her as a unit, but she's just a tad overtuned. And the big thing for me, actually, just kind of derailing it while we're getting ready to go in this game, me and Rune were talking about ways to handle it, and I just said just double the cooldown on her F.
Oh yeah, agreed.
Like
100%.
that is literally like at its core, I'd say that's probably the best way to nerf her and still make her playable. Because at the moment, her F ability, you use it, it's got a 20-second cooldown, and for about 11 or 12 of that, it's actually running. Or you know when the criteria is met, but it will run for about 12 seconds. So you only actually have about 8 seconds of downtime with Zping. If like you should probably have like 28 seconds of downtime because then there's a window where she could be punished.
Yeah, or you make it sort of a choice, right, between either taking the cooldown that it is and losing the fact that you can't be interrupted by non-focus strikes. Like, that sort of thing, because at the moment, as you pointed out, like, solo play especially, that's why, especially on Holoref, we tend to just see lobbies chock full of Z-pings, and fights go on, instead of 30 seconds and done, we will see 4 different rotations of that F and bubble as both Z-pings are able to just sustain through. However, Z-ping not currently going to have access to her version 3 of the ultimate and the F, so much more likely if we do see a transformer come through, the typical support is going to be that Karumi. We might get to see the Temi being slotted in, especially with the fact that Holoref, as you pointed out, is a lot more vertical. There's a lot more punishing angles, so if you do want to still run that transformer, you are going to want to have that whirlwind on your side so that you can blanket out all of the verticality, all of those angles. XCG and JT are actually currently running a little bit of a different script too, coming out with that Takeda. This is something that we have seen in solo play, but we're yet to actually see make its mark in trios, and I'm very excited to see how this is going to be pulled off, because he does a lot of damage. Obviously, with the amount of the slashes that you can get with the ultimate, you hold for the free, you catch them as they come in from the verticality, you're going to get more damage if they're up in the air. This could be really strong, paired with something like a Temi, which when you get hit by that whirlwind trying to work through the ultimate, it throws you airborne.
Yeah, I like it. I'm happy to see it because Takeda was obviously like when I first joined, he was new. He was showing up quite a lot in solos. Like in the first week, I think we had quite a lot of Takeda getting picked up, and then people went, "Nah, actually, this unit's kind of whack." But here we go. We're getting ready to go on to the map 4. We just skipped everything. We are into the action here, and oh, it's the snow zone. Let's go, J Team. Having a fight versus EWG. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. As EWG actually feeling very happy. They forced J-Team very, very low. Looking to try and catch them out. Jumping back in with the turnaround, but it's going to be EWG now on the run as Eagles trying his best to hold fast, but he finally goes down. And EWG going to be able to win this fight as we actually cut over to the puzzle and the ballista. Remember, there's some really good loot here if you can get it. The coveted red armor, which I'm still yet to see.
Yeah, I'm also yet to see. Like, it's a very slim percentage. I don't know the actual numbers. The problem is that you have to actually go below to be able to find those glyphs, and that does open things up for players to just wait on top to catch you out. And that does seem like a lot of these teams are trying to vie for it. No surprises, it is going to be the Transformers and the Yodo comps that are wanting to try and take control of that chest as fast as possible so they can kit themselves out to come in with the better weaponry as loot, as it does seem like it's OUG walking away with that fight win, and will have a little bit of downtime to go below, dodge the Thorny Roller, use those scale rushes to be able to get over those walls and find the glyphs as fast as possible, as we're back in Imperial Village. Yoda ultimate coming through from EWG, trying to land those slashes onto those players, entirely uncontested at the moment. Viper ultimate to be able to lengthen out the fight even further, as it is going to now be that semi-ult coming on out. Wolves trying to throw in the Yuashan to be able to zone off those players dodging into their own Bane's Breath as well, just making sure that they should be able to buy themselves a little bit of respite so that Zhao and 14 can both come back online and get fully healed up as the Yuashan ultimate does run out. Bane's Breath still coursing through, so EWG are going to be sequestered at the moment into these huts to be able to try and find that reset, but no one's actually chasing after them. They've been able to lose their pursuers, and now Refresh, they can look to try and push on to the loot. I don't think anyone's actually cleared that building with 2 tiers above it. So not only do you have those 2 tiers, you can also scale up the building. And there tends to be a legendary trove over there as well. As you can see, YZG reduced to 1 player very early on. It is just going to be that lone Temmie trying to survive and keep themselves out of the fray as they wait for their teammates to be able to reconvene.
It's a bit quiet for OUG, unfortunately. They did actually have... Actually, no, I lied. They had a really good game last time. They just went out early. I think they got 9 kills to start it off. But they just were, unfortunately, eliminated very early on in the game. So they didn't really get too much of a multiplier. And J-Team and Wolves now looking to try and find each other out. I'm so happy, by the way. We finally get to see it. I've actually spent a bit of time here as well. That was 2 purple armors from that chest.
Yeah, Imperial is nuts when it comes to finding good loot. Like, I would not be surprised if we see purple weapons and armor kitted out for a lot of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, OUG, Ziyu, able to escape actually for now. I think there was a Wu Channel out there to get them away, but OUG, low HP right now, trying to come forward and contest. The freeze from AS comes down, and oh, where did SS go? His health bar just evaporated. Is Zinyu now forced to go into a panic Yoto ultimate, but he's quite low to the ground, so he can still take damage. His AS is just going to freeze himself up. Zinyu's trying to finish up on 2-1, but he is on his lonesome and will be taken down. He does still have the revive, though, so it's not the end of the world for OUG, but definitely not the situation they want to find themselves in.
I don't think they've solved the puzzle yet.
No one solved it, no.
And 70GL are literally just using it as a hostage situation. Anyone tries to go down and find those glyphs, they're just gonna get whammed by the Thorny Roller and then whammed on the exit by the repeating crossbow. All Wade has to worry about at the moment, yeah, they're able to get on top of the wall. Like, if you actually hang on top of that ceiling, or you're able to scale up the wall high enough, you don't get hit by the roller. As opposed to 70GL's AS, who is a little bit too low on the ground and does get whammed by it. Has to use that freeze form to try and find themselves a little bit of respite. Does go down, though. And it is going to be 17JL still surviving, still able to keep themselves intact. The reinforcements come through, and now hopefully they should be able to scale on top and take what's rightfully theirs, because they still haven't solved the puzzle, and Assault Altar is right there, so it can still be very hotly contested.
Cut over to YZG though, who are in a fight with Ace right now, as Alex gonna be able to run down CXZ, taking him out as well. It's going to be a rough loss there for YZG. They do still have... Actually, I don't believe they have the revives. I think I just saw they don't have revives, so that's a hard one. And XCG also getting slammed by OC. A lot of the kind of top-performing teams, the teams we have expectations of, are falling a little bit short right now. This is definitely a bit of a surprise. Is 28HH, I say that, is getting turned onto the Wuxian out though, and they're going to be able to revive their teammates.
Yeah, this is something that we do tend to see from some of these teams. Some of them are just more comfortable on Morris. Our Hollow is still relatively new. And with all of those environmental hazardry, some teams just really aren't prepared for that change to terrain, as it is going to be XCG trying to find those kills. No Wuchen TP to save that team, as they are still going a-hunting. They've been able to isolate out one of their members. Does start to take a lot of damage though from that Matari cell phone. we can see VVV will be able to pick up Jiaonan on the side of XCG. Justina ultimate comes through from VVV, trying to freeze up those players, setting the table for their teammates to be able to finish up those kills. But OC comes in for the third party and walks away with a very tasty 3K. XCG absolutely obliterated as FPX, looking to open things up, just laid the groundwork for their kills to be stolen, I believe, for nose.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to struggle to actually really contest OC, especially with those health bars. So I think FPX maybe hoping they can get the revive off, but not going to be able to do so. TXJ has been sniffed out. They're looking for the repeating crossbow shots, and 0-1 able to secure that kill nice and easy onto FPX and VVV now. The only remaining member hiding around in a bush, and crucially, FPX don't have their revive. So if VVV is found out here, that is them just out. And OC, I think they smell a rat. They are checking every bush.
Every single bush. There's a reason as well that FPX were looking to try and win that fight as fast as possible. They just come off of a revive. That's why their loot is still in the grey. They were trying to pick off anything, any scrap that they could find on the ground, but enough time had passed into that first circle that everything had really been scrounged out. So they needed to come in with those kills to be able to loot those cairns and embolden their supplies. Something is just playing bait at the moment. What is this pogo stick play? Pixel and Ventus might actually be falling for it. They might be baited into taking the fights. And that isn't really where you want to be taking those engagements, is something just...
That is an insane customization.
Oh, that's the new Tien skin.
Wait, is he always purple?
No.
No, that's what I meant. Yeah, I was about to say, that's an insane custom. He's purple.
There's a little bit of a Dragon Ball freeze action, I guess, going on down. As unfortunately, he might be a little bit red after that play in the cheek, because Dunkling does go down to Ventus. And now Pixel coming off of that Monk, looking for those grabs, trying to land them as fast as possible. They've got as well a little bit of buff to their names. It's not the Draco Storm, so it isn't really that true worry that you have to be terrified about, but it's still going to be a lot of damage coming on out. GD not wanting to really take that fight. Grapple cancelled as well. Trying to keep themselves alive. Will be able to land a lot of damage and find a pick before they go down, but the resurrection should be there, as Ventus's players will be able to keep the low ground in control. As we can see, Alliance is lucky, opening up with a Yodo ultimate on to J-Team, as Bauta will lose Axiao. Able as well to find that vertical uppercut slash onto one of those players trying to escape on out. And we can see that Alliance are looking very put together. Alliance, another team that really feel like they've come into their own off of the back of entering into Season 2. Like, they were on the fringes of it in Season 1, but ever since we hit Season 2, they've just looked so confident.
Yeah, no, they've looked very, very good. They've definitely made a massive recovery and taking out J-Team as well. First team to go down on this map, and not what they wanted. A 17JL looking for Bowder here. AS gets himself countered, knocked into the wall, freezes. But that is Bowder down and eliminated. J-Team and Bowder, the first two teams to get taken out of this. Is Ventus again, very, very set up. Really, really good gear for themselves at this point. And FPX VVV is actually able to get a rebirth charm from the Mora's Blessing. So he now needs to try and get away and revive at least one of his teammates. But he does have Ventus hot on his heels and got himself stuck on the terrain. And that actually might be the end of him. That one little misplay means that Ventus are able to close the gap, and now they can start to get the chains on, and there is nowhere for VV to go. He's tried his hardest, but he is going to 1v3, and I don't think he's going to be able to win it unless he has his ultimate up and available. But
he had to use it.
Has it. There it goes. That is another team eliminated. We have seen Bowder, J-Team, and FPX all eliminated.
Yeah, VVV actually had to use that ultimate very early on to be able to scale the castle walls. And that is something that is punished. Unfortunately, just knocking into those barriers, stopping that momentum from the grapple, does mean that his pursuers are able to catch him. As Shirley using those grapples just to get a little bit of intel on how many players are going to be around. Still sticking around Imperial. You may get to see a snowstorm pretty soon, Jake. You may get to Take that one off of the bucket list.
Is it the right
Holoroth.
weather? Because it has to be the right day, like night or day cycle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame. We might see Ghostly Mist though. Ghostly Mist is a fun one. They are heading towards one of the areas that it affects. Purple hands basically spread out from the ground, and if they grab you, you get silenced, you take damage, and you can't grapple.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of them too. Like, you think, okay, maybe there's only one or two. No, if you're in a purple mist area, there's about a good 25. As XCG going to be in a thorny roller area, having to be very careful about how they traverse those tracks. The Takeda still going to be in play for these teams. And Takeda as well is one of those players in Heroes that's really good for Final Circle. Right, when all of those players are clumped up and you're guaranteed to hit a massive majority with those strikes, that's when the Takeda is able to find his fight. And we have seen Takeda in solo play, tried to be pulled off by, I believe it was Kai Bao, actually, on Holoroth. The problem was that you have to really time when you use your ultimate. Yeah, he tried to go in with a charged up dual blade left click rather than opening up the ultimate and immediately got punished. As we can see, GG just being swarmed at the moment. They've lost LXM, so no heal going to be available. Forced out of the no ult area as well. Will be able to use it to potentially get that transformation off, but GG330 does actually go down before the transformation can come through. Lucky very quick to be able to pick that one up. And GG very quickly going to be reduced to just one member.
Yeah, maybe even less, because AS is hunting. 17JL have just had like all of these top teams on their list right now. They have 8 kills, and they are basically taking all of the top teams out. They are, as you can look on the overall standings right now, 12th in the standings. So they got a long way to go. But Wolves and 17JL are desperately trying to take out some of these top teams, and Wolves especially so, because remember, they started in 2nd today and they have slipped into 11th overall in the standings. It has not been their day.
Oh, that's a mean one. Zone's going to start to close through, and there are only 2 exits out from underneath Salvation Podium. As we can see, Viper Ultimate comes through, but it's Team Ace that actually get the shorter end of the stick, having to use that Wuchen TP to be able to escape on out. As it is now going to be OUG trying to find those players and just keep themselves alive as the corruption starts to chip into their health bars. As you can see, teammates with that Wuchen have been able to escape out cleanly.
Yeah, good escape actually though. That's the power of the Wuchen, is if you do find yourself backed into a corner, you can make your way out. Unfortunately, it won't be a final circle on the snowy area, but we will be moving out of that more barren part over towards YZG, and I think it was I didn't see actually who the other team was there, but over towards YZG, who are currently situated in the area. As Wolves are just using this transformation to defend them Aura's Blessing, get their hands on this and get that gear going for themselves. Wolves, 6 kills under their belt. They need a absolutely monstrous game to reclaim their spot at the top. What is that customization? What is
the customizations are amazing. I love it. I
looks like a Lord of the Rings orc.
Yeah, you can change the angles and shave sort of like ears as well, so you can have like elf ears. I've seen some really cool ones. I've seen Tarka being turned into Kratos.
Oh my word, that one's good. Big fan of that.
Which is always a really fun one. Tammy as well tends to get a lot of Kratos makeovers. As we can see, Team Ace coming through. Still 3 members emboldened, which is the win condition for this composition. Play till final circle, have all 3 of your members alive, have the loot necessary to be able to land the hits that will be able to deal damage after that Viper ultimate to follow through into kills. As it is going to be... There we go, ghostly hands. Do you see them? That's so cool. They just stick. They just stick out of the ground and try and grab you up. As it is going to be in those areas affected in the green is where those purple hands are going to spread. So all of those players now going to have to actually take to the high ground because they don't spawn on top of those tent roofs. They do spawn on the low ground though.
That's cool. I want to see them now. Oh, there's someone on the ground.
They're there. See it? This one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I can't believe I pointed at the camera and you have absolutely no clue where I was pointing. Something else which is really fun that when we have a weather effect in Holoroth, it spawns new troves. So it does mean new chances for loot, and if you've just been rebirthed off of those rebirth charms, you do have a potential to very quickly get your gear into, well, gear.
Yeah, true. And actually, GD able to get the rebirth as well, or the rebirth charm, but they need to be able to cash it in before they can do anything about it. Holding up for the moment though, GD. Still in the middle of the pack as Ace here. Just gonna go do a bit of shopping before they head back into that circle and get themselves situated towards. We are definitely in that kind of slower area of the game now where it really does take it a little bit more chill, a little bit more relaxed before we head towards that final circle.
Yeah, final circle as well. Not really going to be the best for these monks. There's going to be a lot of buildings and high ground for these monks to try to navigate, which is why at the moment all of these teams trying to already cover up a position so that their monk before transformation comes through is going to be able to take that high ground and look for those grabs on players on the low ground. As XCG, the ones now being spotted out of position, something else that is very punishable is when you're running a composition that is against the grain. Because we see the nameplates and the different skins for all of these players, all of these amazing customizations of like the purple and the Lord of the Rings style orcs. All of these other players don't. So if they're running into another monk, they're like, okay, well, maybe it's the monk we were chasing down, maybe it isn't. If they run into a Takeda, with how little Takedas are in the lobby, it's going to be very easy to be able to pinpoint down those very low health targets that are already going to be on the run, making themselves very much a target. As anyone knows, if there's a Takeda or a Taka coming into final zone and players know about it, they will make pacts, there will be truces where everyone comes together to take out that threat first, because Takeda and Taka in final circle against any of these compositions is absolutely brutal. So it's now horrifying. It is very much going to be up to XCG to keep themselves out of line of sight, as they do have to play a little bit quieter. They've already been able to bag 5 kills. As long as they make it into final circle, they will be able to set that win condition on the table, as we do still have 35 players in the lobby. Bane's Breath coming through, just try and cut a little bit more of those players' movements, not allowing them to be able to take that high ground as easily as possible. YZG, another team that really want to keep themselves alive into final circle, running that monk, running that Justina and the Temi. There is no support for this monk if that Temi goes down. So they are going to be keeping themselves out of the fray, making sure they've got all of the resources in the world so that when the Temi ult comes through, they can use it to recharge, they can use it for reshields and replenishes of the health when that monk drops his transformation.
Well, for now, everybody is just holding fast, waiting. There's still 35 players left in this lobby, so not like the previous game where I think at this point we were down to about 22 players. Everyone is definitely playing a little bit more tempered going into this. Wolves need to start to pick up a few more kills though, and actually 17JL 9 kills on the board right now, doing pretty good on that front. Can just see on the left hand side of your screen the overall scoreboard as Ventus gonna throw down the sandstorm, and let's get their attention towards this Mora's Blessing and pick this one up. But Wolves not willing to quite give it up yet, so it's hard for them to contest. Pixel finds himself interrupted. The Mora's Blessing actually not gonna survive long enough with the sandstorm, and Wolves are just gonna pressure forwards and force them away. Oh! With the cannon shot from TJ, onto TJ, they're able to get it. The Wu Shen ult now comes out. OUG have been taken out. Wolves are doing their best to hold on and try and deny this Mora's Blessing, but I believe it was finally cashed in on as NPG were able to get it.
Yeah, legendary armor coming through for NPG's Yodo. And it is going to be to the sorrows of Wolves, because they were trying with that flamer to be able to hold on to it. They denied the monk, though, from getting it, and that's massive. Pixel is going to be extremely vulnerable, or a little bit more so, coming in with that purple armor rather than the legendary, as we can see Wolves still trying to hold on to the high ground. Ventus now trying to push Wolves off, so that 14 isn't going to be able to get that free transformation that they're looking for. Is 14 going for a little bit of a Kratos luck? It feels like he's going for a little bit of a Kratos luck.
To me, that looks like a Lord of the Rings orc and a panda had a baby. Like, that's the only, that's all I can see when I see it.
That's the Panda Man origin story, is it? As XCG are honestly doing exactly what they have to, just taking those cannons, making sure to carve themselves a safe position, not get spotted out, keep the Takeda alive. Anyone gets close enough, pressure them with the cannon slash. They're not going to be able to fully commit because those players, all of these trios, at the moment, it's just the feeling out phase. Everyone's waiting for one player to make that wrong move, one player to overstep, and that's when you pounce and you punish. Is XCG with that Takeda still going to be playing when that final zone starts to close on through? As 17GL have got themselves into a relatively decent position. They're not really taking a lot of pressure. There's a lot of rocks for them to be able to break line of sight and hide behind. You can see as well a fight going through on their left flank, which they're going to have to be a little bit more cautious of, just making sure that they're not going to have their space intruded upon by a team trying to push into that space to be able to use it for a soft reset. The bows coming through in case they can find potential for that snipe, something that we saw our previous winners taking full advantage of. Lixenhen with 17k damage coming out from that bow is so an absolutely mind-boggling amount as we can start to see things beginning to kick off a little bit, simmering, now starting to boil. Wolves wanting to make sure that they're in a position to be able to collapse in on those players still running that flamer as well, so no one can really aggress onto this team. Instead, they're just making the first move, feeling out their opponents, wanting to see if anyone is looking to over-aggress. If they get stuck on the insides of the tent too, that flamer can be absolutely monumental in cutting off an escape and just taking so much damage into your health bar. But Wolves can see there's a lot of players in that tent. They're not actually committing because then they do lose that safe position to be able to find that reset. There's 17JL now looking to try to pressure with the bows, looking for that snipe. Still don't really have an entrance tool though. They're not running that monk, they're not running that Yodo, so it is much more going to be a patient gameplay coming out from this team, as there are still 32 players left alive. A lot of them vying over this mid-10 right in the middle area. Wu Chen's as well as Alliance just trying to keep themselves out of line of sight. Sorrow with that legendary armor and a purple weapon, trying to keep themselves into play, holding onto that Yoda ultimate for as long as possible as 17JL now start to make their presence known. They're taking a lot of splash damage, as is customary when you give up your safe space and then look to move into other parts of this map.
They are holding fast at the moment, but everything's closing in on that tent in the center, as it looks like Ace is actually, Yoto ultimate was burnt here from Alex as he's looking to try and finish up some people, but unable to actually really connect anything, because now the grabs are coming in from Pixel on that high ground. This is the problem with the monk. The terrain just isn't amazing for all these monks, and there's too many trees, there's too many walls, there's too many tents, there's a lot of things for people to hide in, lots of nooks and crannies, and they are going to start to struggle. For now though, able to find a couple of grabs here and there, but Who's 14 somehow able to thread the needle onto YZG's QGG and finish him up. Now the snares coming in, the stuns coming in from the Yoto. There's a bit of a response coming out. The Sandstorm goes down as well. And everything's actually getting very, very hairy as Zhao with the Flamer going down, breathing fire onto everybody below. As Sorrow gonna pop himself the Yoto ultimate, as Lingjing is gonna get sent packing by the Sandstorm, and everything is getting very, very messy. As 28HH is trying to get those last couple of flashes off before the Wu Chen bails him out to safety. As it looks like Zhao Lui trying to freeze everybody up with that Viper Stun and are able to connect it atop the tent. We can see Dongqing is trying to find a grab, but he was unable to even get the slam down in time. So it's just a little bit of a grasp and a disconnect from his teammates, but not going to be able to achieve too much more. As EWG have been eliminated from the lobby, the front runners have been taken out, and now 17JL and Wolves, it is their game to take if they can just get those extra counter kills put together. Lucky trying to stun everyone up with the Viper, unable to do so, as he's now going to get juggled off by the side of OC on atop this tent and unable to go any further forward. Grabs still just being so hard for Zhao to land. Really, really struggling to find them.
Oh, XCG though, still alive. They've still got the Takeda. keep an eye on this composition. They've only got 8, but that can very quickly rocket on up as that zone is going to push these players off of the high ground into the Takeda. Perfect setup for that ultimate to come through. As you can see, Zaitoro on that Monk having to vacate the high ground right onto the low as Wolves take the opportunity to go for a transformation sequence of their own, looking to try and get those grabs onto those players, trying to escape the zone's reach, with Jehao coming in off that Flamer to be able to capitalize on any player grab. There's a grab, there's the barbecue, starting to absolutely char grill the slam to be able to follow through. As we can see, MPG actually grabbed out of the
Wolves! Wolves are doing so much work here. It's just constant grabs coming down. 10 players left standing. Wolves with 14 kills are set up for success. Actually seeing XCG getting a cheeky revive off. There is no way he's able to pull this off. There is no way he just pulled that off. But Wolves one feint come in and punish him for reviving his teammate and take him down with a slash of the charge of the longsword. As now XCG are getting bopped back by Wolves. But they still have a couple of members up and available. A couple of members who could potentially turn this game around for the side of XCG. But Wolves are dominating this lobby with 17 kills and an absolutely just horrific amount of damage coming in from the Flamer, torching the lobby here as they are going to bop out Dongqing into the zone. He's getting chunked down by the zone and will fall down. Wolves cashing on their 18th kill. They're going for the 20 bomb and they're on track to do so. A slam comes in from 14. K has been sent into the zone, but it is just not enough time, not enough health. It's going to have to be a bloody miracle, and I don't think he has enough juice in the tank. Wolves are going to look to take it all. AS is freezing everybody, but he is bleeding out to the zone. Wolves are going low. It's not enough. Wolves with a 20 bomb.
You know, in the interview, 14 said that he looked up to Pixel, and we can see the influences from Pixel because that was a Pixel perfect final ring coming out for 14. Absolutely monstrous in terms of the grabs that he's able to find. Cancels out the Yoto ultimate, immediately able to grab those players, hold them into the barbecue of the Flamer follow through as well. Has the knockback punch connecting onto Dongqing, so the other Monk that could have contested you gets tapped and sumo slammed outside of the zone. So far, with how hard that terrain is to traverse for the Monk form, he's not able to get back in time. He goes down to zone tick. And from there, it is just Wolves. The fact that they can pop back into the Monk form and then at the same time use the Yuation, knowing that there is no damage that is going to be able to drop the Monk fast enough if they just use both ults to absolutely clear the zone. You either die to the tick damage or you die to the Transformers absolutely sweeping through every single player left like they are just mere mortals beneath the heel of their boots.
That was such a good win for Wolves, not because it was a 20 bomb game, but because they needed that point. They needed those points. They needed that game to actually go in their favor. We've now had 2 bad games from YZG. YZG, turns out the curse might be real. They won the first game, and they won the first game in style, and then they were evicted for the last game with 1.6, and the game we just had, they only got 5.4 points, I believe, at the end of that game. So they have a collective of like 6-7 points from the last 2 games. Wolves just got a 37-point game. Let's be real. We know the maths on it. I think it's 37.5 points is what you get for what they just did. So they get that many points. They just go from like 12 back into that top side of the table. They go very, very high up the ladder. So that is a massive win for them. With XCG also not getting a massive amount of points because it was 17 JL picking up a bunch of points. That was a good game for Wolves to find a return to form because they needed to have a game where they got lots of points and they needed games where some of the top teams weren't getting a lot of points. And right now, I think YZG are probably starting to panic because they are now at the halfway mark. They've only had 1 good game and people are scoring mad in today's games. We are having a very, very high kill winning games and a lot of points being scored to a lot of different teams, and people are starting to reel in, and if YZG continue on this trajectory, they're just going to be surpassed. They're going to be pushed aside and they're going to be taken over.
Yeah, my heart as well goes out to XCG. They played up until that final zone exactly the way you had to when you're running that Takeda. But unfortunately for them, having to try to go for that resurrection so that they had the damage to be able to again follow up on the setup from all of their teammates just meant that they took so much zone 6 damage that they were literally a puff of air, a mere finger flick in their direction would have felled that Takeda, and that's exactly what happened. As the Takeda was brought down very, very quickly, and the ultimate was not able to connect onto that monk from coming out from 14 fast enough. He's able to sustain through it, and it is Wolves walking away. And Wolves, we saw in the stats before today's game started as well. This is a team that only gets better as the day continues. Not only do they drop a 20 bomb, they surpass the 20 bomb. They come in with 21 kills, setting themselves up for 38.6 in terms of a game score in just one match.
That is a big, big win there for Wolves. 17JL, 22.2 points as well in second. XCG, yes, they didn't make it all the way, but at least they made it to the top 3. They're going to be happy with that one. They got a decent amount of points from that. Set up very, very well going into the second half of the day. FPX, what the hell's been going on with them? 2.2 points, GG.
Damn.
They were playing good in game 2. 0.5 points. Like, we saw a lot of big teams get evicted very early from this game.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, Holorock is one of those which can be really uncomfortable. Some teams are very obviously trying to nail it down as quickly as possible. And other teams, I think, are focusing a little bit more on Morrisal, because you do the maths. You're playing only 2 games on Holorock as opposed to 4 on Morrisal. So it makes sense statistically that if you are more comfortable in Morrisal, you should be able to put points in that exceed and make up for a poor score on Holorock. The problem is that it's not a poor score, it's almost a non-existent score for both Bowder, FPX, and GG, who were caught out very early. And for them, they were also very aggressive, having come back from the Soul Altar. They almost immediately attempted to go for a third party, and they just didn't have the loot to be able to actually stand up with that decision.
No, not at all, but here we go. Your MVP, One Feng, on the Yuation. There we go. Got a brain fart there. 10 kills, 23k damage. Like, actually very low damage game, if I'm going to be real with you, but like, even so, this was just Wolves. They were on the third parties this game, and that's the thing, is when you see high kills, low damage, what that means is they are reading when to go into fights at the correct time. They're not overextending, overexerting themselves. They're coming in and just mopping up. A very easy victory for them, and Wolves, a necessary victory more than anything.
Yeah, and I mean, it really goes to show when they use those ultimates too, like, you can track how disciplined they are in terms of when they want to time intruding into those fights with how they use that transformation. It's very, very rare that we see Wolves open up fights with a transformer. They much prefer to react to what's going on around them, which is exactly where the monk wants to be. If you go for that transformation sequence, first of all, you paint a target on your back. You literally throw up a flare saying, this is my position, please blitz me down as fast as possible. But if you wait and use it as a reactionary to either a Yodo ultimate after she's exhausted that first slash and is therefore grabbable, or you use it to cancel out a Viper ultimate, that's when the transformation sequence finds its value, because you don't have to cancel it out early to be able to save your own health bar.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was, you know, obviously now we've got 2 more games coming up on Morris Isle, so things could get a little bit spicy. I think, you know, it's if you can learn Horror before everybody else can, that is such a big key jump up, because you basically get 2 games for free effectively a day, and it feels like, you know, some teams do just have a better read on this map than others. I think 17JL, they really knew what they were doing. I think they have been scrimming and practicing on this map a lot. There's no way that these guys aren't practicing on this. Like, they just were like you said, they were gatekeeping the glyphs underneath the puzzle for ages, and anyone who came, they just imprison them in there and be like, right, you have to fight us and our pet Thorny Roller. Just really good stuff coming in from some of these teams. I'm very excited to see what it's going to look like coming back onto it for the final game of the day. But we do still have 2 more games coming up on Morosile. A little bit more comfortable for some of these teams. And I think YZG very much need comfort coming into game 4.
Yeah, I think for YZG, like, we need to see them post really good games, not just into this next run, but into the one after that too, because waiting at the end of the tunnel, it's not light, it's enough a boat trip over to Holoroth, which is something that this team is probably not really that comfortable with, right? And with how close a lot of these games have been, with how dominant all of these teams are when it comes to these final circles, that scoreboard is going to be extremely interesting to cast an eye upon to see exactly how those placements have shuffled around, because YZG were coming in at number 1, sure, but it wasn't anything like FPX in season 1 coming with a 30-point lead on everybody else. It was still relatively close. OUG were nipping at their heels in terms of taking that first position away from them.
Yeah, no, they really were. What I've really enjoyed about season 2 is partly the expectation beating. Like, we had a lot of teams, and even in solos, players who we've had high expectations for who have fallen short or not quite at the level we expected from them, but other teams have been rising up, and I feel like this season has kept that. But I've also just really enjoyed, you know, watching the rise of these teams and how they do it. Like, I think one of my favorite thing about Wolves was they've always had a really fun playstyle to watch. They've just always been very bad at translating that aggression into later game. But as you can see, they had the aggression early, but they didn't overextend. They didn't almost kind of, you know, go rabid with kind of like just energy going from fight to fight, because what would happen was Wolves would win a fight, go, oh, that's good, win another fight, they'd be like, oh, we're really good, win a third fight, and they're like, let's go for more. But like now it's they seem to have like a very good control on their aggression. And you know, the main thing was Wolves were always the third party kings. They were always the team who was super good at coming in on third parties, and we saw it here. The MVP, low damage, high kills. They were third partying. They were third partying well. They're third partying smart. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to Lear, who'll be standing by one of the guys from Wolves for the interview. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to Wolves to be the winner of this game. We invite 14 to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 现在14跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是蓝队的14。
Okay, welcome. So I see this game your team use Monk, Yueshan, and Temuch this time. So can you like tell us why you changed Kurumi into Temuch this time? 那可以看到你们这次用了这个月佛沙阵容啊，为什么把胡桃换成沙男呢？
因为周决赛我们发现就是9-2圈的沙男比较多嘛，然后胡桃。如果我们选胡桃的话，我们小人会受到沙包的影响，就比较难操作。然后我们拿特姆尔的话，也可以就是看透对面的特姆尔，然后就比较好操作。
Okay. So because today is the Biweekly final of the trios, and we noticed that in the final circle there was a lot of Temuch, so we thought we can change Kurumi into Temuch, and so that we can see the other Temuch of the other team in the final circle, and it will like give us a kind of help in the final circle for our fight. Okay, so today we always like to say about the position in the combination. So like, can you like tell us after you change Kurumi into Temuch, which position like Temuch will be? 那其实我们今天一直在探讨说这个位置的问题。那觉得把这个沙男换到胡桃位之后，他是在打几号位呢？
打3v3的话，我们是习惯沙男开大嘛，然后我们就1号位。然后打后面9-2圈的话，我们就大佛先开大嘛，然后另外2个就保大佛后续，然后就大佛是1号位，就是不同的。
Okay, so it all depends on the situation we have. So before the final circle, and we usually put Temuch in the first position, like the position who attacked first, because we usually use Temuch ultimate at first. But when we are in the final circle, and we usually like use Monk ultimate in the final circle at first. So it's like to change before a change under the situations. And so I really want to know like the order your team used out of the 3 heroes. 那其实你可以跟我们分享一下，就是这3个英雄他们使用大招的顺序吗？在一般打斗的时候。
在一般打斗的顺序就三郎先开大嘛，然后逼走就对面的就转移战场的那种能力的英雄，然后我们大佛留后手，然后追他们打的话，我们就抓他们一个就是能造成击杀，他们就服不了了，就造成就是确定性的那种击杀。
Okay, so usually we use Tamush to be the first one who has his ultimate, and after Tamush's ultimate, it can have an effect of like maybe can scare the opponent that your opponent have the high tolerations of their combinations, and then we use Monk's ultimate and to get the kills of the fight. So like this is the order that our combination use in the fight. Oh, okay, so today is also our Biweekly final. Like maybe you can share us your team's expectation of today. 那其实今天也是我们的周决，可以跟我们分享一下今天的期望吗？觉得自己状态怎么样？包括对周决的期望。
我们今天期望就保5争3吧。对。
Okay, so we want to be at least top 5. If we are lucky, maybe top 3. OK, 好的，谢谢14来到我们的采访，也希望狼队可以像你说的那样有很好的状态，然后保5争3，好不好 ？Thank 14 comes around with Interville. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness. Whoa. And all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm reviving.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm the phoenix. I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times from the ashes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into the second half of the day. We've got 2 more Asylum, 1 more Horror Rift to come up, and we were talking about it in that extended break while listening to that song. What the hell is happening to FPX and YZG? Like, they are struggling. The curse seems to be very real right now, and a lot of teams are in close contention for climbing up and getting close towards that ladder. I'm not going to call it because I think we are still way too far away from finding out exactly who is going to be the top team, but luckily we will have the overall standings in a moment, and you guys can have a we'll go over, you know, kind of what everything is actually looking like on that front, because, you know, YZG probably slipping quite heavily with a bunch of teams scoring high, because it's not just like, you know, yeah, they have one good game and then some bad games, but like their bad games were accompanied by multiple other teams scoring a pretty decent amount, and that's the scary thing. If it's only one team, then yeah, sure, that team might surpass you and that might be a problem later, but like the big problem they have right now is other teams are just reeling them in, and it's multiple teams. If multiple teams surpass you, you jump from a very high spot to a very low spot very quickly. So I'm excited to see the overall standings, see how everything's looking on that front.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if we actually see YZG taking a fall from grace and being overtaken by teams like Wolves, who have been very consistent and always coming in top 5, as well as having an absolute bonkers game on our first map of Holoroth in the previous segment, coming in with 21 kills off the back of a really nice Transformers comp. Like, a lot of the time we criticize these teams for coming in with that Temi over the Karumi, but Wolves, by playing to their strengths and also the pacing as well, didn't start the fights, didn't make themselves an easy target, so that lack of healing wasn't really punished onto the Monk. Instead, they were using that Temi to be able to react to what was happening around them and being able to blanket off teams, allowing themselves to have that breathing bubble to be able to recover. As we can have a look at exactly how the scores have panned out of the first 3 games that we've seen. J-Team going to be picking up that 9th position, having a decent game 1 and then decline as the day continues, going from 6.6 on game 2 to 4 on Holoroth. 17JL having a very quiet day, coming in with 0 on game 1, 6 on game 2, and then climbing a little bit back up onto Holoroth on 22.2, as we can see a lot of those teams looking more comfortable on Holoroth and being able to use that to try and leg up their position in those standings. Bowda Yeah, Bider and OG definitely not having a brilliant day today for both of those teams. Been very, very quiet. Bider, I think, is one of those ones that we're still expecting to see in the top 5, but they never really seem to make it in. And OC, as you pointed out, coming in on one of those podium starts at the beginning of the day, very quickly falling down to sub 10.
It's not just that. OUG were second at the beginning of the day. They're now third. They won the first Biweekly as well. Like, this is not a team that we should be taking lightly, but they have just crumbled in these Biweekly finals, and I'm not sure what's happened. It seems like that first game just didn't go great, and it's kind of got into their head a little bit. Like, they made a bit of a recovery in game 2, and I remember that being pretty decent for them. They got a lot of kills, but then just got taken out early, and then that seems to have also kind of stunted them again. And it feels like they're just taking, you know, bad situation after bad situation, and I think it's kind of got in their head a little bit. I want to go up though. I want to see what the top end of the table looks like. That's where I'm most intrigued by. We've been spending quite a lot of time on the lower half, so hopefully we'll jump up soon. And we can kind of talk about what everything's looking like up there, because I don't expect YCG are at the top anymore. I think they have probably slipped down. I mean, considering they I think they're roughly about 70 points off my just very quick mental maths. 70 points, it's almost 60 for 10th for 9th right now. So 8th is probably sitting around 58, 59 points. Like, I'm gonna hazard a guess for YZG right now are in 3rd.
Oh, you were close.
Oh, 2nd.
Oh, Wolves
close.
are in 3rd. YZG coming in on 2nd. XCG actually exceeding them. It's still close. It's still very close.
They started at 43 points, not 30 points.
That is why YZG, despite having a very rough game 2 and game 3 off of the back of putting out 37 points in game 1, have been able to secure themselves still a podium finish, but it's very much exceedable for a lot of these teams. If YZG has another 1.6 and Wolves comes in with another 38.6, they could skyrocket to be able to take away that 1st place.
I guess the key problem with Wolves, though, is if you look at their game 1 and game 2, they're not too dissimilar from YZG's plays with their other 2 lower games. Like 2.9, 2.3, that's not a great score. In fact, that win propelled Wolves, I believe they were 12th into 3rd. Like, they shot up off that one game. That game did them a lot of good, but now they've got to replicate that. And at least they need to stay consistent. They can't look for these low-scoring games. You need to be in that kind of 10 roughly plus area to be happy with each game, but you really want to be scoring way higher than that. But like anything below 10 from now for Wolves, and podium position will probably just slip away from them. I mean, look at FBX. FBX, they had, one bad game of like 2.9, but a 23 game, a 9.5 game. You know, they are slowly catching them up on that front. It's interesting because if you look at the top end of the table, there is not a single team that hasn't got at least one bad game under their belt right now. There is no one who is just consistently dominating it. It's very inconsistent on the top end of the table.
Yeah, for XCG as well, you have to remember, for game 1, they did lose that Yoto into Final Circle. And Yoto comes alive in Final Circle. Game 2, they were able to keep the Yoto in play, so they were able to walk away with 33.8. And then game 3, despite, again, not really being able to come up in terms of the amount of kills that they were able to find, they were able to take out, I believe it was 10, either 10 or 11, and still survive pretty decently long as well with that Takeda composition, just making sure that no one could really bully them out of the corner that they'd been able to carve themselves in until that zone started to encroach, which was where we did see them struggle trying to push into that transformer. They lost, again, one of their players very early. They had to hop outside of the safety into the zone to be able to take the corruption, take damage. The Takeda got taken down extremely low and had to pop the ultimate as a sort of emergency button just to be able to buy reset time, which allowed Wolves to come in on that transformer 14 with the picks, able to find those grabs into the Flamebringer, and that was where Wolves were really able to bite down straight onto the jugular. But XCG, being the more consistent of the teams on top of the leaderboard, have been able to retain a #1 spot for most of the day because of just having those 2 two consistently decent games. And so hopefully moving forward, we're going to see something similar coming out from them, that they're going to go for a little bit of early aggression in that first circle, know that they have the resurrections if they do lose one of those key pieces like that Yoda very early, but then just bide their time, play way more passively, way more safely to ensure that all three of their members makes it into that final circle where we'll see the same pop off like game 2.
I'm excited to see what this next game's going to look like. I feel, because there were some teams using their monks, they can't use monk this game. I'm pretty sure. I'm slightly guessing, but also educated guessing, I guess. Because I'm pretty sure there were teams who played monk every game as well. So they are going to be forced off the monk going into this game 4. Maybe they just go for a kind of bog standard Yoto comp. I'm curious to see what that's going to be looking like. I think this game's probably just be a lot of return to the monks. We've seen a lot of those monks. What's been interesting is the amount of Tammy monks we've had today. People very leaning into that, and I guess the power of being able to secure those Mora's blessings is the key thing for these guys.
Yeah, and interesting as well, like the fact that yes, they've used a lot of those points of monk, they've also exhausted probably their points of Temi. So would you then try and slot the Kurumi into something like a Yoto? Or would you try and keep, well, they also use the Yueshan. So would you try and keep that Yoto topped up with the Kurumi? Or would you opt for the Wu Chen so that we would see the Wu Chen Yoto Viper, which is the style of play that XTG were playing on that second game, where they were coming in with a lot of that mobility. If things got too tough, they were able to use that Wu Chen TP to be able to, if they didn't have the Viper ultimate, be able to disengage from the fights and play safely, so that they were able to, in the most situations, ideal the most amount of safety guaranteed for all three of their players to make it into that final circle. Because that's the thing, when you run that composition, just like Transformer, you play for final circle. If you get taken out, that's why we see teams like Bowder and FPX posting sub 5-point rounds, because they got taken out before they hit final circle. Even if you don't make it into the last 3 squads surviving, as long as you come in with kills and you make it to final circle, you're gonna walk away with a decent bag of points.
I think there's also there is a Transformer comp which is the rare one, and the one we've only ever seen once in pro play, but I love it. The Valda monk.
Oh, I knew.
You catch him in the whirlpool, and then he plucks them out. It's a rare one, but you know it is there. If people are starting to worry about hero points, we have one Valda
already on stage. Probably. I don't think we're gonna see another Valda come through.
We haven't had a Valda today, have we?
Leah is literally cosplaying Valda.
Oh yes, sorry. I was like, yes, okay, fair enough. She hasn't got the eye patch, so it's hard sometimes. I knew she was cosplaying someone, but I couldn't remember who. Needs the eye patch. It's a solid 8 out of 10, Leah. Like 10 out of 10 if you get the eye patch.
Okay, I'm sure Proto will pass that along, and she might be giving you the stinky eye as we move over to the next interview after one of these matches. But we can have a look at all of these players and how exactly they're shaping up. A lot of them looking very comfortable, just happy to be here. As, again, some of these squads do have a little bit of nerves at the start of these days. It takes a little bit of time for them to be able to warm up into their own. And so, like 17JL, like Wolves, we tend to see them improve as the day continues.
Yeah, absolutely. 17JL, I mean, very good game for them on Holorif. Obviously, the questions are, you know, was that a fluke? Maybe they're just more practiced on Holorif and they might make a bounce back at the end of the day. Speaking of bounce backs, this is a team that needs a bounce back. GG. What the hell happened to them? They had like one good game today, but they have just been playing not like the GG we know and love. This is a team that, you know, they were always up there. They were always a super high-performing team throughout all of last season. And they're just such a middling/lower-end team now. And I don't really understand why.
Yeah, so I think part of it is maybe because Free-Free-O's identity has always been a TN, right? He's always been extremely strong. When we talk about those Monk players when it comes to the ultimates and the amount of impact that they bring to those matches, Free-Free-O has always been up there. But I do believe we're going to get to hear from a couple of players from GG in just a moment. So maybe they'll shed a little bit of light into the coin flip nature.
双变现在的处境，感觉不是我们没打好吧？感觉现在双变 就是现在这个版本它比较难玩，但是它的平衡可以是，就大家现在都会玩红人刀了嘛，都已经练出来了。就现在红人刀队伍都会追着双片打，就导致它的生存环境并不是太好，就有点被克制吧，算是被红人刀。实力的话，我感觉大家实力都挺强的吧，感觉是你像可能大家就可能一开始 S1那几个比较强的队，就总会有个上限嘛，就大家可能都到了上限，就红人刀玩明白了，双片玩明白了。但到 S2之后，大家实力都一直在提升，你前面落下的人肯定进步要快一点嘛。所以到 S2之后，版本没改动的情况下，大家实力肯定都比较高。你可能有那种版本改动之后，可能就有进步慢的人嘛。但其实大家的实力都挺高的，就比谁进步的快了。这么说吧，GG的休息室没几个人能进啊，大家都不熟啊，不敢进。
Nice to hear there from GG. Their thoughts on everything going on and kind of their play style and the way they've been playing. I think they're probably more aware than anybody that they need to fix it. And another team that also have that exact same problem is your favourite team, Moxie, Bowder.
Yeah, coming into this season, I remember looking down the rosters, looking at the changes these teams have made and being like, Bowder is stacked. I think I DM'd you and Rune, just being like, have you seen Bowder? How is this alive? They have so many stacked players. It's absolutely cracked. They picked up the MVP of last season, 101 TN, coming through to be that star monk player. And honestly, they just haven't met expectations, to be honest. They didn't qualify for Biweekly 1. Coming into Biweekly 2, they had one decent game and then 2 below 5. It's a really tough position for Bowder to be in because, like we said, there were expectations on this team and we need to see them being able to turn things around.
We really do. But I mean, there's lots of teams with expectations who aren't even hitting it. I think the team that is probably most surprising, who aren't even here, is WBG. They're not even playing. They didn't even make it to the second Biweekly finals. They made it to the last one, and it was disappointing. Is not even a word. It was just a letdown. It was just they failed incredibly hard, and we're seeing this with a lot of teams. And I know this is a bit of a repeat storyline, and if you've been watching for the last 4 weeks, you would have heard us say this time and time again. But some teams are just not hitting the mark, and there's almost no explanation for why they seem so lost. But they really need to get their act together. We are in, the second Biweekly finals. There's only so many of these per season. And if you want a shot to make it to Worlds, you need to make this season count. Some teams have already got their points. And, after last season set up very well going towards Worlds. But if they have a bad season 2, they could just disappoint themselves incredibly bad at Worlds. But we are getting ready to drop onto Morris Isle for our 4th game of the day. Let's see if these guys can bounce back.
Yeah, there you go. You can see how exactly the day has panned out. YZG walking away with game number 1, XCG coming away game number 2, and Wolves on Holoroth taking away our game number 3. But we're headed back to the Morris Isle. This could potentially be where we get to see those monks, but it is the 4th game of the day, so a lot of these teams have potentially already exhausted that monk points that they can play, and that's a lot of Yoto, as it is going to be the majority of these teams aiming for the Yoto, Viper, and Wuchen. So again, it really does come down to playing that first circle aggressively, and then until you hit final circle, having to be so passive in terms of just peeking out, trying to contest this Morris Blessings, making it into final zones so that when all of those zones collapses in and pushes those players into each other, that Viper can set up your Yodo to come in and absolutely storm the house, as there is still going to be smatterings of monks around. 17JL opting out of the Kurumi, again fielding that Temi in the pseudo support role. GD, honestly, I prefer this composition with the Temi a little bit more. Use the Temi ultimate, box them in, the Justina comes through and can absolutely freeze everyone in the area.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to be, I think, a more explosive game. Whenever Yotos are in, it's always way more aggressive, and it's nighttime as well, so everyone's going to be wanting to put each other to sleep. And look how close all of these teams are dropping. There are so many teams grouped up on that western side of the island. it's going to be a bloodbath over there. It's going to be absolute carnage. Seems like OUG have dropped away so they can come in maybe later. But you do have to worry that, you know, whoever wins these fights is going to probably take all the good loot and just rock up completely geared.
See, that's the thing though, when you run the Yodo, it's less loot specific. That's why Valda, in my opinion, always has just a little bit too much of a fallout. Yeah. She's really good when it comes to CC and team utility that you bring to the table, but the loot dependency just takes her off the table in terms of trio play. Because those loots, the high tier stuff, it's scarce. It's harshly contested over, and Yodo has that ability with the F to be able to instantly zone. But we're already seeing a very early Viper ultimate coming through from GG. LXM going to be setting that one up. Miskia going down extremely low, but it is LXM walking away with the pick onto Wolf's Fang after the punch. Yeah.
That was just a classic Wolves mistake though. Like, why was he alone? Why were Wolves coming in one at a time to that fight? That is so classic of Wolves. That was what we saw be their big failing in the previous season was, you know, it's the lone wolf dies, the pack survives. Like, why are they separating from one another and getting themselves taken down? And those were purple nunchucks that they just gave over. They got good loot and then immediately, because their team weren't there to back them up, it was easy pickings for GG just to punish them and pick up 3 kills to start it off. J-Team also have taken out a squad with 3 kills themselves, and FPX have got 2, so it feels like some of these teams are a little bit bored of not being at the top end of the standings, are looking to try and bounce back. But I expect to see Wolves probably play very passively now, just due to the fact that they don't have those revives available to them.
Yeah, Barda cancelling out the Yodo ultimate after just 1/, not going too aggressively forward into Team Ace. Now they'll start to make their move, taking away the high ground, looking for those bow snipes to be able to set up those other 2 teammates on the low ground to chip in. And it is going to be Team Ace, though, moving away with a kill onto Barda, allowing them to get time for that disengage, for that reset, knowing that Barda now have to spend time not chasing after this team, but getting that squad mate revived. Snipe comes out, it's beautiful from 101 TM, but there's just no follow-through damage, and immediately we see those Wu Chen Soul Blade blocks to be able to ensure that no more projectiles are going to be able to make it through. Anti-ult area going to be invested as well, forcing Barda even further out of their field as we see the Bane Scrap start to come through. Wu Chen TP in the nick of time to be able to get a squad away from it, as it is J-Team who activated that Bane Scrap. You can see those blue Shinto papers around them. They don't have to worry about being out of the AoE. They can instead hunt out the players trying to disengage away from it. And it is going to be a Justina ultimate coming through from NPG, waiting for those nunchucks to be away. Does go into that freeze form. They're looking to try and finish off that pick, but reinforcements is here. Sorrow is alone, trying to find this kill and isolate, but the peel is so good that GG are still going to be able to walk away, not just with the kill, but with Donkwing still intact.
I swear that Twitch comment just enabled them there. It's like, get your head in the game. They're like, all right, and just go get a kill. Lovely stuff there from GD. And Wolves on the run this game. They are not having the best showing at all. They're being hunted down now by EWG. All very low on gear and armor right now. Wolves 14 does have purple armor and is going for the reset, but Xiao Lui has now found them. And look at that. A Wolf member alone means they will be going down. They're trying to break line of sight. Able to just about do so and survive for now, but what that basically forced was Wolves to have to turn around to a fight they really don't want to be taking, as Wolves 14 able to get the stun down, and Wolves will now jump onto EWG and look to try and finish him up, but Sansi's trying to get the slices forward. 14 goes down as EWG are just running over this fight, but the Wolves have their own Yoto to fire out a couple more shots as they're trying to finish up a couple of members. Xiao Lui going down, but not going low enough to actually be finished up, as One Fang is chasing him, but he gets stuck on the terrain. Can't quite close the gap. He's trying to get around the trees. One Fang able to find himself the kill. Wolves are eliminated with 0 points.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. See, Wolves using that Yoto ultimate aggressively rather than trying to use it as a disengagement tool, so you can buy your time and maybe get a rebuff charm. And as a result, again, we were talking about it. We were praising it. We were bigging them up. We were saying they'd solved the unfettered aggression problem, but this time it is back with an absolute rage. and it forces them out of the tournament very early on, as now we're going to see Viper ultimate coming out from SS on the side of OUG, have been able to stun up one player. Crescent Slam comes on out, chips into the damage, but Jinyu is the one who's going to be able to walk away with the kill credit. As FPX still not great loot either for this team, thinks better about going for the straight engagement, does not want to pop things off when they're taking a lot of pot shots from those repeating crossbows, just using the trees, breaking line of sight, sticking and moving with the nunchucks, moving away before they can be chased down upon, as we can see J-Team trying to go after XCG, who do have Bane's Breath of their own active as well, which is about to come into fruition, something that J-Team is going to have to be very wary of, given that they're fighting right on top of it. Oh, J-Team, no, not like this.
That is not what they needed at all. They got completely slammed on that front. XCG, they got their Bane's Breath ticking as well, so they're quite happy just to pick this up as GD actually just walked into the Bane's Breath there, and oh, wow, Klaxi, this is just not your day. You are pinned in a Bane's Breath by the members who are in control of it, and he's going to freeze himself up, but has to be very, very careful, because one of these breaths may just be enough to sink in all that extra damage necessary. As Klaxi's found himself caught!
No.
Instantly freezes himself. He's not going to hang around for long.
Oh, he does have the ultimate. So Kakashi does have a disengagement tool, but XCG are still not done. They've still got those papers around themselves. That Bane's Breath still being an absolute menace over towards Shipwreck, as we can see OUG being an absolute menace again with a Viper ultimate coming through from SS to pave the path for them to cram all of those players into Shed. Counter though, comes through from SS, trying to go for the Crescent Slam, immediately loses the weapon, allowing their players to be away from Shed. OUG now having to react with a Yoda ultimate into the pistol shot, will be able to find the pick, but it's costly on the side of OUG. They've now lost that Yoda ultimate. They're gonna be dry when it comes to utility when Bowder come calling, and they're about to knock the door down.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing very, very aggressive here. But Bowder only got the 3 kills for themselves. Want to try and put some more kills together, because remember, Bowder, as we were talking about, it's just not, they've not been able to hit the mark at all today. I mean, for the last 4 weeks, if we're going to be completely real. Looks like a bunch of teams are contesting or getting set up in this area for whatever is to come. And OUG, another team again, who we need to see more from. They won the previous bi-weekly finals. They dominated that, actually. They were super, super good. They basically were just always in the top 3 and then won the final game in style and took the whole thing for themselves. OUG starting this game with 7 kills. They're going to be sitting very, very happy with that one. And with Wolves and YZG taking out another bad game for YZG, they are going to start to slip further and further away from the top end of the table.
Well, Morris Blessing starting to come through, and with the amount of Yodos in this lobby, it is so crucial for those monks to be able to get on top of those so that they can armor their health bars up as much as possible, so that when they go for the transformation sequence, the Yodo ultimate isn't just going to absolutely shred their health. But you can see teams taking advantage, being able to pin down players' locations, knowing that those Morris Blessings are going to be contested over as Team Ace. Not actually going to see engagement, just waiting to see what comes from it. Semi-ultimate for NPG, setting up themselves to be able to tag into that chest. Justina Freeze does come through. They weren't able for Kakashi to walk through the whirlwind and escape it, but the follow-through damage is just entirely non-existent. And Kakashi with the Justina ultimate will be able to escape with their health intact. And Team Ace actually getting to secure that Morris Blessing, not looking for the picks, just looking for the chest and the long con.
Well, it looks like Bowder's actually being hunted into the zone here, or hunting into the zone, maybe, if they can get the 1v3, as Fixing Hang going very, very low. 101 TN is trying his hardest, but now with the umbrella down and the sustain, it's going to make his life even harder as he's slammed up and down. Bowder lose 101 TN. XCG able to get themselves a lovely fight here. Now, it looks like they may just lose another member because they are on the run. No stun available. That is being put on cooldown already. And Bowder are just going to start to lose more and more players. It's going so wrong for them. Actually, I say more and more players. They just lose everybody. Now, they did pop a mushroom, so XCG probably want to get within the zone. That's double tick otherwise. But right now, XCG are firing back with a 6-kill game. There we go. But GD, 8 kills. Really, someone just manifested inner strength for them with that Twitch comment, honestly. GD stepping up amazingly.
Well, I think in the next series, someone who's the fan of Bowder may well want to try that magic summoning circle, because Bowder are out very early once again. We said this team needed to step up. It isn't really happening. Spear found him. OC is immediately giving position away, and now it is going to be TXJ in hot pursuit, trying to catch up. Not really finding the opportunity to be able to. Note that they're isolated though, and they're still wanting to be able to pin down that kill. The problem is the blinders are on, Jake. That is very fast movement away from their teammates to try and secure just one player. As we can see, Ventus is all 3 players going to be surviving, trying to push on to Team GG with the repeating crossbow, who are helping them from afar before those fights can properly start to break out. Pixel's on the back foot at the moment. Pixel is the target of focus, but Ventus are being able to use the fact that GG are trying to push onto that Yodo to be able to pin their locations down. Witch and TP come through, allowing them to be able to move that Ken and get the resurrection off. But here comes Ventus. Pixel knows that they don't have the Witch and ultimate to be able to get away from that Yodo. And it does mean that they're forced to try and break line of sight, even moving close to the edges of that zone where they're going to be cut off. LXM has been kited away from their teammates, and Pixel is still trying to cut them off. GG with the peel, actually able to go away from the zone, double back so that LXM is not going to be alone, but they're taking a lot of damage. That's going to be eating into their resources massively. As you can see that Ventus still keeping pace, still not losing sight, know that their resources are going to be drained, and all they have to do is wait for GG to show themselves again, and you can come in to set things up with that Viper ultimate. In fact, they're going out of the zone. They could potentially just immediately start things off with the Viper ultimate. That's exactly what they're doing. They want this fight over as fast as possible. It's setting up to potentially cancel that Yodo ult. As we can see, Miskia just trying with the Yodo to keep themselves airborne, will be able to dodge out of line of sight from the Viper stun effect. So does manage to find those smashes. It is going to be GG with a lot of damage on the Greatsword, as Miskia with the Greatsword able to spin into Pixel, and it's now going to be Ventus on the back foot. The longsword comes through.
Oh, what? How did Miskia do that? Oh my word, that was unbelievable. GG! Holding on firm after that. An absolutely massive play coming in from the side of GG.
Can they get out of the zone, though?
Stuff. Maybe. Yeah, probably. I'd be surprised if they can't. Oh, they're gonna lose 3. Oh, maybe they can't. No, they're gonna go down.
Oh no, cut away.
They're stuck in an infinite loop.
Oh, they're basically just rezzing each other so that they can just try and get a little bit of health and shields back and survive as long as possible, so that the kill multiplier is going to be as much as it could potentially be.
They have to somehow either get in the zone or hope that another team goes down before them. I just don't see that happening, to be honest with you.
I'm keeping my eye to see when exactly GG go out. As one by one, you just see one of the portraits of the 3 graying out and then being brought back, and then graying out and then being brought back. Okay, well, business as usual. Other players are playing the game and fighting, as we can see. Alliance trying to kick things off with that Viper ultimate, but Team Ace will be able to come through and find those picks. Oh, GG are down to zone. LXM's down to zone. Miskia's down to zone. Is that GG out? No, one of the players to the right. There we go. 3-3-0 goes down. And they got a backup. What is going on?
How come so many players are sitting within the zone? It's like crazy what's going on here, actually. how many players are just chilling in the zone, but I guess they're comfortable because they're happy doing it. XCG are going to pick themselves up this Mora's Blessing. Nobody's contesting them on that. See what buff they're going to get from it. The moment just holding fast, we'll see. Oh, that's some JL with the Mystic Might.
At the moment. They're still alive, Jake. They're still alive.
Oh, there we go.
No, that's not
MBG
GG.
now,
That's not GG.
Wait. I thought
like
GG...
I said, look at bottom right. Like I said, we're bottom to spam. They're just filling up our kill feed.
Wait, why? What? I thought they died ages ago.
No, they're still alive.
They're still in the zone?
They're still doing that train pattern. One goes down, 2 res. They have enough time by coming back up. They can get their res up. Oh, maybe now. Maybe now when we go into that last zone where you take more tick damage, they might not have enough time for you. Nope, they're still doing it.
They're still... Oh, I didn't even notice. I thought GG were, like, out of this.
No. Pink still highlighted, Jake. Pink still highlighted.
I wrote them off. I haven't looked because I just kind of wrote them off. I was like, right, they're done with this game. Because there was a good chance that GG actually could surpass Wolves this game if they didn't, you know, get taken out so early. But apparently they didn't get taken out so early because they're still going. Just reviving and unreviving themselves. That is crazy that they're still alive. Maybe if they're lucky, a couple of teams can go down before they finally are fully knocked out from the lobby. But they're still hanging on. They're still going firm. And there's Alliance. That's huge. GG out-survived Alliance outside the zone. And that's going to do them wonders towards their points in their multiplier.
Yeah, GG is going to be feeling extremely happy, as I'm sure everyone around them is probably pretty tilted, because by now, that zone has moved so far away from them, no one's going to be able to track them down, so they might actually make it into... This is a terrifying thought, they might make it into final circle.
Surely you take too much damage in fight, like...
I mean, you would expect so, right? That tick would absolutely brutalize them, but if they can make it into another circle, that could be absolutely massive. GG might actually get less survived.
They out-survived so many teams!
Yeah,
I wish I knew what that said.
I wish.
Hopefully my producer can tell me. Hey,
do you know what?
Loki, let me know what that says.
That's all we need, Jake. That's all we need. That says plenty.
They're still going?
That's still going.
There's
I
no
love
way.
this. We literally just have a 24/7 GG cam.
There's 8 teams left. They're just sitting there. Like, if like a couple more teams go, like there's actually a world where they surpass Wolves just because of the kill multiplier.
Yeah,
if like
the thing,
one
though,
or two more
is
teams go down.
They're only surviving at the moment. They're not coming in with kills. So at the moment, XCG is ruling this lobby, coming in with 11 kills. All 3 of their members still alive. This is the Transformer comp who's still able to run that Monk, as well as having the Karumi in hand. So when this Morris Blessing comes online, instantly, if they pop that ultimate, everyone's just going to have to vacate. But it is going to be Team Ace Champion trying to get that unlocked, using the Yodo F ability for Alex to be able to block those projectiles so that they can just hair away with the legendary armor for that Yodo. Spoils grabbed. Oh, was that a swarm as well? Oh, that's going to be painful.
That is going to be very, very painful. By the way, they're still going. Don't worry, guys. Hang it in there. Our favorite team, holding fast. I swear 2 names popped up quite quickly there. They got 2 down. I think that might be it. No? No, don't worry. They're still going. Oh, my word. What is happening? There we go. Finally down. That was... How long did they last? That was like 6 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not that long. It might be.
I mean, 6 squads is what they outlived. Essentially, as GG finally going to be removed from the lobby. We said we wanted to see them make a comeback today. That's definitely making history, as it is J-Team making the high ground inaccessible for all of these other squads around them. Team Ace looking for a little bit of a bunker down at the moment, just wanting to wait for the Bane's Breath to run its course before looking for some of those players that it's displaced so they can really put the legendary armor for the Yodo to good work, coming in for the potential third party. There's XCG just keeping teams on their toes with the cannon fire. 17JL looking for the snipes And she was extremely low at the moment. Wade with the long shot, just trying to keep themselves back. Horizontal strike comes through to connect onto one, but Wade does go down to the peel. 17JL's the U. With the nunchuck's going to be able to pick that one up, and instantly 17JL just herring off pick found. Not going to keep themselves in too aggressive a position because you're just going to be caught out in the open and battered by every player in the vicinity.
28HH has now just got everybody on, and the ult comes out from Alex as well. OC are going to get taken out as now 17JL's Benchu under fire from Alex here with that Yoto slashes, getting so much damage down. Throws out the F ability. A little bit weird there, but just put it down. Wushen will ping all of Ace away. And that is going to be the end of that as Sansi and Xjin, are in the middle of having a little bit of a scrap with the Yotos, but are both going to cancel their ultimates early and step away from one another. We are 8 minutes until this game fully closes out, and we've only got 15 players left standing. We have lost a lot of people. It's a Yoto lobby. I told you, Yoto lobbies are so bloodthirsty.
Oh, J-Team got it. Off of the back of that Yoto F, J-Team able to equip their Viper Lee with the legendary armor so that they're going to have the health bar surviving and sustaining when they start to open up and charge the Viper ultimate to connect onto all of those players as that final circle starts to draw a little bit closer. 15 players left in the lobby, and every single one is in a full squad. This is about to get absolutely brutal. There's Team Ace eyeing that high ground, wanting to intrude, just going in with the Flamer, putting a little bit of pressure onto those members on J-Team. From on high, trying to force them to grapple away, but also wanting to chip their health bar down so that when they fall to the low, that Flamer can finish its meal. As they have been able to disengage cleanly. Team Ace actually with the swarm now, looking to try and find those players, trying to catch themselves out of a relocation. But here's the thing with Wu Chen. Relocating is pretty darn easy. You don't have to worry about being out in the open. You can just teleport to one of these huts and instantly you're out of line of sight from that Flamer, from the swarm. As you can see, J-Team have been able to find themselves a cozy little home in the middle of all of the goings on. You have to be careful though, because that's when the cannon comes through. Doorways, windows, that cannon splash damage is absolutely brutal, especially if they've got bounce shell. As it is, J-Team trying to keep themselves into one of these windows. They do have that Wu Chen. Soul Blade could be there to try and stop those projectiles, but the second that those blades block run out, that's when they have to look for that relocation. There's EWG wanting to keep themselves on their feet as well. Has the Viper ultimate in case push comes to shove. They've been able to secure themselves a little bit of a home in here as well. Is XCG waiting, biding their time. This is a team that's very patient when it comes to final circle, so I'm not expecting them to make that move until they feel comfortable and everyone else around them is vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're going to see this definitely kind of cool off somewhat. You can see these are the final teams. XCG still leading the charge with kills as well, 11 kills. There is room for them to potentially beat the Wolves, who obviously took their kill score for the day. High score of the day was them in second when they got that 20 kill game. Oh no, they didn't. That was don't worry. Ignore me. There's room for them to get a lot of points. Let's just backtrack and go to that point. 5 minutes left until everybody fully closes out on this circle, and Ace have the high ground here. Those Wu Chen shields as well to keep them nice and safe from the cannon fire, trying to rain in onto them. But it is coming in from multiple angles, and with the Wu Chen shields, wind walls wearing off, it does come a little bit harder. But Alex has a flamer to kind of corral people away from the Ace high ground. They also have that swarm as well, so they have a bit of short and long range threat, but that's not enough to scare off Xiaonan, although maybe he should have been, because he just lost a lot of HP trying to contest that. But he's not done yet. Finds himself a little bit grapple locked, and Ace actually are just going to put the swarm down onto him. The Flamer's going to do a lot of work as he goes in for the transformation. That's why XCG wanted this high ground. They have that monk. They want to find those grabs, and this is the best place to be situated when you've got that monk ready to go, but he can't see anyone to grab.
Yeah, J-Team actually just TPing straight out of that. They know that they can't contest the monk. They know that they don't have the Soul Blade blocks either to be able to stand up. They'd used all of them to try to block out the cannon fire coming through so they could keep themselves on the high ground for as often as possible. And as a result, XCG have burnt the transformation, and now that it's run out, J-Team come back in! You don't have the monk to be able to pull back onto! You're gonna be relying on either Uation to come through, but we don't even see the transformation sequences. J-Team off of the back of a Yoda ultimate, able to find a lot of damage onto the sides of XCG, and they're going to lose a lot of those key positions on that composition as Lee comes in with the Viper ultimate. There's the revenging Uation coming out from 17JL, but it is just set up at the moment for Team Ace with that Swarm, as we're seeing Team Ace coming in on the Viper ultimate. It's just going to lay the groundwork though for a lot of those teams to be able to benefit. Champion gets grabbed in the middle of the Temi Whirlwind. 2 slams coming through from 17JL ZU, looking for a little bit more. It's only really finding those Soul Blade blocks as we see Team Ace trying to equalize the damage with a Yoda ultimate. Alex on that legendary armor, untouchable at the moment, trying to find those blades to be able to connect, but it just again connects Benchu, and the grab from afar. Oh no, you don't have the ultimate for the Yoda to be able to disengage. They just hold them in position. The Swarm and Flamer comes through. 17JL's been able to absolutely mince the Yoda as EWG with a Yoda ultimate of their own have to cancel it out early. The dual blade left click charged up is going to be able to absolutely drop 17JL's AS. And we're rapidly losing players as we're seeing another transformation now coming through for XCG, the Karumi Tether. At the moment, they've got control of the high ground. None of these players have any access to the Yoda ultimates either, so everyone is just trying to break line of sight so they don't get picked up, to the point that they're even walking into the zone. So Nam tries to save himself with the bell clang. Will be able to find the pick onto ZU. And it's now just XCG reigning supreme at the moment. Another grab comes through from the monk, goes below half health, doesn't manage to pull off the slam. And it's still EWG sitting with that flamer, forcing those players into a barbecue. It's free. Let's go more. EWG might just win things out with the flamer.
They're doing so much work with this flamer. It is just carnage here. Sansi goes into the Yota wall in the middle of the Tami, does hit one slash onto Benji, can't quite find the next one, tries to reposition and chase for a little bit more, unable to see through all of the sandstorms, and now he's separated away from his team. Can reposition as he actually looks for Night HQ, who's able to transform onto the Terracotta Warrior form here. 17JL taken down. There's only 5 players left as the Wu Shen ult comes out, and XCG are looking for another win in this lobby, but EWG not willing to give it to them, not without a fight. They still have that flamer to work with. They still have a little bit of tools to work with, but Sansi going very, very low, dodging away on as much as possible, but he is taken down with a slam from the Terracotta Warrior, and it's now just one player versus the world. Can he do it? He gets the counter. He finds one. He turns it around for another. No, that is going to be it. Can he hold? It's just EWG's final member versus the 2. XCG will take the game.
XCG, we said, keep your eye on this team. This is a team that knows how to time final zone. That's exactly what they do. The timing is perfect for them. They may not come in with the Swarm. They may not come in with the Flamer. They may not even come in with the high ground. But what they're able to do is they exhaust their opponents.
Yeah, they're very good at reading those final circles, and it's weird because there's like a whole set of tools that you need to be like a good team. You need to be able to play aggressive early. You also need to be able to make it to the end game and understand how to play the mid game. But you also really need to understand how to play late game. XCG, I think, there's a few things where I think sometimes their early game isn't as impressive as the likes of Wolves or the likes of, even J-Team. When J-Team have a good early game, which is far and few between, but when they do have a good early game, it's a bloody good early game. But XCG are just so clean at getting into these end games and knowing exactly how to play it. They're very good at assessing the terrain of the final circle, figuring out where's the best place for them to kind of hide. They weren't like hard contesting that high ground. They did a little bit, but they were quite willing to also give it up when J-Team jumped back up once they'd burnt everything. It's just super, super smart play coming in from XCG, and a really, really clean game from them, and a second win here, and a needed one, because now going into Game 5 and Game 6, they're pretty comfortably into first off the back of the extra points they would have just put together here. And, with 2 games left, all they really need to do now is just not have a bad game. As long as they play well, they don't have to win every game. As long as they play well, they should, all things considered, be in a pretty solid place to contest that first spot. If they have another banger game, like coming into game 5 or game 6, then yeah, it's done. They've taken first. But consistency is all they really need now, because I think all of the other teams have been too inconsistent. You'd have to have like the likes of Wolves or I can't remember who's in second off the top of my head, but you know, one of those, YZG, to have like 2 really pop-off games to actually reel in first place right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, for XCG, like, you have a safety cushion now. As we said, they're explosive when it comes to final circle, but their early game and their mid game isn't really up to par when it comes to teams like you pointed out, like FPX, like Wolves, like J-Team, when they are having a really good game. So for XCG, it's even more crucial that they're able to survive into that final circle and play it to their advantage. That's where they thrive. That's where they're able to punish everyone exhausting. It's very similar actually to Wolves when we saw them on Holoroth, allowing everyone else to burn themselves willingly out of their resources so that you can be the only one contesting that space. And because you're the only one contesting that space, you don't eat into your resources when it comes to going for those ultimates. Instead, you get handed the high ground on the silver platter, and the high ground was something that they needed to have. When there's something like a flamer or a swarm in the lobby, you can't be close, you can't be on the low ground. If you try and grapple up towards it, they're just gonna activate the flamer in your face, and there's nothing you can do. If you have the high ground, you have distance, which is the direct counter to the flamer.
Yeah, and it's also the best place for a monk, because monk wants to look down and grab people away and separate them, because it's so hard to push up onto that high ground, even with the grapples, even with all the movement in the game. You are pushing up onto the team who have that high ground advantage. Just one thing Star Wars taught me, it's over once you've got that high ground. And you know, that's why these monks love this map so much, just because it suits them. There's plenty of places for them to situate onto some level of high ground and aim down and pluck players away from their group. And that's the real strength of monk. It's not like, oh, I grabbed someone. If you've got a good flamer or like good weapons, it can be a guaranteed kill. But even so, even if they don't get the kill, you've now separated them, and they have to somehow make their way over all the other teams back to their own team and then somehow reset. It becomes very hard to actually survive once a monk has grabbed you, because if the monk doesn't get you, somebody else is probably going to come for you, and you're not going to be able to get that reset off in time unless your whole team is very on it or you have a Wu Shen. And that's why the Wu Shen is also so powerful, because Yoto needs to survive, and the survivability that Wu Shen offers her makes that unit so powerful. I'm excited to see the overall points though, see how many points XCG did get after this game, because we're about to find out. There we go. XCG did take first, and they took first in style with a 30.6 game. EWG takes second with 22.2, and 17JL, another good game from these guys actually, a 15-pointer.
Yeah, Wolves on the other side of the coin though, 0 points picked up for this team. We said this is a team that looked dominant. This is a team that doesn't have those holes showing through that were there in season 1, but evidently they're still there. They got really, there's no other word to describe it. They got cocky.
Yeah, no, they really did. They really did. I mean, like, looking at, oh, man. These scores, I'm just taking a brief moment to kind of soak in all of these numbers, and it's like, wow, YZG got a donut, Wolves got a donut, that is not good. Balder, 3 points, FPX, 4 points. Like, FPX were genuinely, if they'd had a good game here, like, second was in grab. But I think now, you've really got things to go right for you to do it. And like, OUG, a 10-point game, it's all right, but like, they needed this all day if they wanted to be any level of consistent or any level of like close to being able to take it. There's a lot of disappointments on this roster, on this board right now, to be completely fair. And someone who wasn't a disappointment was XCG's UA Shen here. Really clean stuff coming in from the man on NiHQ. 15k damage, 8 kills, 6 assists. I wish I could see. I like this new one, because we used to have revives and now it's kills before rebirth, which I actually think is a better way to track it. Not many people are reviving unless it's GG. But like, this shows how aggressive they are early. And interestingly, XCG, not a lot of kills before they get their rebirth. So it's interesting to see that from him, actually.
It's interesting actually that you talk about, you know, how many kills there were before rebirth, because I really hope that we get a number tracker on how many rescues GG were able to pull off. Because yeah, we have to talk about it. It was what, 6 minutes? They outlived 5 squads, potentially more, just by chain locking resurrection.
It was smart play, actually, from GG. I mean, like, it was like, we got 6 kills. Let's just get as good a multiplier as possible and then hope that the next 2 games go better. Like, what a play, though, from Misgear to actually even enable that. Because remember, they were getting killed within the zone. And then that double counter, really, really big stuff there for GG. And that set them up. That set them up for an amazing turnaround. Was able to get them to hold on a little bit longer. Anyway, we are going to pass it over to Leah with an interview coming off that game 4, and then we'll be getting ready to go into game 5. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to XCG to be the winner of this game. We invite Xiaonan to our interview. So this time he will say hello to us in English. So Xiaonan, 可以先跟我们打个招呼吗
？Hello, I'm Xiaonan.
Okay, welcome, Xiaonan. Okay, so the first question will be, so this time your team used the classical double transformers combinations. So can you like share us about what's your order about 3 heroes use their ultimate in the game? 那其实可以跟我们分享一下这次用传统双变那开大的顺序吗？在这个打斗里面？
一般都是大佛先开嘛，然后大佛先开，如果说。有殷红叶来找我们，就大佛变小之后有殷红叶来找我们爆的话，就是要月山再开嘛。如果没有的话，就是先开血阵，先扛一扛嘛。
Okay, so usually we will use Monk's ultimate at first, because Monk's was the attacked position in this combo, and after Monk's was be small. If there will be maybe a Viper to attack you, you can use Yue Shan's ultimate. But if there were not, maybe just use Kurumi's ultimate to give yourselves shapes some recovery at the time. Okay, so in this final circle, I see at the first time your team was in the circle, and your team choose to use Monk's ultimate at the first time, and at that time there was no opponent around you. Why is that? 那其实我看到在这把决赛圈的时候，你们一进圈就立了一个佛，当时其实周围是没有人的，为什么呢？
因为当时左边有一队红尘刀就想打我们，如果说我们比他慢启动的话，就是容易被爆，就是容易就是说月山跟奶妈都死了，所以说我先开大佛抢一个位置，抢一个高点，把他们都逼下去，让他们在下面打。
Okay, so because at that time we want to get a position in the final circle, and I noticed that on my left there was a team which used Yudo, Wu Chen, and Viper combinations, and they were at our left position, and we want to make sure that we won't be attacked by them, and I want to help my teammates like Yue Shan and Kurumi survive. So I use my ultimate to keep the position in the final circle. Okay, so how do you think about there was so many special double transformers combinations in our game? 那你怎么看待就是现在有这么多的变种双变呢？
变种双变感觉就在空投这个方面上就挺厉害的，就拿空投一般别的队友不敢抢，但是我们没输是因为我们不太会玩。
Okay, so I think maybe the double transformers combinations which have the Tamuch is really great at getting the blessing in the game, but for our team, we are not really good at these combos, so we just use the classical double transformers combinations in the game. So XCG has got like two games winner in the game. So how do you think about today's shape? 那今天 XCG 也是拿下了2把的天选，那到现在为止觉得自己状态队伍怎么样？队伍状态怎么样？
很火热吧？
很火热，
就是大家的手感都打起来了，就是下2把稳住吧，争取把这个分保住。
Okay, so I think we really got on a wonderful shape today, and we think we're really hot now. So we want to keep the score and to get a better score this time. Okay, 好的，谢谢小南来到我们的采访，也希望XCG今天可以有很棒的成绩，好吧 ？Okay, thanks 小南. Come to our interval. Well, let's have a rest, and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
烈，就带走黄不来了吗？王良这边是击败了黄不来，拿下本场比赛的前锋。这波能反杀，看起来想表现太好了，他射了。Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 5th game and our final game on Morris Isle. We still have one more Holoroth. Roth, I said it right? Did I get it? I've been tilting Moxie with my mispronunciation of Holoroth. When you can say passive right, I will say Holoroth right. There we go. I called you out on it.
Yeah, I mean, yours is a misspelling though. Mine's just my accent.
Wait, aren't you Northern?
Yes.
Yeah,
but
so
my
wait,
accent is a combination.
Northerners don't put R's in things. It's us Southerners that do that.
Yeah, but no one's been able to ever really lock down my accent. In fact, a lot of people have asked if I'm either Swedish or Irish. As actually my doctor as well. My doctor for like 8 years, but I was from New Zealand, so.
I can actually, you know what? I'll give you the New Zealand. I think that's actually a pretty solid guess, to be fair. Anyway.
That's the one, but Solid as a team is a XCG at the moment, who are coming in with an absolute brilliant game off of the bat of a 30.6 on game 4, already setting themselves up to have a 123.4 total. By far, almost entirely a full game ahead of everybody else on the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really solid stuff coming in from XCG, and they just need to kind of they just need to be consistent now. They don't even need a pop-off game. Like, another pop-off game means, realistically, we have to have, like, a spider in solos level of, like, miracle to happen on Holoroth to save the day for them. But, you know, I think going into this game, I's going to definitely be on XCG to play this chill. I think, you know, there's obviously all the teams below them are going to be fighting for second right now. That's most teams are fighting for second, or they need 2 really good pop-off games, and they also need to kind of target XCG and try and find them. But again, like I said, there's no nameplates. You don't actually know who you're fighting until you see either the kill feed or something like that show up, and you're like, oh, cool, that is XCG. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting game to see how it goes down. Obviously, the final game on Morris Isle, the final game where teams feel comfortable on this map. I think, you know, teams like 17JL, it looked like they were pretty comfortable on Holoroth, and also, interestingly enough, they've been playing pretty well for the tail end of the day. Like, not enough to, like, really contest the top end of the table, but enough to get into the top end of the table at least. And, you know, for them, if you're one of these teams who are at the bottom at the start of the day, top 8 is where you're aiming. Anything beyond top 8 is a miracle and something that you can be very happy with. We saw it happen yesterday in the solos. I can't remember exactly who it was, but they went from 15th to 5th or 4th. Like, an absolute miracle of a day for them. So, you know, I's definitely on that, but I'm excited to get into this game and see, you know, what Hero Select looks like, partly because I'm curious what people have used up and what they haven't used up and what they want to save for the final map of the day. Are we going to see more of these Yoto comps? Because that was a bit of a bloodbath of a game, Moxie.
Yeah, so one, I think we're probably going to see not a lot of monks. I think a lot of teams now have exhausted the free times that they can play him. We've seen a lot of Yodos, but I think those teams are mostly going to want to save it for Holoroth, where, as we talked about, there is a lot that you can do in terms of zoning potential. We could potentially see the Takeda as well come out for XCG. Like, XCG, there's a reason that they're actually very smart about when they play these games and which compositions they pick up, because it means that they could actually be the only team who could potentially run that monk. monk. You have to remember that they haven't run it 3 times. They could be the only monk in a lobby, and everyone's already burned through a lot of those Yodo picks. So all of your main counters have now started to be shuffled off of that table, and being the only monk could be absolutely massive in terms of controlling that final circle. And what does XCG love to do? Control the final circle. It would fit their wheelhouse extremely well.
Yeah, I think, people like GG as well are going to have a lot to, fight for after a pretty disappointing game, even though, they had that highlight moment, they had that reel, but at the end of the day, they still didn't get any higher than, what they got, and they only got 6 kills, and yes, they got an okay multiplier on it, but, like, at the end of the day, needed better, and they were on track for a good game, but they were denied at the end of the day. So eyes definitely on them coming into this game, because it felt like finally they got some wind in their sails, and then there ended up being a tear in the sail and all the wind passed through. So eyes on them going into this game. I'm very interested by this game. Obviously, final game of Morris Isle. I've only seen one game of trios on Polaroff. And it feels like the players on trios are definitely less prepared for it versus the ones in solos. I think the solo players definitely looked way more prepared for it. But then again, that might just be because they got zipping. And
I was gonna say the times that I've seen players on solos, like they've actually admitted in the interviews, like not knowing about some of the environmental hazards, such as mid for some very fun final circles, as well as getting to see some players walk into trap, not realizing that they were traps. I think the highlight for me was still going to be Hong Fly thinking that you just randomly smack the statues into directions and that you'll stumble on the right solution and the chest will spawn, and then spending I think 2.5 minutes just hitting random statues into position and then being sniped out by a ballista because he didn't have any loot, no gear.
Yeah, not at all. Alliance, being a team that have been a little bit middling. I'm saying that because their logo is in the background and my brain wasn't working. But here we are looking at the members of GG. Probably a little frustrated. Yes, there's a very funny moment. I'm sure they'll have fun after the day's done and they can kind of look back and be like, that was hilarious that we actually made that work. But I'm sure they're also quite frustrated. And you can see it from the looks of some of their faces, other than, I think that's LXM having a bit of a song and dance with himself. But for the rest of the guys, they're probably very much in the zone, a little bit infuriated by what just went down, and I'm probably going to want to try and bounce back.
Yeah, Miskier especially, right? He did such a good job coming back into that great slot, but they sort of had the blinders on. They went aggressively towards Ventus. And unfortunately, they found themselves being caught out, even though Miskier's able to come in with the absolute giant save on the greatsword, being able to take out 2 players in 1 strike. They're unfortunately they don't have the resources. They were so far out into that zone. Ventus had pushed them so far out into the zone and then barreled into them before they were able to make that stage of recovery. It's got to be a little bit tilting, and another team that's probably a little bit tilted is Wolves. They had an absolute stunner of a game, and then we saw them just degrade back into really bad old habits, separate out, get caught out, isolated in those fights, and not be close enough to be able to peel. This is something that we expected to see from teams on like week 1 of season 2, where all of those position errors started to come through and teams would be split off and we wouldn't even see the other 2 teammates on the mini map to be able to actually come to their aid if push came to shove. But not on a bi-weekly final when we're literally on bi-weekly 2.
No, you're completely right. It's, I think there's still been quite a lot of mistakes that are going down. And, the key one is the one you just talked about with Wolves, just separating. And I think separation is the biggest mistake, and I think it's the biggest blunder that people make in trios. Maybe they just played too many solos in the week and kind of just forgot that you can't be separated from your team. But at the end of the day, that mistake may just have cost Wolves a shot at actually getting themselves into a potential better position. So I think there's been a lot of mistakes being made. Separation is the key one.
Yeah, and I mean, we can even see how important it is in the fact that sometimes it's not actually made by teams, sometimes it's engineered. Sometimes we will see teams just use one solo Viper ultimate to connect onto one solo ultimate player. But speaking of solo ultimate players, we should be actually getting to hear from a solo ultimate player in literally a couple of moments.
因为我们其实都想赢，所以就比较注重这些就是小细节啊等等各方面的。然后所以有的时候就稍微会聊一下。 如果遇到这种情况，怎样会更好？然后就总之大家都是想变得更好嘛，变得更强。所以基本上我们聊了东西之后，也不会去就大家都懂是什么意思嘛，都是朝着一个好的方向去的，不是说去责怪队友怎么样的。最后一把打爽就好了，因为我们的阵容方面会让星宇就是牺牲比较多，然后他一直就是玩不到就是很爽的那种局面，所以最后一把我们分数也够了，就给他爽一下，然后他就越山带了唯一。
Nice to hear from OUG, Wade. OUG it's a sad story for them, to be honest, this week. They won the first Biweekly. And they won it through being consistent, not through being a pop-off team, just through being a good team, a team who were able to constantly hold up, and they just fell short. They just felt incredibly short this week, and they've just not. I don't know. I struggle to find the reasons of why these teams aren't performing, but it is a consistent problem with not just one team, but with a whole bunch of teams. I don't know why these teams are struggling. Is it, yeah, new map, new meta? Maybe, but like, they're only playing 2 games on the new map. Is it new meta? Have the meta shifted that much? Not really. Like, I guess we used to see a little bit of Valda and a little bit more Wushen in the trios, but I feel like Wushen's still fairly viable. Valda, yes, but like we're not really seeing Valda anyway, and like, did Valda really shake things up that much? No, it was more, we've run out of picks, so we need to pick something. Kind of pick. Like, I can't figure out what's happened with these teams and why they seem to be struggling. And OUG, a team who were newer to the whole scene, newer to the top end of the table, they just won. So why are they struggling this week? I don't know. My brain is cooked.
So I think in part it's due to how circumstantial Naraka fights can be. Not only are you banking on the fact that you're coming in with good loot into these fights, you're also banking on synergizing with your teammates when it comes to weapon meta, which is something that we're seeing teams when they go for those engagements. One player will be running something like a spear or a greatsword so that you can get those slams and get the stuns. They're wide swings that take time to set up, but you don't have to worry about being countered very obviously, because you can have one player come in with something like a dual blade or katana to just lock them down into no movement, not being able to react in time to counter. That's when the greatsword or the spear comes through, does a massive chunk of damage. The dual blades or the katana with that faster attacking capability rip through the remaining health bar, and then you would have someone come in with either the nunchucks or potentially even the bow or the cannon to be able to finish things off, and also make sure that you're providing a threat, zoning away all of those players before a sniping kill still can come through. That, I think, is when we see teams properly synergizing and playing off of each other. It's not just when we see the ultimate cycle, it's when we see the weapon lockdown cycle too. And you look at some of these teams and you look at some of the engagements, and that's the reason that we're seeing things like the Viper using the ultimate not to catch entire squad side or to even start these fights, but they will save the Viper ultimate, as opposed to in the first couple of weeks of Season 2 and the majority of Season 1, where a Viper ultimate would either begin a fight or save a team so they were able to disengage. They're holding it for the tech chase, so they can isolate out one of those targets, and all 3 members then converge on that one player out of position and absolutely smack him to the shadow dimension.
Yeah, you are right. It's... Oh, man. I'm assuming there's been a technical issue. I've not heard a word, but I'm just like, wow, we are not in game yet. Hopefully we'll be getting into the game soon. These final 2 games I always find the most fun. Just because obviously we've got a lot of things set up, but it's also the final 2 games on both the maps. It's not like we have, we got 2 more Holoroths, or we got 2 more Morasars. There's 1 Morasar, 1 Holoroth to round us out. So, you know, we got a lot on the line, but for some teams, only really one shot. Like, Horror can be a bit of a coin flip for some teams. I think for some teams also, when you know that like a certain team is particularly prepped on this map and knows exactly where to go and how to play the map, it basically goes, oh, we're literally playing at like a massive disadvantage at this point. So it's definitely, you know, an important map, this one. And if you have a bad showing here, you know, you're in trouble. Oh, look at that! He's got one of the reversible squids. Have you seen those little plushies? There you go. He's gonna do it. He's actually gonna show us.
Oh,
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I need one. I definitely need one. Do you know what I really want? There's little, I think it's a tanuki on Karumi's head as one of the accessories that you can get in game. I really hope that they make it a plush because that thing is absolutely adorable.
What even is a tanuki? They're like basically raccoon ferrets, right? Like, hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Obviously in a technical pause, I'm gonna look up a tanuki, and you're probably gonna hear me go,
you were gonna say like raccoon meerkat because sometimes they waddle along on the hind legs. But I can actually hear your keyboard go through. But do you know what? If we want to cycle through, yeah, they are like they're really adorable.
They are such bizarre creatures.
Like, you go with bizarre, I say adorable. That's
no, they're cute, but they're like,
cute.
You know, like a Pomeranian, you know, the white dogs.
A Pomeranian.
Pomeranian, that's the one. They're like a Pomeranian, a beaver, and a ferret. Like just throw them really hard at each other, and that's what appears. They got such cute little faces. They're such bizarre creatures.
They're absolutely adorable. I'm really hoping that down the line we're gonna get some absolute kick-ass Naraka merch.
Japanese raccoon dog.
Yeah, it's really cute. Like I
mean,
would
like, raccoon dog
not
is a very
mind.
good way to word it.
I would 100% not mind having one of those as a plush, or even the flying squirrel grapple. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's the absolute cutest thing.
Yes, I do like the flying squirrel grapple. That is very cute. Have you seen a slow loris?
Yes.
Yeah. Shame you can't have them as pets anymore because they were bloody cute. Venomous spit was partly why they were outlawed. There is definitely a technical problem. My producer hasn't told me, but like we're in game by now, so I'm gonna talk about fluffy animals. What's your favorite animal?
What's my favorite fluffy animal?
Doesn't have to be
a real
fluffy.
hot
It could be an
one.
elephant if you like. They're not fluffy. What's your favorite animal?
Okay, so I really like chipmunks.
Yes, chipmunks are kind of cute.
I think they're adorable. The way they eat, like with all of the food stuffed in one cheek. It's a little bit reminiscent of me when I go to all-you-can-eat buffets, but.
I mean, hamsters do that as well, to be fair. And so do.
Very true.
What are the big ones?
The big ones.
The really big, the typically grey. They're like
durables.
Big...
Oh, I think I know what you mean. They begin like CH something, right?
Yes, chinchilla.
Chinchilla.
Thank you. Yes, they are a chinchilla. Yeah, I like chinchillas are cute as well. I'm an otter guy. I like absolutely adore otters.
Yes,
like, you
otters
will
are
see my
adorable.
heart melt at the sight of an otter. When I went to Japan a couple of years ago on holiday, you can go to an otter cafe. And yeah, I got to hold hands with an otter, and life has just been bad ever since. Because like I think that was it. Like I peaked at that point, and nothing is ever as good as holding hands with an otter. So it's that was pretty cool. The head chinchilla's there as well. We're coming back to us, so you can look at me talk about otters because I am out of talking points on Naraka, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Yeah, otters are pretty high tier. I'm a big fan of hedgehogs. Have you ever seen like? I follow quite a few otter and hedgehog Instagram channels, and my favorite thing is just like people giving belly rubs to to hedgehogs, and they're just lying on their belly and their little pink belly and just giving them a stroke. I want a hedgehog. The problem with hedgehogs is they don't live long. They only live for like 3-4 years, so they're just like a heartbreak, but it's very quick to happen. It's not like a cat or a dog. It's like at least you have it for 20 years. You get 20 years of love out of that thing, and then unfortunately, it happens. But hedgehogs, you have them for a little bit, and they just go. Anyway, as you can tell, I'm filling air and I am running out of oxygen, so we are going to throw to a very quick break while we figure out what the hell is going wrong, and then we'll be back in a moment. So see you in a sec.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
When you encounter an opponent in close combat, trying to suppress them with continuous attacks will definitely run the risk of being countered. So, is there any trick that can overwhelm your opponent and avoid being countered? The answer is yes. Those active players in Morris Island call this trick the free attacks, which adapt to almost any weapon. You don't even need to charge your attacks when using this method. In addition, you will never need to worry about counters as long as you don't deliver your blue focus strikes. Instead, use flexible movements and fast normal attacks to safely gnaw your opponent bit by bit, rhythmically. This trick is especially suitable for those players who are not skilled enough in their moving and counter-attacking. Let's take these moves of nunchucks as an example. Now both players are within the combat zone. You can tap twice vertical attack and then take a long dodge towards any direction to a safe place, and then immediately repeat the moves mentioned above to achieve the free attack. So why don't we use this double horizontal attack or a vertical attack to follow the horizontal attack? Because when a hero uses nunchucks to deliver a vertical attack while running, the attack can reach a further target, and it almost has no backswing after the attack. However, replacing it with a horizontal attack, there will be a relatively long backswing after the attack which cannot smoothly follow a dodge. Only because the nunchuck's vertical attack's backswing is extremely short that you can make a theoretically double vertical attack followed by a long range dodge. Likewise, other melee weapon can be used long range dodge immediately following one vertical attack to achieve the free attack. However, because the greatsword has an almost unbreakable stone form, the above method is unnecessary for a greatsword hero. The free attack has its simple and practical advantages, but it also has some disadvantages. It needs to use dodge frequently, which makes the energy consumption vast, and will also extend the combat, which gives you the possibility of getting third-partied by another enemy or having your enemy get reinforcements. There is no such trick that can beat every single player, only those who can gain insight on the battlefield situation and make flexible adjustments and become the true chosen ones of Morris Isle.
百列就带走黄不来了吗？王良这边是击败了黄不来，拿下本场比赛的前锋。这波能反杀，看起来想必这套操作，他胜了。
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG's Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from 2 rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG's Xiao cautiously approaches WBG's Jing and successfully resurrects WBG's Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG's Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If 2 teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the 7th Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all 3 forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game.
around the corner. Chu Zhang needs to be careful. Wongfly comes in with the dual blades, healing. Chu Zhang gonna F up in the zone. They do have healing cut already. This is so bad.
Yeah, force back a Spider, dodging away with a freeze, but will he actually be able to dodge away from Wang Liang? And he just takes him down, Wang Liang.
Pump out massive damage on to Mike. The F3 comes out to aggressively swap the combo out. The freeze comes out from Mike though. Oh, what? Go continue through the building and come out that path, sets himself up for a scale rush, isn't able to find it, and then again goes over the building the second time, reads that they're going to go to the backside, has no way to track them. They could have easily just turned around or sat in the building and healed, but he makes those predictions and off the back of it is able to pick up that elimination onto one of the top players here today. Who pins him to a corner. Panda Man putting in work with Takeda, but now WBG Spider though might make things happen. Now he waves with the F2 though, comes in confidently, but walks into the charge right click from WBG Spider.
Constantly, Mike was pressed F once again and decided to recover Spider. There goes his F as well, and now surpassing Uran has now moved himself into third place overall in the standing of Spider, still holding fast. Spider takes out double G. Spider is taking down as many people as he possibly can. He secured himself first with these kills because Zin is down.
WBG Spider will be our overall champion for our second bi-weekly fight.
王良这边是击败了红布莱，拿下本场比赛的胜利。这波能反杀，看他想用这波操作，他射了。
When we encounter a team with exactly the same hero picks in trio games, it's easy to imagine that an evenly matched fight will follow. However, the battle is often decided by the cast of a single ultimate. This happened in a trios game on the third day of the first week of the Nbpl. At that time on the battlefield, Team AOW and Team OUG were fighting close to each other, while both sides were using the hero picks Yueshan, Viper, and Wu Chen. After some engagement, OUG gradually fell behind. Finally, in such a critical moment, OUG's Wai Cheng cast Wu Chen's Tai Chi Rift to lead his teammates to evacuate, but the two teammates disappeared at that very moment. But how? It was all thanks to the quick casting of Tai Chi Rift Switch by AOW 17. As we all know, Wu Chen's Tai Chi Rift has 3 different effects, and in the current meta, Tai Chi Rift takes 1.5 seconds to channel, while Tai Chi Rift Switch only takes 0.6 seconds. Because AOW 17 used Tai Chi Rift Switch within 0.9 seconds after spotting his rival was casting Tai Chi Rift, he successfully interrupted OUG's retreat, and his teammates took down both of OUG's players within such a great move. Wu Chen's Tai Chi Rift Switch can forcibly change the opponent's position and interrupt many skills channeling. Even Yorihime, unstoppable in the solo game, had to avoid combat with Wu Chen on the field. Therefore, by mastering hero skills, you can deal with various situations confidently on Morris Isle.
传说藏在我身外的那个我，划过几万年不熄灭的烽火。
看破这条路，我有我的执着。浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。
我是用剑中行者，万物为这个赢得。
我的剑可不惧拼责，并不需要谁的认可。浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐无奈何。
千军冲破万劫，无名无间。一千军冲破万劫，无问无解。No hesitation, no hesitation。天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation, no hesitation。
用战斗去证明谁才是神。
无法困住我，别坠落它云朵。
不做这来世的佛陀，占尽这现实的疯魔，读不透这一份执着，扰乱这人间的烟火。莫问归期，不要再问我要去往何处。信者的声音，我们本性迎合不了无数。浮生只做一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐无奈何，让你吐。
逼千军冲破万劫，无名无间。逼千军冲破万劫，无问无解。No hesitation, no hesitation。天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation， 用战斗去证明谁才是神。
闪电就带走活不来了吗？王良这边是击败了活不来，拿下本场比赛前锋，这波能反杀，看看想血这波操作，他输了。
Hello everybody and welcome back. I am very sorry that you had to wait that long to get into our 5th game of the day. We had a technical issue. I haven't got the exact information on it. I know it was on the side of YZG, I believe. It was unfortunately just out of their hands, out of everyone's hands. And unfortunately, we did have a brief issue, but we are going straight into our final game of Morris Isle. We do still have a game after this as well, where we will be playing on Holorith. I have been told it's just technical problems, so not entirely sure what went down there, but obviously it is now sorted. The players are all happy and ready to play on with this game, and we're into Hero Selects. Moxie, talk to me.
Oh boy, there's only one monk. Oh, this is gonna be brutal. 17JL coming in, still lacking that Karumi, going for Benju to field onto that Yuishan so they can use him as a sort of pseudo support in that role. Everybody else though is running compositions which are very counterproductive to that monk composition. So for 17JL, even if they make it into that final circle, there's so much that can go wrong. They're going to be stunned up by so many Viper ultimates. The Yoda slashes are going to be absolutely devastating, and not having that Bane of healing when attention gets focused down onto you, even the win condition of getting into final circle so the monk can try and find all of those players clumped up in close spaces and going for the double slams, is actually going to turn against 17JL because they're just not going to have the support to be able to keep CU alive.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it in the game just before this. It was about an hour ago, but we did see, you know, a lot of Yotos, and we said it's going to be a bloodbath, and I'm expecting it. Look at that! Everyone's on the west. I think people are ready to get on with this. This is going to be an absolute slaughter of a game, Moxie. And I think these players want to get onto Holorith as soon as possible and crack on with the day and find out who is going to get crowned as the second bi-weekly champion, as everyone is dropping down by shipwrecks and down on that west side of the map. It's going to be carnage. Only one monk, a lot of Yotos. Expect blood and expect it to be an absolute doozy of a game. We're getting ready to go in for game number 5.
Oh man, Shipwreck is going to be an absolute slaughterhouse with who can scale up that ship first and try and find their way into those legendary trophies. But we're following XCG, one of the teams who didn't actually drop directly into Shipwreck, as it is now going to be FPX, another team that we've had our eye on for today, not really having a great game so far today. Have been able to find themselves a couple of those weapons. Greatsword coming in for VVV, will be able to swing through and claim that one, and very quickly after it is going to be a second, as this time FPX will be able to see the Fred out, and they're not the ones having to visit the Soul Altar a little bit earlier on than necessary, as there's still more engagements. This is what we were talking about, all of these trios dropping so close to each other. GD on the back foot at the moment, no Yoto ultimate to be able to disengage away from. Have been able to actually find themselves an epic longsword, so that is going to be something that these teams are going to have to be a little bit warier of, as we're seeing the weapons seem to be out-tiering the armor at the moment. So those cannons coming through, just trying to provide a little bit of an opening so that those players can get confident enough to play off of the loot that they've been able to scavenge for themselves, as it's going to be Wolves trying to find an aggression. They've been able to isolate out one of these members from Alliance, but Ventus very close behind to try and find that third party, as it is going to be Wolves trying to secure this as quickly as possible. Ventus lose one of their players, ZU will go down, and Wolves very quickly after now going to be pushing back onto those trios, making sure that the numbers advantage is going to be something that forces both Alliance and Ventus back. But Wolves, I like this, not fully committing. They see two trios. They don't want to actively engage in. They don't want to provide themselves as a target for those two trios to try and focus down United as a front. Instead, they're just going to use those grapples to isolate those players out before the chase can begin.
Yeah, I mean, we are at the 3.5-minute mark, OC had taken 6 people down. Like, absolutely bonkers stuff. As Onefeng does find himself caught out for a counter, and another counter comes in. Really clean stuff coming down, but like, it will go down to Wolves as they cash in on their 3rd kill, as Ventus now hunting J-Team, but J-Team with that purple armor actually, again, pretty heavily set up as they found members of OC. OC obviously coming off a pretty mad start to this, throwing down the Bane's Breath, and this is actually going to force J-Team onto that back foot. They do not want to be hanging around in the middle of a Bane's Breath zone, but actually, maybe it's J-Team's. Oh, yeah. It is J-Team's. Okay, so they're okay to throw it down. Everyone else, though, probably not completely happy with being here. As OC right now, with their backs to J-Team and that Bane's Breath, are being forced back as quick as possible. Low HP onto all of these members. All J-Team need to do is just move into the Bane's Breath to recover if they want to go for a heal, but they don't need to yet because they're just going to look to run through these OC members. Ling Zheng going very, very low. VVV's coming in from the side of FPX with a massive stun as they are trying to get onto these J-Team members, as it looks like J-Team were able to just about get out. No, ZK is going to find himself caught out and taken down, but Little coming in as well to try and turn this around, and J-Team are going to be able to pick up one of their teammates, or both of their teammates.
That Viper ultimate, absolutely massive. FPX with a Viper ultimate of their own are still able to find the picks. And J-Team not really able to go for a clean disengage. It's got to be a soft reset coming through as FPX are wanting to try to push in, knowing that the Viper ultimate has already been expended. So if they're able to isolate those players out with the grapple cancel, they'll be able to come in with the pick. FPX trying to finish things up as quickly as possible with that Yodo ultimate. Sees the Wuchen TP, has to cancel it out early, as they now try to hunt out where exactly those members from J-Team teleported away from. You can see Lee just trying to break line of sight as quickly as possible, but unfortunately might be out of the frying pan into the fire. As J-Team still not entirely out of the woods, FPX hunting them down. You can see as well, Wolves now noticing a commotion amok towards Shipwreck and starting to put themselves in a position where they can potentially open things up. As J-Team still not given that respite, FX still tracking them down, not giving up that chase. As heading over to Shadow Jade Mines, we can actually see OUG coming in with a massive nuke on the Viper stun, trying to find those players. Doesn't actually manage to land onto anyone. A little bit too aggressive in terms of using that Viper ultimate. Isn't able to carve those players out from the line of sight cover that they were able to take behind those pillars. And it does actually put them on a little bit on the back foot, as now they're not going to be able to have it if they get aggressed into by the likes of XCG, who are holding onto a Viper ultimate of their own. As Team Ace trying to control that high ground. Beautiful Nezha's mic coming out from Champion. Unfortunately, doesn't deal the follow-up damage it was looking for, because the Wuchen TP will be there to bail out them. The Nezha's might not going to find the damage landing. Team Ace not finding the numbers of the picks that they were looking for, as XCG now do have a pretty decent loadout. Xiaonan on that Viper already going to be rocking up with the purple armor, as another Moonsbane is coming on through, summoning the Bane's Breath. This time a little bit closer towards Shipwreck, as we can see Wolves just not wanting to pass through. It's not theirs. They're more than content to try and pick away those players at the edges. In fact, it does appear to be the team that they're trying to converge on who are the owners, and it is going to be OC going down despite themselves throwing in a Bane's Breath and not actually putting Wolves out of the aggression.
Yeah, Wolves actually now to 7 kills, OC leading with 9, but Wolves actually looking to catch up as they've thrown down that Yoto ultimate here from Onefeng. Can't quite be able to catch up, so he's going to cancel the ultimate early and collapse it with the rest of his team. 8 kills to Wolves now, 8 kills to GD. J-Team have got 7 and FPX have 5. We promised you a bloodbath, and these teams are delivering on that. An absolute slugfest of a game between everybody, but so far no teams have been knocked out. We are only, actually not even 9 minutes, but like 8 minutes and a bit into this game, so a little bit early to kind of see teams actually getting knocked out, but Wolves doing their best to cash in as many kills as possible. And the big thing for all these guys with lots of kills is they need to make it into late game. They need to get a good multiplier on these kills, because otherwise they aren't actually carrying too many points over. And something we've been away for a while, but remember, with the fact that XCG have now got 2 wins back to back, they are in a very good position just to take first here in today's game. So if these guys can get good games, good multipliers, potentially there is a world where they can contest. And Wolves are one of the teams very capable of doing that, as 14's jumping up here, gonna get the Wu Shen ultimate out of the side of, I think that was GD. Yeah, it was GD. Now they are looking to maybe catch Wolves on their escape out of the zone.
Yeah, the big thing as well is that Wolves had to use both the Viper ultimate to be able to peel back for that player who was isolated out by that grapple tech chase. And out of the zone, it should just be GD coming in with the Yodo ultimate. There's no Viper to be able to cancel it out early. It's absolutely a massacre in that canyon as Wolves players just drop like absolute flies. They tried so hard to disengage, as we can see that 17JL is trying extremely hard to disengage. The only monk in the lobby does go down. As we talked about it, this was the worry, this was the concern coming through. They did not have the Karumi. Once again, we have seen teams swap the Karumi out for that Temi rather than the Yueshan. And it means that you just don't have any health when that attention gets turned towards the walking hitbox that is that Monk Barge reform. And it's immediately going to be punished as they are knocked out.
Yeah, first team knocked out, unfortunately, for 17JL. Maybe top 8 is achievable for them, but they're going to have a bloody good performance on Holoroth at the end of the day. We have seen them consistently be quite good on Holoroth, at least in the games we had earlier on today. They were very good, actually. So there is a world where they can do it. XCG going to get their hands onto this Mora's Blessing, and they got themselves the Draco Storm as well. So now you see JT go, actually, nope, and just TP out with the Wu Shen.
Yeah. That is the get out of jail free card, but XCG know that they can't have gone that far. It's only 120 meters. And with that Draco Storm lasting for 2 minutes, they have more than enough time to be able to hunt those players down. As it is going to be Alliance's lucky able to find themselves a rebuff charm as well, so potentially able to put one of their players back into the mix, even with those resurrections being taken off the board now that that circle has started to close on through. And it is going to be Ike that they bring back into the mix. So Alliance's play is going to be a little bit renewed coming into this next engagement. J-Team still just trying to juke XCG, who are, granted, having the blinders on. They are just relentlessly pursuing J-Team. Sooner or later, they will be able to connect one of those grapples and try and land a Draco Storm splash damage, but J-Team actually deciding to hold their ground. They can't really go any further. They open things up with the Viper ultimate. They've been able to stun out one of the players, and it actually forces that Wu Chen TP to come through from XCG to be able to bail out their players. As J-Team now have bought themselves a little bit of time, they've been able to duck into the tunnels as well, so you can see XCG splitting off, just trying to cover as much ground as possible to be able to hunt these players down before that Draco Storm runs through. J-Team have been found, but it's only 2 members of XCG. Unfortunately for J-Team, they'd chosen to try and take separate tunnels. They'd splintered their own forces to try and survive by going as many different directions as possible, and it means 2 of their players will survive, potentially able to use a rebuff charm to be able to get their Wu Chen back online. But the Wu Chen was the mobile aspect of this composition, Jake. Until you get that rebuff off, you are really at risk when it comes to being pinned down in place, because you're not going to be able to TP out.
I mean, that was just a classic J-Teams. They did a great job actually getting away, and then immediately splitting. It was like, that was just such a mess up by J-Team, and we see them do that time and time again. But XCG basically wasted their Draco Storm there. They only got a single kill in that time frame onto J-Team. They didn't really do too much else with it. They had the blinders on. They have now put themselves at the edge of the circle as well, so they're obviously going to probably be playing around the edge of the circle for a little bit longer. And XCG now finding out the remaining members of the side of J-Team, and I don't think Little's going to survive this onslaught, as the final member of J-Team now is miles away, but does need to do quite a lot of work to get at least 2 rebuff charms if they want a full reset for their team. So we'll have to keep our eyes on them. But OUG now jumping into XSG and seeing if they can hunt them down. Keep our eyes out for them on that front. You can see XCG still got a pretty confident lead, a pretty comfortable lead over YZG in the overall standing. Wolves, though, with these 8 kills, could actually overtake YZG if YZG don't have a good game. If Wolves make it to late game with those 8 kills and maybe translate that into a little bit more, even into a win, that is a world where actually they can just rocket up towards that higher standings. But XCG, on the other hand, are trying to take out OUG, the team who were second at the start of the day. And as you can see, OUG right now are 11th overall in standings. They have gone from second to not even getting the prize money at the end of the day. And with them just being eliminated there, they are going to have an absolutely phenomenal performance once they get onto Horror Off in the final game of the day.
Yeah, XCG just going with the gatekeeping strategy of, okay, you want to fight in the zone? Sure, but we're just going to collapse on you. And you could see they were trying to save themselves. OUG opening things up with that Viper stun, trying to come in with the ultimate. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect onto any members, and then the Viper is just free pickings. No ultimate to be able to bail them out, and it's something that OUG are immediately punished for, as we can see that zone. Again, punishing these players who are a little bit too close, a little bit too late on that rotation. Does seem, though, like even though it was MPG coming away with some really nice picks, Team Ace, I believe, were able to get a little bit of a reposition off of the back of having what looked to be a Vermilion Bird's Might, as we can now see FPX trying to just cut into Team Ace, and they will be absolutely shredded. As FPX just again bouncing all of the edging rings of this corruption zone, forcing Team Ace Jin back further away from the line of safety. The shootout is on the other foot though. FPX having to go back to the can to get a quick reshield. MPG wanting to maybe take a little bit of that fight, sensing that, okay, you're not going to be able to connect through. If we have to chase into them, we're going to be at risk of being picked apart just the way that we're looking to pick apart FPX. It's better to conserve our resources, wait for them to come out of the zone, and then push into them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 15 minutes left on the lobby, and again, it has just been a murder spree. I can't believe how well GD have done this, actually. If GD actually win this game, with the amount of kills they got, they are looking at a potential second place coming into the last game of the day. Like, there is genuinely a world where if GD live long enough and get a good enough multiplier on those 11 kills they started with, they could just run over this game. It could be an absolute, it could just be a really, really big shake-up in the standings. And they've been playing very, very well as EWG are eliminated from the lobby. Died out to the zone, unfortunately, as NPG now moving into the no ult zone. They have got GG in their lines of sight. As GG again. Great start to the last game. Just fell apart as they got later on in and had to sit in the zone and revive over and over again until they managed to outweigh at least 6 teams, I think it was. So big stuff for them.
Speaking of good starts too, though, G Team already being able to find 7 picks. Granted, it's going to be a little bit harder to get all of their members in alive, as Alliance breaking line of sight from XCG coming in with a Viper ultimate, immediately forcing them away from that Morris Blessing, allowing XCG to take a little bit more control and pick up the buff. As we can see, Draco Storm going to be in the hands of this team, and once again it's going to be a matter of just trying to kite this team for as long as possible, as now the hunt begins. YZG with a legendary greatsword, feeling a little bit more comfortable in terms of the loot loadout, but not in terms of the numbers, as we do actually see the pop-up come through. J-Team were able to get a rebuff charm, so they will be able to replenish their numbers pretty soon if they're able to get on top of one of the soul altars. Lee is going to be the player that they choose to bring back through, as once again XCG are on the hunt. Blind is out. They're going outside of the zone to try to find this pick, and they're not turning back. They're just chasing.
XCG is just going full-on blinders mode. Yeah, they are unbelievably aggressive, and Lengjing, I don't think you're gonna live this. No, XCG, you know, they're not taking too much zone damage, and they're close enough to the edge. Aiki has been found by Night HQ. They are gonna catch him with the uppercut and get a whole bunch of extra damage onto him. Aiki popped into the zone and taken down. XCG, just this mega aggression is working out so well for them.
101 Tian for the side of Bowder, chasing after Alliance, has both the F and the ultimate available. As we can see, Wolves, another team that were able to pick up that Draco Stun buff. trying to take these fights as quickly and aggressively as they can so they can take full advantage of it. So it's going to be YZG taking that lightning splash damage the second that they fall out of that ultimate form. Does have the greatsword, doesn't have any members to be able to save them from the potential stun lock. Will be able to find one clang, but just has to keep themselves mobile. Tries to find a little bit of an opening into a juggle, will not be able to land it. And it is just going to have to be scaling up the tree, trying to keep themselves out of line of sight, being chased down by the Flamebringer every single time you try and slow your pace, though. As here comes Wolves, looking for a little bit of third-party action, trying to find those players cramped up in movements by those zones, pushing onto anyone who tries to take full advantage as they get closer and closer to that Viper ultimate being back online for 14 to open up those engagements.
That's a very scary moment for YZG to go down. They just got 3 kills and they went out early. They're not getting much for this. This is like a 4-point game at max for them, where you've got Wolves and GD who are very, very close to you. Wolves are 5 points behind and GD are about 8 points behind. My maths is completely failed. I mean, 10 points behind. I'm an idiot. 10 points behind. GD are getting those 10 points. Like, that multiplier is kicking through. There is a good chance that YZG just go from 2nd to 4th in the next few moments. And actually, with GG having 6 kills as well, there's a world where YZG could end out in 5th at the end of this game. Depending on how things go, depending on whether or not these big teams can make it all the way through to the end. And to be honest, I don't want to be that guy, but it's somewhat deserved. Like, YZG just have not played at all since that first game. They had one good game, and then they've just been so inactive, so distant from the rest of the lobby. And, you know, they've just not been playing good today. And unfortunately for them, this might just be the end of their day here, their spot at the top. There's no way that they won't at least make it into the top 8. I think something horrific would have to happen for that to not be the case. But did that just happen? No way!
Yep, Wu Chen TP'd into Bainsborough.
That is just unlucky. Because there's no way, right? There's no way you'd know. You just appear on it as it comes down.
Unfortunate. As it is not going to be MPG. In all of the midst of that, by the way, MPG were able to get on top of a Morris Blessing entirely uncontested and pilfer away legendary armor for Sorrow. So once again, players putting the blinders on, prizing the picks over looking for those loot. And it does mean that when we start to see those final circles, those loot differences, they're gonna come in really clutch. Especially when we don't have anyone really running that Karumi. No one's gonna be playing that quote-unquote full support role to be able to fully pocket those Yodos when they go for the ultimate. As we can see, XCG just exchanging a little bit of ranged warfare. Bauda trying to keep themselves on this high ground, challenging anyone who could potentially come close. FX actually not wanting to go for the challenge. They've been able to find themselves a safe, snug spot. They've got the cannons, they've got decent weapons as well, using those katanas to be able to just charge up the attacks if anyone tries to grapple and push them through. All the while, they can just use those cannons to spray a lot of damage onto that Morris Blessing so that no one is able to scrounge out the scraps. As we can see, Team Ace, they haven't been able to find themselves high ground. They're just keeping themselves to themselves. Champion not kitted out in terms of that loot, wants ideally to try to find an in onto that Morris Blessing, but Alex is having that legendary armor, so the Yoto at least is going to be a little bit more padded when it comes to the vulnerable state of popping out the ultimate, where you do become target focus of every single player around in the lobby. Is Bauda on that Viper with the ultimate, just thinks about the time that they're going to be able to drop down from on high and catch out so many of these players. As we can see, a lot of legendaries starting to come online for a lot of players in this lobby. 24 players left zone, about to start closing on through as well, forcing Wolves now to potentially look for a reposition, but they're out of position at the moment. They don't have high ground. Every single time they try and peek their way over the fence, Bauda on that tower is just going to be able to snipe them out. So for Wolves, it's not really about finding yourself a spot. It's about pushing a team out and reclaiming it as yours.
Yeah, it's just, this game has been chaos. We've got 24 players left already. Like, typically at this point, it's like 30. You're around that 30 to 32 mark, roughly. to have 24 at this point is crazy. This is what Naraka could be, but Monk exists. And it just slows the pace down so much. I love this kind of Naraka. Very high action, very high tempo, but what you do get is a bigger lull. Because at this stage, there are no monks to start to trim through this, and the circle's still fairly large. And there's enough space for a lot of these players to quite comfortably set up as their own area, as the Wuchen windshields will go up. And FPX is just going to go into squirrel mode and get themselves atop a tree to kind of chill out and hold them.
I think they might, yeah, they have. They've downed one of those members from, I believe it's J-Team running a little bit. No, it's not J-Team. Who is it that they're chasing? Is that an FPX? I think it was one of the FPX players who was hiding, squirreling up in those trees. Is GG have also kept themselves squirreling up on one of those trees. Not for long though. Their perch has been spotted, and now they are going to have to be very careful about the next bit of cover they try to take, as XCG could be tracking their movements and looking to try and punish, because GG not really running the weaponry to be able to make it into final circle too, and that's a problem because now the final circle, it's infringed. All of the loot that's here that's high tier has been taken. The only time you're going to be able to find loot is either taking it off of a player's can or if a Morris Blessing comes through, and that's going to be hotly contested. As GG charging up that scale rush just in case they get pressured out, looking for some musket shots on two players exposed out on those lower bases of the tower without those walls to be able to hide behind. There's Wolves just using those pillars to be able to ping off of so that they can charge up the Greatsword Strikes without having to worry about the slow charge up time normally. GD starting things off with a Viper ultimate. Oh, gets stunned out. And it is going to be lacking the weaponry to be able to recover, pushed out of the zone. Kakaishi not long for the world in the slightest. NPG waiting, able to find that one, and that was exactly the moment that NPG was waiting for. Hops out of the zone to go for a reshield. Focus cancel strike so that they're able to get into safety once again without having to worry about that corruption tick damage. There's Bowden out looking to potentially try to intrude, not really finding the moment that they're waiting for, as VVV going to be opting in with that Viper ultimate, forces out the Wuchen TP so that they're able to relocate away from the impact MCC of it. As now XCG on the low ground, NPG looking to try to take advantage. Yodo ultimate comes through from Sorrow, trying to find the flashes. GG panic ulting in with a Viper ultimate. Wolves now going with a Wuchen TP, landing them right on top of one of these teams who was hiding, squirreling up in that tree so as not to be noticed, as Wolves swapping to that Flamer, trying to grapple those players towards them. Hiding in the Yodo F so that no one can actually try and return the favor, as now it's going to be a Viper ultimate coming out from Bowda, but gets done through, forcing that Wuchen TP so that you're not going to be collapsed upon. Ace now coming in with a Viper ultimate of their own. Every single Viper hiding in these trees now dropping to the low ground, trying to find the opening for their team, but no one has the follow-through damage to be able to make it a clean sweep. Is XCG now try their hand. Xiao Nan trying with the Crescent Slam to get on top of Wolves. One Feng, who swaps to that Flamer and once again pushes these players away from any follow-through on the Viper ultimate. XCG now coming in with a Yoto ultimate, trying to collapse onto those members of Wolves, keeping themselves up and out of the reach of the Flamer, as Wolves have been forced back. Trying to collapse onto those players with the Greatsword, looks for the uppercut, uses it to get a little bit of momentum for the ultimate, catching on to those players from Ace, who are trying to break line of sight and hide behind that rock, and One Feng is just relentless, but still no pick coming through, as Wolves just not able to find the focus. As Team Ace, Jin is actually going to be able to walk away with the first pick. Puts them, though, out of position for XCG's Xiao Nan to be able to capitalize, as Alex, for the side of Ace, caught out by the Flamer against the tree. Wolves finally finding the opening that they were looking for. FPX out of the zone, trying to find those players with that Viper ultimate. Doesn't manage to find the stun, is able, though, to use it to push everyone else back to an arm's length to look for that soft reset. falls back to the edge of the circle to be able to repair the cannon, to be able to once again go for the ranged pressure, as we see Wolves 14 coming in with a Viper ultimate, forcing every single player in the area to eat the stun or break CC, as XCG Xiaonan trying to get a Viper ultimate off of their own to try and push on to Wolves 14, who goes down as XCG now going for the verticality, trying to escape the revenge as One Thing looks to try and avenge their fallen comrade with the Flamer. Will be able to find the pick onto GG's 3-3-0 as XCG still with the momentum funneling through the ultimate. Yoto ultimate, this time coming out for NiHQ, trying to find those players who are extremely low. FPX losing members, still able to find a pick onto XCG Xiaonan as the Nunchuck meter dump comes through, forced away from the Flamer, trying to get the grapple, uses that Yoto F to try to keep themselves away, but Wolves just use the opportunity to pop the Yoto ultimate, knowing that they're not going to be able to hide from the strikes, and Wolves walk away with the win!
Have they done it? No, not yet. There's still GG standing about, but LXM not going to be long for this world. This is going to be the Wolves win. An absolutely clean game coming in. LXM's being juggled. I don't see a world unless he gets one hell of a Viper stun, a hell of a meter dump out, but I don't think that's coming down. He tries to climb up the tree. Into the zone he goes. Just staying airborne as long as possible. Can he do it? Into the Flamer, into everything else. FPX holding fast as Wolves take down FPX, cashing on even more kills. Wolves One Fang goes for the Yoto ultimate, gets cancelled out by the stun. LXM might have done it! He's popped One Fang back. One Fang still stunned, gets back into the zone, goes to the 1v1 now. They just have to beat each other out. But LXM, he's got better health. He's better. He's done it! LXM somehow takes it all!
I mean, takes it all. No, he'll take last player surviving, but I'm pretty sure with the amount of kills that Wolves racked up, they win that lobby. As it is gonna be Wolves.
Second win.
The winners, the second win for this team. They recovered. We saw the untempered aggression coming through from them in the previous series. They immediately reeled it back. They went back to the playstyle that suited them, play aggressive at the beginning, reel it back into the mid, play for the final circle, and that's when Wolves flourish. And yeah, okay, they go down to one player remaining from XCG, but they're still walking away with the kills. And there's a reason that they go down to that player from XCG. It's because they exhausted everything being able to beat out everybody else around them.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, all they lose is 2 additional ranking points. That's it. They still get the 1.6 multiplier, and that's the key thing with the amount of kills they have. They will now have definitely surpassed YZG in the standings. I'm not sure if YZG will slip even further or not. We'll have to have a look at the overall standings later and see how the other teams are doing who are just below them. But that was a... That is what I want. That is what I want Naraka to be. Carnage. Absolute carnage at the end of the day. I absolutely love that. I'm hoping we get more of that coming. I don't think with the fact that Zipping's about to get that ridiculous buff, that we won't be seeing less monks, but I'm glad that we had a game with less monks. What that does mean is maybe people are willing to gamble the final circle in the next game and pick the monk up in the next game, or it's going to just be more Yoto action and more carnage going into Holoroth. I'm hopefully saying that. But yeah, so I just want to see the overall points. I want to see how many points they got there, because I didn't actually... How many kills did Wolves had at the end? I can't remember how many they got.
It must have been above 15. Like, they absolutely ruled that final circle. It was just Wolves' world. They were coming in with the Flamer as well, so they were able to really use that to channel every other player's positioning around them, because it was panic. When you get caught out by a Flamer and you're on that low ground, you panic. You try and grapple up to the trees to be able to break into that distance so the Flamer doesn't catch your back, but you're still taking the fire tick damage even as you exit. If you're not controlling your momentum as well, you just slam into that tree trunk, and Wolves still have 2 other players who are in communication with One Fang, who's saying, hey, I've got one player pinned down by the Flamer, they're heading your way, catch them out. And that's exactly what Wolves did. The target focus coming out from that team was absolutely perfect. Even though we had about 20 players left in that final circle, they just moved from one player to the next methodically, not putting themselves out of position, looking for that aggression, but not actually over-capitalizing. So they always find those lulls, they always find those resets where they can repair that flamer and rinse and repeat the strategy.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Flamers are just ridiculous in the final circles. We know this. We've seen it so many times. I mean, especially with Monk's Cops, because you grab them, toast them, throw them. But even in this circle, it was carnage. I'm shocked by like how many players went out in that game at the beginning. Like the fact we got to like 6 minutes left and we had 24 players left standing is big. Now this is a really big banner. So obviously we had an extended break coming out of the game 4 for YZG. There was a technical issue with their equipment. So they've been awarded 11 points for the fact that they weren't able to communicate with one another. So basically that was the core issue that was going on. That's why going into this 5th game, we had an extended break because we were trying to fix it. I believe that issue has now been fixed, but yes, YZG did not have comms in game 4 and have therefore been given 11 points. So that will change some things up. That might just be enough for them not to be surpassed by Wolves. This wasn't a good game for YZG in game number 5 either. I feel a little bit bad because I did take a bit of a dump on them in that previous game. I said they've been playing bad. So we'll have to see how Holoroth looks, because I think Holoroth is going to mean a lot at this point. YZG, even though problems are fixed, and yes, they were compensated with some points, there's still a big issue that they haven't had a particularly great day. Other than game number 1, they've been scoring very, very low. Wolves just had a killer game. GD just had a killer game. Like every team below them just had an amazing game, and the team above them. So there's a very high chance that they've been surpassed or will be surpassed by the end of the 6th game.
Yeah, especially because the next map that we're going to, it's not Morrisile, it's Holoroth. And of the teams that looked uncomfortable, we had FPX, we had J-Team, and we had, you guessed it, YZG. So it's really not the best position to be in, especially when the leaderboard is going to be that close, because Wolves, while they weren't dominant on Holoroth, they were extremely strong when it came to controlling that final circle. So for Wolves, there is a very real potential that we see them walk away with 3 MVPs today.
Well, there you go. 27 points over to the side of Wolves coming out of that game. XCG got 21 points. GG got 19. GD got 15. Like, okay, let's just add the 11 points on so they get 14 points there. That's still lower than, like, even NPG, basically. Like, that's a lot of teams. All of these teams right now are currently contesting YZG for placement. Yes, XCG, I think, are pretty much locked it into first after this, because someone has to have like a 40-point game to surpass them, and I don't think that's possible at this point. Maybe more, actually. So XCG, without a minor miracle happening from the likes of Wolves or GD, I don't think that they're going to get surpassed. So they should be locked into first, or it's mathematically possible, statistically improbable, right? That's what we're looking at for the side of XCG, being beaten out of first. But 2nd through to 5th, that is very much up in the air right now. That could be any one of these teams. It could be any one of YZG, of GD, of Wolves, of FPX, of, I can't remember the last team in that running, but I think Bowder, or no, not Bowder. Doesn't matter. Anyway, let's see who our MVP was. Our MVP was 14, of course it was, on the Viper there. Had an absolutely killer game. 11k damage, 7 kills given over there, and 5 kills before rebirth. That is an absolutely phenomenal amount of kills to start the game off with.
Yeah, that was Wolves. Like, they had a lot of momentum, and then they carried it forward into that final circle, and it is off of that Viper. A lot of these teams who are really strong in final circle, it's normally off of a support player who isn't flashy, who doesn't come in with a kill feed, but sets everything up. And for Wolves, that player is 14. He is effectively their VVV.
No, he really is. He played very, very well. Like, you can obviously sing the praises of one thing on the Yoto. He was very, very strong on that, but a Yoto's only as good as her enablers. In the same way, like, I think we're seeing the key thing about Monk. Monk has to be played with a Karumi because if a Monk doesn't have someone to support it, that pillar to lean on, it's very easy to take down. And in that same sense, that is exactly what we're seeing today. We're seeing, you know, carry players supported and very, very reliant on their supports, and a well-earned MVP there for the side of 14 for Wolves. And Wolves now get their second win of the day in this bi-weekly. Like I said, it's looking like it's going to be XCG to take the whole thing, but I think there's a lot up for grabs elsewhere. So this is going to be an amazing Holler off to end on.
Yeah. I'm just wondering whether or not we're going to see a Takeda come through from XCG, but we'll probably get a little bit of an earful about what Wolves might be running into Holoroth, because we do have an interview with Leo as Valda over just now.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to Wolves to be the winner of this game. We invite Joe to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先请周周跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是蓝队的周。
Okay, welcome. So I see that these games, Final Circle was a great ground shape for Vipers to use her ultimate, especially like jumping ultimate. So can you like share us about the timing that Viper used her ultimate in the Final Circle? Especially for this kind of ground shape. 那其实看到这一把决赛圈的地形是非常适合宁红叶跳水天降了。那可以给我们分享一下，一般是如何选择时机的吗？
天降的话，肯定就是下面打得越乱，人越多，越混乱，就是没人注意到你就越好，就等着下面打起来了，然后找机会天降就比较好了。
Oh, okay. So it depends on, like, when you are on the top of the tree, you can see the situation under you and the mess the situation have, and the best time you choose to jumping ultimate at the time. So when you see there was a lot of like your opponents fight under the tree, and you can choose this time to use Viper's ultimate. Okay, so when your team get accused at the time, how did you decide who eat the flower first? 那其实有在决赛圈里，你们会去选择谁去先吃这个返魂花吗？
越到决赛圈肯定是妖刀姬优先，然后是宁红叶，再是无尘基本不考虑，主要是妖刀姬跟宁红叶，因为他们的决赛圈能力太强了。
Okay, so for this game, our team use Yudo, Viper, and Wuchen's combinations this time. So for our combo, in the final circle, you have to let Yudo and Viper eat the flower first, because Wuchen, this hero in the final circle, was not really useful because the range is very small and you don't have too much position to choose for your transmist. So you just let Yudo and Viper eat the flower first. So you mentioned about final circles, the order in the final circle. So maybe can you tell us before the final circle what's the order? 那其实这个是关于就是说决赛圈里面嘛。那如果在平常就是决赛圈之外，前期啊、中期啊，那是怎么决定这个顺序的呢？
前期的话是无尘优先吃，因为无尘的大招是保命的，然后剩下两个都可以，就反正前期一定是无尘先吃，后期的话就是反着来的。
Okay, so when you are in the earlier stage, it's just opposite, because Wuchen, this hero, can like help the other two teammates to survive. So you just let Wuchen eat the flowers before the final circle, but in the final circle, it's opposite too. OK， 好的，谢谢周周来到我们的采访，也希望狼队最后一把可以有更好的发挥，好吗？谢谢。Thank Joe. Come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest, and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
这边是击败了红木兰，拿下本场比赛的决胜。这波能反杀，看起来想起了这波操作，他秀了。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our final game of the day. We're moving over to Holoroth for our sixth and final game of the day, and things are tight towards the top, Moxie. We have a whole bunch of teams very, very close to one another. Yeah, we can talk about this. I actually think this side of the table is very irrelevant right now. Unfortunately, guys, I don't care. Let's move up. I want to see what the top end looks like. There we go. XCG. I mean, it's going to have to be one hell of a game from these guys to be able to keep up. Unfortunately, I doubt that's going to be possible. Wolves are 0.3 points behind YZG for second. GG very close on their tail, and FPX very close on their tail. I think we could see a game where YZG do lose their spot on the podium, unless they are the only team who I think are actually, their man Wolves technically are capable of beating XCG, but it is going to have to be a monster game, like another 37-point game, or in Wolves' case, another 38.6-point game. They've done it before today. It is doable.
Yeah, but not only that, Wolves have to have another 40-point game. XCG has to go out with nothing. Yeah. So it's going to be tough. It's doable. It's mathematically improbable, but it's definitely not impossible. So I'm, for one, going to be keeping a very close eye on the left side of those screens, waiting to see whether or not XCG are able to pull through. Because here's the problem for Wolves. XCG survived into a lot of late circles on Holoroth in Game 3. They came away with 17.4 because what does this team excel at? Staying alive. So Wolves are going to be hunting this team down, but they have no way of being able to do it. No nameplates, no skins, no clue what XCG are running from. The only thing that they have to go on is the fact that when XCG actually ran Holoroth before, they ran a Takeda. So if we see them run that Takeda again, Wolves could potentially use it to track that squad and make sure that they're eliminated as fast as possible, because XCG is the one standing in Wolves' path of not just picking up free MVPs, but also walking away the champions of the Trios Biweekly too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be the kind of key thing to look out for is the performance of XCG in this game. But I think we can talk about the top end and how, like, first is potentially within grasp. Realistically, everyone is fighting for second through to fifth right now. That is where the real fight is going to be. I have every faith that Wolves are going to do it. I think they've been playing very, very well today. I think they've been consistent. Yes, they've had maybe one game where they haven't been amazing. On the other side, YZG have only had one game where they've impressed me. Other than that, it's all been very disappointing stuff. That 11 points, remember, that was an awarded points thing. So that, other than, you know, there was an excuse for that game. But what about the other four? Like, there's been a whole bunch of big mess ups here coming in from this team. And this game is going to, well, I mean, it's going to decide everything. It's really do or die for all of these teams. If they want to get themselves as many, first of all, just placement points working towards the World Championship, but also just that cash prize. The higher up you end today, the more money you take home.
Yeah, XCG, one of those teams in very high spirits, you can see. They're very happy to be back onto Holoroth. They know that they are currently in the lead, that they are primed and in position. It is going to take two massive factors, both very low possibilities, that they're going to be able to not take away that first position. Wolves a little bit more somber, a little bit more focused on in front of them. They know, like, it's in reach. They can do it. They can attain it. If they put up another stellar performance on Holoroth, making it into Final Circle, coming away with so many kills, just playing Gatekeeper in terms of the high ground and also the Morris Blessings too. Using Flamers, like, normally we say, okay, if a Flamer in Final Circle, that's when it becomes scary. No, a Flamer in Wolves' hands is absolutely terrifying. Because even if it's just a purple Flamer, they use it to absolutely obliterate any positioning that anyone else around them could potentially even look for.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves have been super good at like reading these late game circles, and we were talking about this. It's the main thing that was our main criticism of Wolves, was their incredible aggression early and just complete lack of foresight going beyond early game, and just the blinders. They fell victim to their blinders quite a lot. But this time around, like, Wolves have just been so good at playing early. They've been very good at keeping that aggression going in the mid game, but not overly aggressive, and then also knowing when to stop. When they go, all right, now it's like 10 minutes until the final circle. Let's just get ourselves situated, make sure that we have enough resources, and then we're ready to go. And that's been the main thing about this team, is what's impressed me, is they just know exactly their rotations. But here we go. We're getting ready for game number 6. We'll see what hero select looks like. Remember, we only had 1 monk in our previous game. We had 2 the last time we came to Holoroth, so maybe they've been saving the monks and are going to be gambling it all on this final game, but I think we're probably going to see some Yotos coming out here.
Question is, do they have the Yoto picks? Because, like we mentioned, we've seen a lot of Yotos for a lot of these maps, and you can only play same hero 3 different times. So let's have a look at what exactly players do start to lock in with. For XCG, like, it really is integral that they're not the only one running that cicada if they do choose it, and big sigh of relief for that team. Not only are they not going to be the only ones running that cicada, it is actually going to be pretty hard to try to track them through that cicada, because a lot of teams are going to be running it. It's not just going to be a 50-50 coin flip. Wolves are running it as well. 17JL is running it too, and I know you're probably not going to like this, Jake. I know you've been a little bit burnt out by it, but we've got a Z-ping coming through for the side
I'm
of
okay with a
Bowder.
Z-ping, especially in trios, because, you know, we don't really see it that often in the trios.
Well, there's a reason.
Yeah, there is a reason.
The trios.
But I don't mind it here. I think in Bowder's team, actually, unless they switch last minute, which they could do, I actually don't mind it.
So I think for Bowder, like, this is actually going to be really good for them. 101 Tian is actually running it. He doesn't typically play support for this team. He tends to be the damage dealer, which is actually why he's picking up the Z-ping, because it's not going to be Z-ping version 3 of the abilities, so you're not going to be able to transfer all of the utility to your teammates. Instead, it is going to be you pick one player to boost up and support, and 101 Tien is going to potentially boost up himself, so he can look for those fights, he can go aggressive, he doesn't have to worry about being interrupted, he can just go for the loot, go for the fights, and play exactly how a damage dealer wants to. Close.
Yeah, you're right on that front. We're on to the map for our final game of the day. Not the first, imagine. As YZG immediately start it by getting pretty heavily bullied, actually, by MPG. MPG got purple weapons and purple armor, but CXZ is doing his best to try and pick up at least an early kill for his team, as QGG going very, very low. MPG able to get away from the member of QXZ here, as he's got himself that pole arm. That's going to be one picked up for the side of YZG, and they're not letting go yet, taking down even more members. YZG cashing in with 2, make it 3 kills to kick it off.
Well, there's a reason they were #1 coming in to the Biweekly finals, and that is mechanical prowess, which is exactly what is able to save them from that. Looking as well at all of those rosters locked in, it is permanent. Bowder did indeed lock in that Z-ping, so 101 Tien is going to be looking to aggressively take those fights into the close quarters, as YZG now can start to move forward and look for the loot around the outskirts of Imperial Village. So we can head over to Wolves, ringing the bell, just making sure, are there enemies in sight? Do we have time to really let our guard down and look for the loot? Because they have been able to already find 2 lots of purple armor, but the weaponry isn't quite up to par just yet. As we move over to Imperial Village, right in amongst the spray, 17JL going to be able to find 2 members of Alliance, immediately ripping into that team, using the Greatsword to be able to really play off of the angles, but the counter comes through. It is going to be the Greatsword down onto the ground, but no follow through does allow Z to be able to pick that one up without any sort of punishment. As Alliance's players unfortunately dwindled a little bit too early to be able to pull that fight back, is fighting at the moment towards that anti-ult area. Not going to be able to use the Yoda ultimate or Viper to be able to set that one up. YZG deciding to just book it. They were able to apply a little bit of pressure. They don't want to have their backs against the wall with no escape card, no trump card up their sleeve because of the anti-ult area. Instead, they're just going to try and catch the backs of the disengaging teams who didn't also want to face that one. Ace going for that very early freeze from the side of Alex to be able to try and open up into the dual blade slam. YZG now on the Yoda ultimate, looking to try and push onto those players. Wooch and TP, when they're not able to find the slashes, will be able to as well as that transport the Ken, getting the resurrection online for the team. The rescue is there. YZG now can look forward to just going for a little bit of a reset, as Wolves, not really knowing that YZG, their main competitors, are around, they're now going to just be pushing onto all of these players that they run into. With that aggression that we've come to learn is and love from this team.
Yeah, they're going straight in as well, but YZG are coming into the area. One Feng needs to be careful, pops himself a little bit of damage off there onto the members of Aces. Now the snares coming in from the side of CXZ to pin everybody in place. Actually catches out on a couple of these Wolf members. That's big. One Feng actually throws out, I never remember if that's the ult or the F, but is just able to zone them off for the moment. Wolves have transformed up as well. As that got hairy. That could have been Wolves losing their lives to the person they are trying to beat right now. But they are going to finish it up what they started on the side of Ace, grab themselves their first kill, and they're looking to make it a third as well. Wolves staying competitive here, got themselves 2 kills and remaining close to the member of YZG. As YZG, I think, would have seen the kills, seen the kill feed there, and seen who just picked up kills and realized, oh, they're people we need to deal with, and they might chase into the face of Wolves.
Talking about chasing, it is XCG looking for those picks. Takeda with the Greatsword, charging up 2 lots of the right click, will be able to find a nice opening to provide Jarnan with the nunchucks to be able to take out one of those members from EWG. It's XCG, another one of those teams looking to cement themselves in Hollow Offers. One of the only monks in the lobby at the moment. GG 330 looking to try and grab onto those players. We'll be able to find one slam. Doesn't really find the damage that they were looking for. As we can see GD on the back foot. Kai a little bit away from the team, unfortunately, due to the fact that they were just dwindled down to 1 very early on. Now going to be caught out as FPX looking to come in potentially for the third party will be able to find themselves a little bit of lead off of those cans before trying to push on to the players around them, entering into that desert expanse, maybe trying to take those fights into the open, which is where you really can try and punish in terms of those players who have exhausted their utilities. As you can see, FX just waiting, lying in ambush. They've heard Ventus, they know that there's a team around. They've got the Yoda ultimate, they'll have the Viper ultimate to start things off as well, but Ventus are one of those teams that you do not really want to start popping the Viper ultimate out onto, because you will just get grabbed out by the transformation sequence coming through from Pixel if you're not too careful. So FPX biding their time and waiting for the team to pass instead.
Yeah, holding out first as OC have actually found Wolves here, and they are chasing onto the side of Wolves. Wolves actually, I think they just popped the no ult zone there because they know they're at a bit of a disadvantage, but already this fight has gone very, very bad. One Feng catches a couple of people up and is trying to get some extra damage down. OC going low, and they might just lose their Justine and not able to get it as One Feng goes down. OC actually starting to obliterate Wolves here as 14 has transformed, and he's just going to use it to get away, or actually buy space for his team. They're going to get the revive off onto One Feng, using that very, very effectively he can't go towards that zone, otherwise he's in trouble as OC immediately tried to spring the trap. One Fang gets taken down again. 14 is going to have to somehow zone once again for his teammates, but they are just going lower and lower as 28 HH is going down. Wolves 14 is now de-transformed and he's low HP. Down go Wolves to OC. They have their revives, but that is not the start they needed. They're able to get themselves a bunch of kills, though, and have surpassed YZG.
Yeah, Wolves not really looking for that outcome, having already now burned those resurrections. If they go down, they are going to be out of Hollow Off, and they were looking to try to make it into Final Circle to put up another 38.6 round. As we can see, YZG taking a lot of entry fire from the side of FPX, just trying to keep themselves as mobile as possible. The repeating crossbow not finding the opening that FPX were looking for, not really biting into as many reserves as they would like. And instead, it is just going to be FPX keeping this team on their horizon, making sure that they know exactly where they're going to be. As YZG have a little bit of downtime. Not going to actually chase after the picks themselves. Moving over to your favorite aspect of the map, the snow biodome. Starting to come on through. GG now with the scale rush, keeping themselves nice and mobile, just using it to scale up those cliffs. However, it's going to be pretty easy to track all of their movement, given the fact that the snow does tend to give your footprints away as a Lions. Just playing around Frozen Lake, keeping themselves on that high ground a little bit harder to reach. They have the transformation sequence ready to go once that Morris Blessing starts to spawn on through. But honestly, they might not need it. And that, I think, is something that Alliance are going to have to be very careful of. They're not being pressured, but we're still just seeing the Monk transform up. I'm not a fan of this. That transformation sequence is going to burn out, and if another team tries to come close, you don't have it to fall back onto.
No, I agree. I think that was actually a bit of a mess on that front. Final Circle is going to shift out of this snow area, unfortunately, which has made me very sad. Is that the snowstorm, or is that just an effect on the map?
That's just an effect.
Oh, it's a cool effect, but oh. XCG gonna get their hands on to this Mora's Blessing. We'll see what buff they actually get from it. It's looking like it's a Draco Storm for the side of Ventus, or is that a Mystic Might? Oh, they're the same bloody color. I can never tell them apart. No, that's a Mystic Might.
Yeah.
Because the green one, it's a more greeny color. Draco Storm.
It's a snake too. It's like a little mini emoji dragon.
Yes.
If it's a Draco Storm. Actually, oh, now it makes sense. It's a dragon in the form of a lightning bolt.
Oh my word.
Draco
that makes
Storm.
so much sense. Well, you know, you live and you learn.
The more you know.
We have now learned.
Oh man, I feel so foolish.
What does Mystic Might say? I don't know. It's a dragon or a dog. I don't know. It's some kind of creature. Anyway, OC found themselves in a fight versus Bowder. They're looking to get the freeze off, and Bowder are getting slapped. OC have honestly been very, very consistently good across the last couple of games. Actually, they were absolutely charging ahead of the rest of the competition earlier, but Bowder are able to Wushen out to safety and are looking to run away. As XCG are the ones to get themselves the Draco Storms. So they're going to be very, very happy now, and going to be quite a scary team to fight versus, as a YZG have to Wushen away from Ventus and their Monk. As actually we might have a circle, but is okay for the Monks when I think about it, actually. So this could be a pretty good one.
Oh, for Pixel, it's not a great time at the moment. The repeating crossbow comes on out from YZG, and now they go in for the pick. It's in a panic that Ventus actually activate that anti-ultimate area. They just used their ultimate, so it's smart coming from them. As you can see, YZG, without access to the ultimates, now not really wanting to commit. Zahuri just actually using that Firefly Cage in the entirety of that fight to be able to charge up their rage meter, so that if things do take a little bit of a turn for worse, they'll be able to use that Wuchen TP a little bit faster than normal, as YZG have already lost one of their players. And it is going to be the Panic ultimate coming through from CXZ, using that Viper ultimate to force those players away so that they can try and move in with the spear. Will be able to play off of the stun provided for them. But here comes that Draco Storm buff coming out from XCG and instantly obliterating that Viper, who just goes so low, manages to pull out the Nez's Might, but unfortunately it does so little in the face of the Draco Storm.
They can't beat Wolves. Wolves are locked into second. Well, not locked into second, but are secured to be bet higher than YZG. GG and FPX do have room to catch up and actually knock YZG out, but it was such a good start for YZG. I thought actually they might be able to hold on to that second spot, but they just lost the fight, and the front runners, XCG, I swear I can speak. XCG come through and save the day for the side of Wolves, as Wolves now find themselves in a bit of trouble themselves, and they are eliminated. All right, well, GG and FPX are probably rubbing their hands together because the two teams above them have been knocked out very, very early. XCG now know no one can catch them. They've got 3 kills. They're going to get a multiplier. They're going to get whatever placement points they get here. Like, this is going to have to be, you know, some turn to religion stuff if GG want to actually surpass XCG. So XCG most likely going to be locked into first at the end of these bi-weeklies, but second, third, fourth, fifth, very up in the air.
I love the difference in mobility when players are around the Sand Cognacs, because if you hit those plants, you partially blind yourself. So all of those players who were so used to either charging up a skill rush or going for the grapple of horizontal attack, carrying their momentum through, have to just go it the usual way by climbing, because they don't want to hit the plant by accident. So it will take a little bit longer to scale those cliffs, but what's not going to take a little bit longer is that zone. Starting to push those players, moving a little bit closer towards where it's going to end on up. As we can see, FPX have got all of their free players left. Oh my goodness. That's just motion sickness. XCG, what is that? Lixenhead, I know you impressed. I know you did 17,000 damage with the bow earlier, but I feel like if you use the ballista to get those same numbers, it's a little bit unfair. It's a little bit of a cheese.
They're just celebrating because they've pretty much locked first. Wait, that Matari on the ballista looks really bizarre. Is that just me, or does that like look like such an uncomfortable position to sit in? I think it's like the poofy trousers for kind of like.
I mean, they're very pretty though.
Yeah, but I wouldn't sit on a ballista in them.
Would you grapple to a rooftop? Because I think FPX have decided, nah, they probably don't want to grapple there. Instead, they'll just use the swarm to try and burn out the members of, I believe it's OC, that they're currently scrapping with, considering a Mars Blessing is about to spawn up in this area. So it's a little bit of swarm for swarm attrition. As both of those players trying to find those shots coming through. OC now actually dropping down onto the low ground, have been forced a little bit further away. They're choosing to keep themselves safe, giving up control of the Morris Blessing, the Bane's Breath as well coming through to try and unseat some of those players, as FPX not really going to have control of the Morris Blessing that they were looking for either. It's J-Team with a Temi ultimate, and again a very early Monk transformation too coming out from Eagle, so that's 2 ultimates invested for immediate control of that Morris Blessing. The second that those ultimates have lapsed out, they are going to be ripe for the picking of all of the players. So it's a good thing that they were able to actually use that Morris Blessing to get a Draco Storm, because that buys you 2 minutes of players really not wanting to aggress into you, which is more than enough time for your Monk to be able to get that transformation back online.
Yeah, absolutely. Elsewhere, everyone else is just chilling out. They're holding fast, which is fairly interesting, because if you're GG and FPX, you would have a rough idea of the numbers. So you must know that you need to have a good game. I guess with the fact they got 5 kills and 4 kills, they know they can maybe take it a little bit more chill and wait this out and get into the final circle and try and pick up as much as possible there. That is probably their thought process. Meanwhile, OUG find themselves in a fight versus EWG. The stun comes out from the Viper, and it looks like EWG are just going to try and finish up the final members of OUG here. Able to pick up as many as possible. Obviously, there is that Matari invisibility, which is a bit of a nuisance, but you know, or you can just freeze them, blend them, take them down. And bye-bye little chipmunks, they're taken out.
As we're going to now cross over to 17JL. AS does have the transformation, unfortunately gets frozen. Has to pop it now to be able to try and cover for their team. OC dropping that Temi ultimate to make it just absolutely impossible for 17JL to be able to maneuver around. As we can see, AS just trying to pursue that Spear Strike, landing onto so many of those players, getting them a little bit low, but AS also having to be very, very intelligent about when he drops that ultimate form. He is actually going out of the zone to be able to escape pursuit. The nunchucks coming through just to try and retain a little bit of momentum. The grapple comes through. There's no follow-through damage. Again, it's still trying to find that pick. There it is. It is going to be in the hands of 28HH who'll be able to find that one, but it's an OC teammate nonetheless. So it's still a point online as XCG have another Draco Storm online. Oh, this is so tough for EWG. Sensi had to burn that F ability to try to keep themselves safe a little bit longer. But it's XCG walking away with another pick, and look at the amount of legendaries around them. Yes, they have to escape the zone, but I don't think they really care about the loot haul that they just picked up in the face of it.
I just noticed that OC are going top 8. Like, they got 13 kills. They are 0.2 points. This is... Remember, all this maths is prior to the multiplier, because that doesn't get applied until we actually know what the numbers are. OC are potentially going to catch up to GD. 13 kills. They are 11 points behind. If they get a good enough multiplier, they actually could just take 7th. 17JL will not be taking any cash home after today. GD might be taking the minimal cash open available to them today, unless... Actually, no, there is no unless. That is probably what's going to be going down. XCG using the cannons to bully away, and they're getting another Mora's Blessing. No way. No, they're not!
No, they're not.
Oh my word! J-Team just put them in the blender! Where the hell did XCG go? They evaporated. The damage coming in from J-Team was disgusting.
That J-Team's Temi ultimate locking XCG into position. Oh man, that's so mean. And it does punish XCG. They thought that they would be uncontested. They don't really invest utilities of their own. And now they're going to be on the back foot. FPX with the VVV Viper stun, trying to immediately counterplay that Takeda ultimate coming through from XCG. They've ran into the frying pan, right into FPX, who are looking to try to find those picks. Yoda ultimate comes out from TXJ to try to just buy themselves the time and threat to be able to go for that reset. If XCG will be able to live another day. Have to be careful that they don't activate one of those traps though, as they're playing awfully close to those bars.
Crazy sequence of plays, and somehow XCG get away. I don't understand how they got away with that, actually. They got caught by J-Team, someone went down, they managed to get him up, and then immediately into FPX, and somehow still survived FPX's onslaught, including a Yota ultimate.
It's just Matari things. Here's the answer to that.
It's a fair answer. It's a fair answer, to be fair.
They're taking a lot of damage from the swarm. They've been able to, as well as that, hold themselves up in the high ground, but unfortunately, they're just being barraged. Every single player has them in their sights at the moment, so every single time they try and cross them to one of those different angles, it's another trio that spots them out as GG's Free just trying to get that Morris
No
Blessing.
way, J-Team getting another one.
The armor to try to embolden that monk form, but again, they're bullied out of it. And J-Team take up arms on the high ground, blitzing anyone who dares to cross into their path and go for that chest.
There's no way J-Team are going to look to get another one. They just got Amora's Blessing. There's no way they're going to somehow sneak away 2 in like the space of like a couple of minutes. That'd be crazy.
I think Eagle just swarmed one of the cacti, and as a result took a massive amount of damage as well as knockback. So that's J-Team, a little bit too close to the sun, immediately going to be knocked back to ground with a FUD. As it does now mean that GG might be able to scrounge together something from that Morris Blessing, but J-Team still now falling into that same lurking position, punishing very similar to Wolves when they played Holoroth earlier. With the superior weaponry, anyone who tried to go for that Morris Blessing is just going to be walking into an absolute blender. As XCG has that Takeda ultimate, it's not run out just yet. They're hunting to try and find those players, but everyone is staying very, very far away. Can't grapple up onto the sides either to escape the repeating crossbows because the traps will just chip into your health. As NiHQ is forced to just climb up.
Oh, no, he's going down! No way. He's dead. He's dead.
He's dead.
Oh.
The trap activates, and then Lixenhen caught up allows them on J-Team to find that snipe with the bow. As J-Team looking again to try and control the tempo of this engagement. Temi ultimate coming through from XCG's members, just trying to keep themselves onto those high grounds, but every single time they run into the whirlwinds coming up from J-Team, they are forced to take the buffets and get a little bit closer to those trap clips. But with the Matari ultimate, Lixenhen will be able to escape and get back on top of that high ground unnoticed for now. It's still not going to be safe at the moment, though, as every single player, it feels like, is trying to retreat away from the onslaught that J-Team is laying down from this opposing high ground.
J-Team have just been a nuisance team. Like, the thing is they've got nothing to lose. They can't actually make top 8 unless they kill the rest of the lobby, which I honestly doubt they're going to be able to do. Even though they are very good, top 8 is a long, long way away from where J-Team are right now. Or is it? No, it's not. Oh, wait, hold the phone. They just need to be... it's actually, okay, it's actually achievable for J-Team. So there is a world where they could do this, but they're going to have to put some work in to get there. And I guess they are, but they need to do more than just annoy. They need to actually finalize up some of these kills that they are setting up.
Yeah, they do have legendary armor on Eagle, which does mean that that monk transformation is going to be tanky. The thing that they're missing, however, is that Karumi. As they don't know that FPX are currently sitting in the purple bush on their right. Instead, they're going to be turning their attention towards those players just draining in, chipping in damage with that swarm, as we can see OC trying to do exactly the same with that repeating crossbow. Trying to do a little bit of damage, snipe away one of those picks. Book yourself the damage done necessary that no one can get close to try and contest. However, peeking your head up on top of the high ground from that tent does invite aggression. And OC now on the run are going to be running into a lot of trios who turn their attention towards you being out of that position. As XCG already dwindled down to 2 players, lacking that Takeda, lacking that aggression, the setup that is necessary, the stun off of those ultimate slashes. Not going to be
good counter.
The counter comes through. Unfortunately, the abscess is immediately made up for as we see the dual blades coming in to make sure that Zhaonan is not able to grab onto those legendary weapons that had fallen to the ground. And OC will survive after a massive parry comes through that could have immediately taken one of their own down.
And we're seeing Zhao Lui actually go in for the stun there. Everyone's going to break line of sight, but we talked about the limited amount of monk final circles that we get. This is very much a monk final circle. There's a lot of open space, lots of places for J-Team to go for those grabs, and they're playing it a little bit quiet at the moment. They're not actually looking to fully commit to anything. They're holding off on the sidelines, but expect to see that come forward fairly soon as XCG repositioning, but it's very hard for them to find a good position to go to. They are down a single player. They only have 2, and they are in trouble as J-Team take out EWG. That's their 3rd kill of the game. They are starting to ramp up on those kills as OC finds himself a member of FPX, the Wu Shen out to make sure they're not going to be able to find anybody else on FPX. And the freezes are starting to run a little bit dry, starting to run out here. As XCG desperately trying to force their way forward. They've thrown down the Sandstorm just to buy a bit of space and get some room to work with. His FPX are knocked out. Pixel has gone for a transformation and he's now looking for people. Everyone is being corralled towards J-Team where they are holding fast with their ability. The swarm is up on Eagle. A grab comes through. That's going to be a kill onto the member of OC. Eagle is now transformed. He's got golden armor and he has golden weapons. He is tanky and he does damage. It is going to really hurt. Oh, 0-1 goes for it, goes invisible, well, freezes himself up and he gets immediately caught out. Now they're looking for Pixel for the grab. Unable to quite connect onto him, but there we go. Eagle finds a grab. He's going to get the slam to follow as well. Another kill should be gifted over to the side of J-Team as they will finish up yet another kill. J-Team get themselves 5 kills. They are so close. Remember, top 8 is literally within their grasp. They are 6 points away, realistically, from taking that place. All they need is to get 6 more points, and they are going to push up for that top 8. We said things could shuffle around. We didn't realize to what degree it was going to be shuffling around. It wasn't towards the top. It was towards the bottom of the top 8 is where everything was going to be on the move. Another grab connects here from 330 from GG. He's going to de-transform before he gets the evolve up, unfortunately. And GG, they've still got the UA Shen to work with, so they're going toe-to-toe with the J-Team members right now. But J-Team are very, very low as Ventus have been taken out of the lobby. OC able to get themselves their 16th kill of this game as Miss Kia is bleeding out so low. Eagle's not going to get the transformation off in time, and now Little has to somehow hold fast versus Miss Kia as he de-transforms. 330 still away from getting his evolution going in his favor as J-Team lose ZK. J-Team are going to lose yet another member. They're going to be knocked out by 330 here, but Little isn't done. He needs to get a little bit more points, some more blood on the roster for the side of J-Team. They are so close. 330 is now going to transform. Little is just holding on as long as possible as he finally goes down. Ace OC is slammed, and that is going to be GG taking first overall. But I don't know who actually won that game because OC came second and they had an absolutely killer amount of points, but we knew it was coming. XCG are the overall winners of the trios.
Yeah, absolutely dominant, both when it comes to the ranged warfare, sniping out those kills with the bow so that you can add to your tally, but also so strong at the close quarters match. That's exactly what you want, right? Every single one of these trios already has one of those players take up that ranged weaponry where whenever we see licks in hand, he's the one who comes in with those snipes, and then those other 2 players are meant to cover your bases in terms of that melee combat. And that's exactly what XCG are extremely strong at. They're very good early game. They survive mid game. We don't normally hear a lot of noise coming through them mid game, but they survive into final circle, and that's when they hit their stride.
I really hope we get to actually look at the overall standings of this game and not just go straight to the overall standings of the day, because that game, a lot happened, a lot of points went down. I'm pretty sure J-Team made top 8. I think with the multiplier, they made it to top 3. They were 4 points short. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight. I think they should have just about done it and got themselves in, and that is going to be heartbreaking for the likes. I think it was Balder and 17JL who would have been denied if that was the case. 17JL was denied no matter what because OC just had an absolutely manic game. 16 kills. They were on a tear. They were just taking names left, right, and center, and they even got themselves first in that game. So they're going to get the max multiplier, the max points. Like, there's a world where actually OC jumped very high up off that. Not top 3 high, but they are comfortably within top 8. J-Team realistically within top 8, and crucially, Wolves I don't think lost their spot. I think they stayed second.
Think so. I think like YZG went out very early.
Yeah.
Is the thing, and Wolves were able to survive a fair bit longer and come in with a fair number of kills more. So it's going to be very interesting to see how exactly that last game of Holoroth did shuffle things through. And as we pointed out, all of those environmental hazards played a massive part into how that game panned out. You could see that J-Team had a very strong grasp of what exactly they wanted to do. There was a reason that they came in with that Temi, not just to enable Eagle coming out, picked up off of Q9 from Season 1 to replace 101T, and one of those standout players that always comes alive in Final Circle, but it was the Temi when they were corralling all of those players onto the low ground that they weren't able to grapple up off, and every single time he got buffeted by the whirlwind just a little bit closer to those barbed sticks pointing out from the wall, catching those players. And J-Team had a very good grasp of being able to funnel those players into that crevice and pushing them into, okay, you either take damage from grappling away from us, or we're gonna kill you by sniping you out with a swarm, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. And I hope as we head into the next coming weeks of Nbpl that we see that kind of J-Team where they have the confidence, the aggression, the read of the map as well, and that's what we expect from the team that carries the current World Championship title.
Yes, I think that's something that we kind of always step over at this point, because J-Team, unfortunately for us, have been a little bit of a disappointment for the last 2 seasons, but they are still the defending world champions. They are still playing to make it to Worlds, and they want to, obviously, they'll have time between the end of Season 2 and Worlds to really take a long, hard look at everything, shuffle themselves up, and make sure that they are prepared going into the World Championships, that they are going to be able to show up and defend their title, because that is the key thing for them. But there are some bloody good teams above them right now, and I mean, we've still got NA and EU. We got EU finals. Is that next week? I think EU finals are next week. So we'll start
I think
to
it's
find out
the
some of the
8th and 9th, if I recall correctly.
I've got on my calendar. 8th and 9th, yes. So 2 weeks. Wait, 3 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks time. We got the EU finals. So yeah, it's you know, there's a whole bunch. No, it's 2 weeks. Brain fart. Yeah, there's you know, a whole bunch of teams that will be looking to contest them. I just want to see the points. I know right now the players are doing an interview, hence why it's on us. They're doing the interview on the Chinese stream over on stage right now, but like, I really want to know how that ended out, because I've spent the whole day kind of doing quick mental maths and trying to figure out exactly where we're sitting, but I want that confirmation. I want to know if I'm right. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to hazard a guess before we get the points up. I'm pretty sure first is obviously XCG, we know that. Then I think it's Wolves, then YGG, then GG, then FPX. I can't remember who was 5th. It might be GD after that game. No, OC after that game. Then GD. Then J-Team. That's my guess for how everything's looking. That's just off very quick mental maths, mind you, so don't take my word for that. We'll find out soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be interested as well to see where FPX is going to fall in all of this, because FPX were in contention for potentially walking away with an MVP of today. And again, we did see them just fall a little bit at the hurdle that is the bi-weekly finals. It feels like that is the poison of this team. They always, whenever we see them on the bi-weekly stage, both in Season 1 and Season 2, just fall a little bit flat.
Yeah, I mean, they struggle with pressure. I think that's the big thing, and I think that's been a massive problem for this team. And I mean, if you're struggling with pressure in the bi-weekly finals and playoffs, like, how are you gonna handle Worlds? That's a lot more pressure. And I know we're talking a lot about Worlds, but you know, we are now done with the second bi-weekly. We're chugging along quite comfortably now with our Season 2 here at the Nbpl. So getting towards the World Championship, there are concerns that obviously are going to be coming up. Are they going to be able to beat some of the teams from the other regions? I do think that the Chinese region is the best region right now at Naraka, partly just due to player base size as well. There's obviously a larger pool of players to pull from, so obviously you're going to have more homegrown talent in that sense. But there are things that will catch them off guard, and I think the biggest problem that I think the Chinese teams have is any change freaks them out. They all panic at like change. And I've watched the EU guys play. They're crazy. They will fight in circles even if they don't need to. Like, they will run into circles just to fight. Like, these guys are nuts. And either that's very punishable by the Chinese guys, or the tempo and the pace that's being forced upon them by the EU players might actually panic some of these teams. And I feel like, you know, the better teams will be able to handle it and go, okay, we'll just punish them for that. But I think some of the more middle teams or the lower end of the top teams that were making it to Worlds, I think that could catch them off guard. I think they might be panicked by that. Now, I haven't spoken to Rune too much about the NA scene, so I'm not entirely sure what the NA scene looks like. He's fairly confident that, you know, they are better than EU, but then again, he's an American, so of course his opinion's going to be biased. So I'll take his opinion when I'll make my own decisions when we get to Worlds. But I do think, you know, the biggest weakness of these Chinese teams is the fact that they are weak to change, and they are panicked by change, and I think that could be something big. If there's a massive shuffle up in the meta just before Worlds, that could do a lot. But here we go. Our overall points at the end of the day. J-Team didn't make it. Oh. That's so sad. They must have been so close. 87.2 points. What's
going to be number 8? It's going to be heartbreaking. It's probably going to be like 87.3.
It's going to be within the decimals, isn't it?
It's 100%.
Let's move up. Come on, production. Send me the second half. This is what we need to see. Man. OUG, though, started today in second, and they are 13th.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for this team. They had a brilliant start. coming in at 36.3, and then game 1 it was 2.7. Game 2 looked a little bit better, 11.3 above the 10 mark, but then we fell to the first map of Holoroth and it just went downhill from there. As we can see, OC coming in at 89.9, so not as close as we expected, not within the full decimal, but OC gonna be claiming up that number 8 spot. XCG, no surprises, going to be cementing their crown with a whopping lead over Wolves, who come in behind at a 115.6 to XCG's 157.6. That's insane, that differential.
YZG can at least be happy with the fact they didn't do what OUG did and dropped completely out of the top end of the table, but they will be very upset that they spent most of today at the top and then just in the final hurdle fell over and were knocked from first into fourth. They're going to be very, very heartbroken by that. But overall, a lot of these teams are going to be incredibly happy with themselves. Wolves obviously able to retain, actually climb up into second place. Going to be sitting very happy. But here you go, XCG are going to be the trios champions for our bi-weekly as number 2. This guy has played phenomenally well and it was uncontestable. It was like, they had to have a bad game and then someone else had to have an amazing game. And look at that. XCG, two of the top 3 players in today's games.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And Lixenhen too, coming in at number 1 with 29 kills total and a massive amount of damage. And I mean, really quickly looking over that leaderboard, one thing that stood out for me, the teams that were sitting towards that number 1, number 2, and number 3 podium, they were actually able to relatively quickly get to grips with Holoroth, something that XCG was able to immediately pull off. And I'm sure something that they're going to be very excited to talk about, because we are going to have an interview, the last interview of today, with Leah. So take it away.
Hi everyone, welcome to the champion interview. I'm Leah. So now we have our second Biweekly finals trios winner. They are XCG. So first, let XCG say hello to us. 首先恭喜XCG 拿下了这周双周的3排冠军啊！当然也是先请XCG跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是XCG的小南。
Hello， 大家好，我是XCG的李新恒。
Hello， 大家好，我是XCG的赖友翔。
Okay, welcome XCG. Of course, this is the third time Xiaonan come to our interview, right? So of course you got the champion. So how's your feeling now? 那这已经是我们小南第3次今天来到我们的英彩了。那现在已经拿下冠军了，觉得心情怎么样？
非常开心吧，因为这个周冠嘛，一直想拿一个，完了今天拿到了，也是算是圆梦吧。
Okay, so I was really happy because I always want to get a Biweekly Finals champion in Nbpl. So today is just my dream come true, of course. And we see in the regular game, the last day of our regular game, XCG got almost 100 points at that time. And so I want to ask Xinheng, so how do you feel after you got 100 points in the regular game and come to our Biweekly final? 那其实我也是想问一下新恒啊，因为我们在常规赛是最后一天狂追了100分才来到我们的周决，最后拿下了周决的冠军。现在感觉怎么样呢？
就是像那种逆袭嘛，就感觉一开始不被人看好，然后后面就是想证明自己。
Okay, so I think it's really hard for me because at that time when our points was not really well, and maybe there was some people will not really believes in us at that time. But after today we got the Biweekly Finals champion. It's just like to show everybody and to prove ourselves in today. So this champion is really meaningful for us. Okay, so the last question for Nai和乔, and so everybody say that XCG was the king of Holoroth. So how do you think that? 那其实我们很多人都说我们 XCG 是火罗国的王，对此你怎么看？
我们算不上火罗国的王，只是说我们巨贵州打得没火罗国好。所以给大家一种错觉，我们火罗国的王。
Okay, so we just think because we may be a little bit better in the Holoverse this map, but I really want to know why your team choose Takuda's combinations in Holoverse. 那可以跟我们讲讲为什么会选择武田在火罗国这个地图吗？这个阵容？
因为武田是新改版嘛，火罗国也是新图嘛，那就都重新，就大家都是统一起跑线，这样就更有机会就领先别人理解嘛。
Okay, so because in the new patch and Takuda was like changed, and Holoverse is also a new map for Nbpl, so we want to like all the things were new, and we want to get a new start in Nbpl. Yes, we see your new start is the second Biweekly finals champion. So okay, so congratulations to XG again to be the second Biweekly trios finals champion. Okay, so that's all for today's interval. We'll camera back to the casters. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
And there we go. Congratulations over to the side of XCG. Another win under their belt and a first bi-weekly of the season under their belt as well. A few teams are probably heartbroken, a few teams are probably relieved, a few teams are probably very happy with themselves after today. A lot of emotions probably going through coming out of this bi-weekly, but they've got to pick themselves back up because they've got to get back on the horse next week as we kick off the third bi-weekly. It's been a good day, Moxie. It's been a long week. I'm knackered. Obviously, we had a break halfway through the day due to some technical issues, but you know, it is what it is. We still had a very explosive day, and interestingly enough, we had 4 teams win today. We had YZG, XCG, Wolves, XCG, Wolves, and OC. They were the four teams that took a game today. I honestly thought without OC, I thought we were going to just see 3 teams and only 3 teams actually win overall today.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, that last map was on Holoroth. That was where Wolves had shown utter domination in terms of that final circle, but Wolves just taken down before they could hit that final circle and really hit their stride as J-Team raising their heads. May not have been able to finish up on a top 8 spot, but definitely raising our hopes and expectations as we will continue on in this Nbpl Season 2, which I think is going to be something that a lot of these teams are looking to continue. For some of them, it's about continuing that momentum. For others, it is about picking themselves up from what happened today, because there were teams that we expected to see come through. Teams like YZG, who unfortunately just did not hit the mark. And I think for a lot of them, it is going to, as you pointed out, come down to being able to adapt around the change, not just about the meta that we could potentially see with the Tami coming through a little bit more wider in the pick right now, but also adapting around Holoroth, because if Holoroth is one of those maps that you're not comfortable on, hate to tell you, we're still going to be playing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those maps you got to learn. And I'm sure a lot of the teams, especially after this week, are like, right, it is time to pick this up. This is a regular part of the season. I think coming into next season, we'll probably see more Holoroth once the players know it a bit better. So, you know, I'm very excited about that. But we actually have the draw for next week to figure out how everything will be going down the weather. I believe we're just going to be talking over it. I didn't know if I've never done one of these before, so I didn't know what we was expecting. These are weather effects, I believe, and time of day for the maps coming up. And Leah is doing the draw, or Valder, I guess, in this case. That is what we get. That is what we get.
I got night.
Night. Oh, okay. So night's game 1, right? All right. Now we're doing game 2. We're doing Holoroth here. Okay, let's find out. Oh, we're doing the order. So we're starting on Morris Isle Night. Then we're going to Holoroth. Bat. Cloudy, I think.
Yep, there you go.
Holoroth Cloudy. Wow, I'm learning Chinese.
And then back to Morris.
Yeah, back to Morris. Oh, wait,
because we are changing up the order. We're now going Holoroth. No, wait, no. I thought it was Morris Hollow, isn't it?
That was, we did Morris first. Now we've done Hollow. Now we've done, oh god, what is that? That's Dawn. Morris Isle Dawn is game 3. Wait, yes, game 3. What? The order's gone wrong. I'm so confused. All right, this is Morris Midday. Where's that going?
We'll see in a second. It will probably show
game 4.
up on the left
I assume
side.
that's game 4. I'm so lost.
We've got one more after this one. It's gonna be is that
That's
Dusk?
Holoroth Dusk.
I believe that's Dusk.
Okay. Well, it was the only one left. I hate to be that guy.
No, there's
and
still
there might be
one
Morrisile
left.
Dusk. We're ending on Dusk. Yeah, it's Morrisile
This is
Dusk.
gonna be Morrisile Dusk.
There it is. Okay, so that is next week's schedule for all of you guys at home. I hope that made sense more to you than it did to me, because I have bloody no idea what I just saw. But we have our schedule. We know what times of the day each game is going to be played at. I'm not entirely sure what the order is. I'll have to get it. So
I know the
Isle,
order. There
hollow,
we go.
Isle, Isle, hollow, Isle. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So that was
So
what
we're not
threw me.
ending on
There was a little bit of a misplacement on the banner. So it is indeed going to be a change up in terms of the order that we get to see Holoroth being played. So hopefully, again, those players are going to be able to adapt to the change, and we will see their momentum and confidence continue through, because if they don't, it's going to be really hard to be able to recover.
Yeah, I feel like ending on Isle is actually better for some of these teams. I prefer the hollow ending because it really throws a spanner in the works. It's like, okay, game 5 is kind of the end game for some people because they just need to like survive Holoroth. But then again, you've now had 2 weeks on Holoroth. You've had however many weeks practicing on Holoroth. I would like to see, you know, some of these players and these teams actually start to show some level of confidence on it. Some are still looking very, very lost. And I think having a start on Isle and ending on Isle will definitely favor those teams who are less comfortable on Holoroth and the ones that are more comfortable, because I feel like it's such a curveball map for some teams who just don't know what they're doing and aren't prepared for it.
Yeah, it's a confidence boost too, right? The fact that you know at the end of the day you're going to be going back to where you're more comfortable on with Morrisile, because like we said, that there is a lot of circumstance when it comes to Naraka, especially in terms of like the loot that you're able to find, the players that you run into. Holoroth having those different weather conditions throws even more of a spanner into the works, because you can see where that circle is going to close up on, but you don't know whether the environment is going to be coming through. We saw the Ghostly Mist playing a massive part as well today on game 3, I believe, of actually pushing those players away from being able to hold on the expanses of the low ground, pushing them towards that high ground so that they had a little bit of a longer lull. They weren't able to traverse the area because of the hands to go looking for those fights, which meant we saw more players making it towards that final circle. So there were even more bloodthirsty spats between all of those players as the final circle started to close through, with everyone wanting to find themselves a safe space but having to contest with a couple players too many that they're really not used to going up against in terms of places like Morrisile, where very quickly it can just become 4 squads being dominant.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's gonna be a good week next week. Obviously, solos, we had WBG Spider have an absolute miracle run at the end of yesterday. XCG, it wasn't a miracle run. It was just domination from them. He looked very, very solid today. And going into next week, it's obviously going to be a bit of a shake-up. People are going to have confidence. People are going to probably want to come back and bounce back after what has been, you know, a pretty disappointing week. I think a disappointing split. If you're FPX, if you're WBG, like, yeah, WBG got Spider to win overall, but like, man, gonna be rough. Anyway, here is the schedule for next week. So we'll be starting on Thursday, that is the 29th of September, with B versus C. Then it'll be Group A versus Group C coming up on the Friday. Then the Saturday is going to be A versus B. And then on the Sunday, it'll be B versus C. And this is the overall runnings of how everything's going to go. We're going to go Morrisile, Holoroth, Morrisile, Holoroth, and Morrisile for the upcoming games.
Yeah, I think it's really nice as well that we're not starting off on Holoroth. I feel like that would be really mean. Just immediately throw them a curveball, but they are going to have time to be able to work into that confidence, get used again to playing on that LAN stage with your teammates right next to you, built into the aggression that we do see come through from Holoroth at the very beginning, because especially in solos, I think starting off on Holoroth very early would be very punishing for a lot of those players, because the first map of solos, every single day just tends to be everyone feeling their opponents out, with that first circle just being very hesitant, very much of a lull, as opposed to the absolute blood fiesta that we're used to seeing in terms of trios.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're very different games. I'm liking the very different styles of games. I love, you know, I know there's a bit of a conversation about zipping burnout, but you know, I got the same thing with Monk. I love solos so much. I think they're so fun when you get like a good game. Like, I prefer this current meta over the Justina versus Yoto meta, because it was just Yoto opens fight, Justina freezes, and then slides away with ultimate if it's too scary. But I feel with at least Zping, at least they're fighting, at least they're skill checking one another. I guess there's a mechanic which kind of denies that. But make sure, guys, by the way, you join us on the... Wait, where are we? We are on... Oh, this is today, actually. The semi-finals, which was on yesterday and today for the Morris Cup, and also the grand finals coming up on the 1st and the 2nd of November, sorry. October. Get my months modeled up there. Make sure you join us for the 1st and 2nd, and that is the Morris Cup. That is the NA group over there. And then we got EU coming up the week after that. And we obviously got more Nbpl to come. But thank you very much for joining us. We are going to end it here. We'll be back next Thursday for more Naraka Play Point action. Until then, see you later.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears give healing powers. Just one drop.